Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahiawas himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're the take.
But look, I just want to say, listen.
If you're the take.
But look, I just want to say, listen. Yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you don't. You're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Answer
the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Check. One moment. Mic check. One moment. Let me see. Yes, okay. Give me my check. Check. Okay, good. We're looking okay. Check. If you're in the room, I'm going to call the screen for just a moment. Check the room. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. We'll go to the screen for a moment. I'm looking for the nines. Okay. Okay, I see Bella has a 9. Caleb has a 9. Minty Hotep has a 9. Excellent. I see the 9s coming in. And my visual will be back on the screen in just a moment. Yes. My primordial thought and 2, 9, Queen Flora. So up to the new people that are in the room that I've not seen before. Queen Flora is the name I've not seen before. To Queen Flora. Daniel has the 9. Primordial thought to himself. Gabrielle's 29. Wonderful. Okay. Should be coming to the screen. The video should be ready. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Now we're better now. Wonderful, everyone. Peace and love. Here we are for another Tehuti Podclass. Welcome everybody to the house of ATTON. There's the brother Ra 7PH. Ralph W. He gets the W for that name. It's both up shouting out House of ATTON forever. Wonderful. Gabriel hype as usual. Great to be here with you. SABA, Mary, peace to the family. We got a lot of people here in good spirits and good energy. We are ready to begin this beautiful journey to this 9+ hour movie that will take place as people send in questions. It's phenomenal. And let's start off with the proper frequency. We must start off with the proper frequency. We're going to come up a little bit. By the way, actually, I'll say that afterwards. Okay, wonderful. Okay, here we go. Menko Raw, shout out to Blue. What do you represent? They must be having a conversation. I don't really check the chat conversations, but peace and love to Menko Ara Marie Ma'at. Peace and love to you and all the great, beautiful family. We're going to start off with the proper frequencies, as usual. The new people that are in the room, the way that we start off this beautiful journey that you're about to be on, this phenomenon that you're about to partake in. We start off with the proper tones. For those who don't know where they are, you're entered into the house of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru. We start off everything with the proper frequencies, which of course is the beautiful affirmation for the new people in the room, and even for the older people that have been here for a while. We put it up on the screen so you can read along with us. If you have a question pertaining to the affirmation, you can send that in. I've done 2 classes here, part 1 and 2, on the feminine aspect of the affirmation. And I did 1 class on a channel Sonnet TV on the affirmation. And then I did a private Meta Magic class for the private people on the affirmation. That's 4 classes I've done on affirmations. So we're going to put on the screen, we're going to say it at the count of 3. Let's see where it is. Count of we're going to say on the count of 3. Oh, Ba. Unki and Ma'at, Un and S, Mean Tet on Set and Ma'at, Mean have a pet and Ma'at, Her and Hukiui, Her E Kut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at every day, I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. How beautiful is that? Welcome, everyone. Welcome home. Welcome to the place of peace. Welcome to the world of the doorway, the SABA, houseofatton, the Eunuch, and the questions are answered. My name is Tehuti Podclass, and this is Osiris. Say peace to them, Osiris. He hasn't been on in a little while. That is Osiris. He's actually too he keeps going and going. He's too long to show on the entire screen. And he is the snake that actually is one of the snakes that represents the snake style of teaching that I do. And actually we'll be talking about today, which is the shape-shifting in the next dimension and what a snake represents in that dimension. And this young man is an anaconda. He represents what he does, which is a very slow squeeze. So while the opponent is huffing and puffing and fighting feistily and extremely excited and swinging punches in every which way, I was trained by a man named Alligator, who was a master teacher of mine. He was Jacare. Peace and love to the Graces. I was taught very slow, tedious, monotone technique of addressing an opponent. And the technique was first taught to me by my observation of these animals, the anaconda. And then I brought it into the world of fighting technique and into the world of debating. I brought the snake style to the internet some years ago, using it in debates in real life before there was an internet, but introducing it to the internet some years ago. So this is Osiris. Say peace, Osiris. All right, so my name is Tehuti Podclass. For those who have seen my introduction before, peace and love to you. For those who have not seen the introduction before, peace and love to you as well. And of course, we go through the introduction because each introduction I add some new things, but I give the premise of why we are here and how we actually got here, how I actually got here, which pertains to the title of the class itself based on some of the questions that have come in. They're still coming in as I'm talking. There's still support is coming in. The last part, which is reincarnation to animal life forms, animal afterlife forms, is one of the things that is the base of why we're here today. Why, at least I am here today. So, when I was much younger than I am right now, if I don't really keep track of my age, but when I was much younger than I am right now, my mother had told me something very interesting. She said that when she was in labor with me, before she went into contractions, she saw a whirlwind type
manifestation over her womb. What she told me, I didn't know what she was speaking of at the time. I didn't know what was being explained of at the time, but she told me what she saw, and she said she saw something spinning over her womb, like a whirlwind type shape. And then when it went into her womb, she went into the contractions. She didn't know what to make of that. I was too young at the time to comprehend what she was actually speaking of. But as time went on and as I continued my journey, I realized that through all the religious teachings, the one thing that all of them agree to is that they're all seeking what's called immortality. All of them are teaching that this physical body that we're in is actually just a vehicle. Almost all of the religions, from Buddhism, which practices, and Hinduism, which practices reincarnation, to the ancient people of the followers of Ma'at, who invented Kemet. So one of our many inventions, Kemet was just one of many inventions, taught the same thing, but taught it first. In the pyramid text in 2400 BC, that the Ka is all things. And the Ka outlives the physical body. And the consciousness aspect of it, called the Miao, and the Pu, preceded the physical brain and then manifests. From that teaching to my interaction with the barons, I explained last week, or made plain, I don't explain, but made plain last week, with my interaction with the barons, which is the interaction with the Vudun. It was the same thing. That there was no death, as we call it. The actual word for death in Medunetter is the same word for mother, the word mut, because death was birth. And this is the PSYOPS of why we have the English language that actually removes these realities. So the word for death in English has nothing to do etymologically in English for the word mother. But when you're in a civilization or a culture where the word death and mother are the same, then simultaneously you understand death is just a rebirth. It comes with understanding the word mother. As soon as you're taught the word mother and you're taught the word death, you're immediately under the acknowledgement that death is the rebirth as the mother that brought you in. Which brings me to the full comprehension of my mother's story. That there was some form of consciousness that existed, that entered into her, and then I was born. And this is actually what takes place with millions and millions of people. It's just a forgetfulness as you're taught that everything that you're experiencing as a 5-year-old child is foolishness, that your imaginary friends don't exist, your sleep paralysis doesn't exist, your out of body is an old witch hag demon riding you, and all of these things until you eventually get fed sugar, and then you eventually forget about these things. Until you start restudying again to recollect that which you forgot. This experience continued on to one of my children who said that before he was born, he saw me and the female that I was with interacting in intercourse. He saw it happen. He was watching it. And then he chose to come down through into that event. And then the young lady that I was with became pregnant. This is what he said. So combining that with what my mother had said, with later on down the line, having a student by the name of Sean, years and years later, as I'm teaching him, and he was in my presence and I'm teaching him, he keeps saying, as you're teaching me, I keep seeing this whirlwind thing over your head. What is this whirlwind thing that's over your head as you're teaching? It's extremely intense, but I see it as you're teaching me in person. Not on this internet. This was before, I don't know if there was an internet like this yet. And so, putting all those things together, plus with the comprehension and level of study and viewing of the rituals led me to comprehend that we are being lied to, because none of this is being taught inside of the school system. This school system, but all of that was being taught in all ancient school systems prior to the Matrix. I don't really like the word ancient, but prior to the Matrix. Prior to the Matrix, the Aztecs, the Native Americans, the Cambodians, the Buddhists, the Hindus, in their school systems, in the Kemet school systems, all taught this. But in this new Eurocentric school system, there's actually a separation of it. So I realized there was a PSYOPS going on. I branched off when I was much younger to actually dwell amongst these individuals. Not dwell as in living every day, but I would go to visit them every day, and I would go onto the ponds and onto the swamp in the field, and I would spend hours and hours a day with the snakes, the turtles, the frogs, and all types of other creatures. Jump in the water with alligators and all types of other creatures. And I would be with them until one day I noticed that the turtle that I caught, I was bringing him back to the pond. I released him, and he kept swimming beside me. And wherever I would go in the pond, he was there. He wasn't going back into the so-called wild. I took him back home, and I brought him out with me again, and he did the same thing. But this time, when he did it, there was a swarm of turtles that were coming towards us. They saw him, and whatever communication they had with him, they were coming in swimming beside us. So I realized that I could create a communication with these beings, always understanding that they are the superior. When I got back into my home dwellings, I was being taught by religion that the humans were the superior, and it was confusing me. I liked the Seventh-day Adventist tenets that was in my surroundings, as far as the discipline, not eating certain foods, observing a Sabbath on a particular day, finding the origins of where things were said. I liked that aspect of it. But there were contradictions and there was many mistakes, and it seemed to not cover the whole story. I'm trying to figure out where Chinese were in the Bible. It seemed like God never made Chinese people. According to the Bible, they weren't made on the first, second, fourth, fifth, or sixth day. And they seem to be nowhere inside of the Bible, while simultaneously existing, the Shang dynasty existing during the time of 1500 BC. But there's no story of them. God never created an Eskimo either. There seems to be no Eskimos in the Bible. Eskimos, Inuits don't exist in the Bible. They have no story. They have no relevance. And I started asking my mother and asking people around. I was like, do you need this Bible in order to go to heaven? Do you need this particular religion? And I said, is your God racist? These were some of the snake style questions I was asking. A debate was set up between me and a pastor, and if I won that debate, I was able to stay at home because I was about to be put out for the what's that word called when you go against the church? I don't know what that word is. Heresy? But whatever that word is, some other word that was used in that particular religion. And I was quizzing him, and I actually never told anybody some of the questions. I never really said the questions. Some of the questions that I was asking the pastor when we set this up, when my mom agreed she would be the judge, and if I won the debate, I could stay living at the house, and if I lost, I have to get out. And I was asking him, is God racist? He said, no, God loves all people. And I said, why do we have this Bible? Just elaborate on why we have the Bible. We have the Bible because God loves us, because he wants us to know his truth. He gives us a guide. He gives us a way to live. And I said, that's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. I'm so glad that God loves us. And I said, what is the level of love that God has for the Eskimos? And I would just be quiet. And I said, how many chapters are there in the Eskimo Bible? I forgot because I haven't read that lately. I haven't read the Eskimo Bible in a while. Any of you in the class read the Eskimo Bible? The Eskimo Torah, the Eskimo Injil, the Eskimo Book of Revelation. You know, the most important book, the one that actually tells you of Jesus' return. We know the Eskimos know that, right? True? The Eskimos go to heaven. In the Sabbath school quarterlies they did. In the Jehovah's Witnesses book that they would hand me, I would see Eskimos and lions in heaven. But the lions never had the Bible, neither did the Eskimos. And I'm wondering, can I live that path and still get there with you? I want to live the Eskimo life and still get to heaven with you. Is it possible? And these type of snake-style questions that were asked had him trapped to the point where my mother kicked him out of the house. He was removed from the house for the embarrassment of the type of questions that I would ask him, and he didn't seem to have the answers for the questions. And so a few days later, we had a notarization on the door. But first, I'd like to say that actually triggered a biological imperative in me. In order to survive and have a roof over my head, I had to be able to know the knowledge enough to keep me alive. That was the trophy. The trophy was not a YouTube merit or notches under my belt or anything like that. It was, if you lose, you go homeless. That was my first debate. That set off biological imperative that changed my neurons to make that which I'm studying extremely important to me, because now through mental links and associations, linguistic, visual, and olfactory linking, I've now linked survival with knowing the knowledge, with knowing information, and being dedicated to it. Serious enough where my life could have been out in the barrens of the streets. And so, a few days later, I received a notarization on the door. I didn't know what it was. I opened it up, showed it to my mother, and it was a restraining order from the church, signed by the judge, from the courthouse, from the pastor, that said I was no longer allowed to go legally around any of the churches anymore. So I don't know how many people in the room have had friends that have had that restraining order, or any black leaders, or really anybody on the planet. Any of your people have restraining orders against churches for teaching another doctrine. I had a restraining order. So now I couldn't walk the streets in safety, because if I happened to be teaching or hanging out with friends and there happened to be a church within 100 meters or whatever the difference was, they could actually come get me. Even if I was just talking to a group of friends and there happened to be a church on the other side of the street and I didn't see it, I was not allowed within a certain vicinity of hundreds of churches. There was 100 more. I don't know how many churches exist in the city, the cities, but I was banned from the vicinity of the churches. That's biological imperative again. I continued to go on and continue to teach, and went into the churches to set up my clinics now with the pastors, by knowing that, let me turn this down, I'm getting notifications during the podcast. Okay. Notifications during the podcast. So make sure I turn it off fast. So I will go into the churches and ask the people in the churches questions as a regular church member. I was now not challenging, I was just asking questions to get thoughts in their head. So when the pastor walked in, the pastor now was drilled with the church was now drilling him when I would sit there with my head down, and they would drill him with questions. And I realized that the best way to teach people or make it hit them is not by me finding the contradictions and trapping them. That's one way. But the best way is them doing it themselves and not getting the suitable answer from the pastor himself. And therefore, they had nowhere to go. If I was debating them, then they could go to the pastor. Can you believe what this guy was saying? Such and such and such and such. I was like, oh, no. But if you're asking the pastor himself the question, and you feel what it feels like to trap him as a churchgoer, now your neurons start to change. So I was doing that from church to church, church to church to church. And I went around asking questions. Then something very interesting happened also. I've never actually had this part of my intro, I don't think. I don't think this part is in my intro. Another debate was set up. This may have been in the earlier intro. Another debate was set up because I got into a debate with a young gentleman. I think I was 20 at the time, maybe 21, I'm not sure. But I was maybe 20, 21. I got into a debate on this phone program. We didn't have internet back then. We had this thing where you dial in and it would switch to a person, and you'd ask the question and the person would hear a message and they would press a button and you would hear them. This was going way, way back. There's no internet. There's none of this. So, and then you could press live, and you could talk to the person live after I asked them a set of questions. And so a debate ensued on the phone. And the person said to me, you know what? You're beyond me. I'm going to set you up with one of my friends. My friends is actually more advanced. So he set up a debate with me. I was about 20 years old, maybe 21. I'm not sure. I don't really keep my age, but I was somewhere in that vicinity. And I walked into the church. I walked into a college to meet him. He gave me the address where to meet him. When I walked into the college, I noticed there were statues of Mary, statues of St. Paul and the Epistle and Mark and Epistle Paul and Mark and John, and there was Jesus there. And I was like, what type of school is this? And then I realized I was in a Christian school. I said, this is where I'm meeting your friend? I said, I met him. I said, nice to meet you. You know, where's your friend? I'm 21 or so. He's 21. We're fine. We're talking. And he brings all these people that are also other Christians. And I said, it's a Christian school? He said, yeah, it's a Christian school. My friend's coming soon. He'll have a good debate with you. I saw this old... I don't know what I saw. I saw he was stumbling down. He had books in his hand that if you blow them, the pages would fly. The pages were dust and wrinkled, and I was like, who's that guy? Okay, I don't know where he's going, but this old man, he had to be about 70, maybe 68, 72, I'm not sure. He was old. He came down like he needed help to come down, and he came down. He's about 60-something. And he sat with us, and I'm wondering, why is the guy sitting with us? I wonder, why is he sitting? He said, oh, that's my friend. I said, this is your friend that you brought me to debate? He said, yeah, that's my friend. He's Canada's top Hebrew scholar, Southern Division, top Christian Hebrew scholar. I wish I had recorded this. This is before these didn't exist yet. Phone recorders, there was this little cassette thing that you carried. There was no, it wasn't this day and time. And we went into that debate. And you know how that debate ended? Did I ever tell you how that debate ended? Yeah, the debate ended with the ambulance.
Get a heart attack.
I wasn't trying to put anybody in the hospital. But the debate ended with a stretcher coming.
Oh, that's not funny.
The stretcher came, and they had to put him on the stretcher, and that's how I won my second debate. So now I'm starting to see inklings of death and survival in this knowledge that I'm having. I'm like, one debate is if I lose, I'm homeless. The next debate is people are being carried away on stretchers. I asked him so many snake-style questions that his heart gave out. And that's how that debate ended. So there are Tehuti's first two debates. I don't know if your teachers experienced things like that. I'm not sure if that's how others were raised. But those are my first two experiences of two set up, organized debates. One ending with the pastor being thrown out of the house and a restraining order being sent against me. And the other one with the stretcher coming into a Christian school and taking away Canada's southern top Hebrew Christian scholar in a stretcher. That's how those debates went. They didn't go too well. So at any rate, as I went on, I ended up joining an organization that I thought was doing what I liked. They seemed to be. They were asking questions like I was, and I was reading some of the books, and I was liking that, hey, this question's actually set up for Christians, Muslims. It's like an organized version of what I'm doing. So I like this. Let me go ahead and become a part of this movement here. I ended up joining the movement, but of course, I excelled past. I surpassed it, according to the teacher himself. And I ended up joining the movement, and then the teacher started telling everybody in the entire movement that if you want to learn how to be a teacher, teach like that brother Amenhotep Ra. This created a lot of jealousy and confusion. I'm not sure where the confusion came from. They should have just listened to him. They listened to him and everything else he was teaching. But when it came to that, there seemed to be something involved that hindered that part. So they didn't like the way that I was teaching. He told everybody to teach like me. And they didn't seem to like the teaching technique that I was doing. And then it got to a point where he said that I was asking so many, well, I call it today snake style. He said so many, he used to call them trap questions. He said I asked so many trap questions that I crucified him. And one day he told me to elaborate and do it live on stage in front of everybody. And when I started asking questions, he put himself in a crucifix. And he said, see, he's crucified me. And it got to a point where I was just surpassing what it was that he was teaching. He pulled me to the side and told me that. He said, I can't have everyone advance to where you are. I'll lose followers because I have to do this gradually. Not everybody's at where you are. I can't just take everybody there and lose these thousands of people and have you and a few people. I have to do it slowly. He told me that directly. He said in the classes, he said, I'm going to start to take his information. He said, what's that thing you taught about this more fabulous class? Because I was teaching using nature that I learned since I was 7 years old, and I was learning nature and using it to debate and break down Christians with nature. So I told the class in front of him, and he said, I'm going to take that. He said, all of you don't get mad. You all take my stuff. Why can't I take yours? He said, I'm going to take that. And then the other teachers came to my abode, my dwelling quarters, and they said, you cannot teach the way that you're doing anymore. And I said, but the teacher said that he liked it so much that everybody should learn from me. To teach like that. So you're teaching things that are not inside of our books. I said, yes, I know. I'm teaching from reality. I'm teaching from nature. Nature comes from multifarious sources. I'm teaching from all type of scientific research, from animal, from wildlife videos. I'm using things from the Colombo TV show, all type of things. And the teacher said, everyone should teach like me. And they pulled out the torches and they said, if you continue, we have to burn all of your books. And I said, okay, this is getting strange now. There seems to be a division. The teacher is saying one thing and the students are, actually, I could die. Because what if they're burning down how is the fire going to be contained, sir? When you're burning down, are we going to have a bonfire? Are you coming in the house and blazing it with a torch? How exactly? I had no time for that. My life was in danger. My property was in danger. And I spoke to that teacher at the time. He said, it's dangerous for you here. So I left and I became basically almost homeless again. I got help from my aunt. I allowed to comparative and again, I had to survive. I had literally nothing. I was digging in my couches. I was a single father, digging in my couches at the time for quarters in order for me to feed my son at the time, at that particular time. So I didn't know what to do. I decided to shift the teaching that I had from just cultural, historical, ritual, Christian breaking, Muslim breaking, into health. I was always about health. I liked the study of health. So I started teaching health aspects. I started looking on the internet for health boards. I started teaching several people health until I created a following of people that looked to me as a health guru. And I realized that if I had health products to sell, that I could actually make a living without working for the man, because I don't know anything about working, because I was out in the ponds all my life, and then I joined this organization. I never really had a job, never sustained myself. I never knew anything about taxes or anything like that. So let me do this, and I'll be off the grid and sell products, and I'll be able to be at home and get the product. But how? I have no product. So I kept looking at the board, and I found individuals that were very successful. I contacted some of them, and one gentleman contacted me back, and he said, yes, I will. I'll speak with you. I'll meet with you. And I ended up meeting with him by the docks of Staten Island. It was all murky with the fog, just like the movies and such. So I met with him. He told me a lot of the secrets, told me different people he was connected to. And then he told me, you know what? I'm not really into this. I'm into this. It makes money. You know, you get a good body, but I'm not into this. And, you know, if you actually tell people the things that I'm telling you, I'm going to whack you. We're going to whack you. First of all, who's the we? What's we? It's me and you here. It's like, we are going to whack you. I'm looking around. We, huh? Whack. Doesn't that mean kill in the mafia movie? What's this whack? I'm like, Karis one, wick, wick, whack. You think my rhymes are whack? Like, what? You're going to whack me? I don't talk like that. I don't know what this is. I remember in the Godfather movie or something. So he told me, he said, yeah, I don't do this. He said, what I am is, he said, I'm a hitman. That's what I am. He said, if you tell anybody any of these secrets, my competitors that I'm telling you, he said, I like you, but we're gonna have to put some shoes on you and put you in the pond right there. He pointed to right there. We'll put you in the pond. And I said, I got it. I didn't tell anyone of his competitors the secrets. I went back to that same organization and started teaching them how to make money from health. I taught them how to invest into the real estate, opened up a real estate company. I did it off the grid, so nothing was in my name, and started getting some of those people in that organization off the streets. Some people were living in cars, some were homeless. I showed them how to buy property for $500, $1,000, get money back at the closing. People's lives were changing. People started driving around like the rapper movies with they put the money like a phone or something. I didn't do that, but these guys that are in that group, they were blasting the music, hanging out the window, picking up the girls, and I was like, so be it. I want to get you. And I realized, hey, wait a minute, the money doesn't change you. The money just augments what you already are. It doesn't make you holy. It doesn't make you righteous. It doesn't make you follow Mahat. If you were like that when you were homeless and you just wish you were those rapper guys and you got the money, you'd actually be like them. It doesn't actually discipline anything. You could drop $1 million on a serial killer. What exactly does money do? When you drop $1 million on a serial killer or a rapist, it gives them a better white van to kidnap the kids. The van has better tints. So you put your money towards whatever you like. So I realized that, but I realized it too late because they ended up robbing me by doing a bad business deal and ended up plummeting me down tens of thousands of dollars, which was all my investments, and I ended up becoming almost homeless again. And it was pretty bad. I had to survive. Luckily, prior to this, I invested money into magic because I saw David Blaine on a video and some others, and I said this would be an interesting thing. Imagine I could manipulate and do magic and actually get tips by just walking the street. I wouldn't have to invest in real estate. I just have to have a deck of cards, some coins, and walk around. And I started doing it, and it was working. People were liking it, but they weren't tipping me well at first because I would do one thing to lure them in. When I did the main event magic effect, they would run from me. I said, this isn't working. They're running from me. I thought the biggest thing that you would do would actually garnish a lot of tips. But when I did that magic effect where I pulled the man's teeth out in the crowd, lit it on fire, threw it back in his face, it exploded, and he got his teeth back. My cameraman ran with the footage, so I was like, hey, this is anti-productive. This is not quite working. Let me mellow this down. So I started doing magic shows based on love and doing things like telepathically having a boyfriend call his girlfriend, who was his ex, that he broke up with, and then proposed to her in front of everybody, and she's crying, doing things that generated emotion and connection, things like that. And so I end up teaching people as I'm doing that, because people think, how are you doing these things? You don't even know my boyfriend. How did you get him to call? Right when I pulled the card with my number on it, how did I pull the card? The phone rang. He just broke up with me. Now he's proposing to me. How is this even happening? So classes would start on the street. So I started setting up purposely beside the preachers who were doing all the megaphone stuff, and the Hebrew Israelites and whoever was there, Nation of Islam, and they're calling me pagan, heathen, the cult, the culty, the cult, the pagan, because the program for only certain words, the cult, and the pagan, the heathen, the devil worshiper. And I'm like, that's fine, but look, I'm doing things for people. I'm helping people in their lives with magic, and you're reading a book, and you have literally no ability to do anything that Jesus said. You'd be greater than him. Show me something. The cult, the heathen, the pagan. I said, you're just talking. I just got this couple back together. This woman over here had miscarried babies, and I just brought them back to communicate with her. I'm a devil, that's fine. She seems to be happy with that, and you're just reading from a book. I have this other brother over here having an out-of-body experience on the street with his dead brother, walking on top of him while he's walking blindly like this in a trance, and he's pointing down at us saying, that's my teacher right there, and you're just reading a book. So I'll be the devil's child, but that person said they haven't seen their brother in years. Now they're having communications with their brothers in the next realm on the streets, walking. So I don't care if you believe in it. I don't care if I'm the devil. I don't care if the culty. I don't care about any of that thing, because that's his request. This is how the Tehuti Podclass got set up. I was doing people's requests on the street before I had the podcast. You'd ask a question, I'd answer for you, and then you'd see the effect of it live on the street there, in front of people, with witnesses, videotape if you wouldn't run away. But at any rate, it was cold in that area. I moved to Canada. I moved from Canada to California because it's warmer. I was doing the same thing. And as time went on, I just continued teaching just a few set of people. My women that were around me, certain people that I would meet up with, and only individual people I would teach. I was kind of sick and tired of teaching math groups. I just wanted to relax and kind of contain it for myself. So I kept to myself for a while. And I knew there'd be a day when the mass of people would wake up again, but it just wasn't that day. So I went through a few years of just teaching my inner family. And so at any rate, people started saying to me, at least 4 people started saying to me, hey, Tehuti, 3 people. 3 people started saying to me, hey brother, hey teacher, you should go back on YouTube and get back known again, because there's many people that need your teachings. People that are on these channels are not sufficient enough. And I said, not right now. Not quite interested right now. I'm extremely busy doing shows and all these different things. I'll just teach my little inner circle of people that I trust and have around me. At any rate, as time went on, I got a brother named Mahati to get a program for me. But instead of getting a program for me, he looked up a group that had the internet program as a part of their organization, which was StreamYard. I didn't know it's called StreamYard because remember, I don't know anything about computer world, but it was this StreamYard that we're on right now. So I said, find a program where I can talk, and I'll start talking to people again. And so he found a group that was a debate league. I thought they were an interview group, and I got interviewed there and ended up the champion challenged me to a debate. I was very surprised because I was there for an interview. I think it was this shirt. This is the shirt I'm wearing right now. I think this is the shirt. Oh no, it's the other blue one, the blue tiger one. No, it's the blue tiger one. They put me on a flyer saying Tehuti wants all the smoke, and I said, what the hell is smoke? I don't smoke. I don't know what. I'm like, I'm coming for an interview. Why does the flyer say Tehuti wants all the smoke? I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on. But let me go to the interview. I go to the interview. They're asking questions. It's beautiful. Asking questions, and I get challenged by the champion. Set up a debate with him, and the debate was based on 4 Bible believers as judges and one that wasn't. And the debate was the Bible versus Ma'at. And I did so many snake styles in the debate that I switched his mind. There were so many things that I did in that debate. It was very interesting. A lot of snake style magic. I had went to his house. He was in Japan. Anyways, but a lot of things took place in that debate where I switched his mind to get off of what the initial challenge was. It was the Torah versus Ma'at. I switched his mind to, instead of the Torah versus Ma'at, he started bringing out his own material. And that was the only way that I could win, by switching his mind. Because if it was the Torah versus Ma'at, and I'm in a Hebrew debate league, and the owner of it's Hebrew, and the judges are Hebrew, and everybody's Hebrew to the Hebrew to the Hebrew, of course I'm going to lose. So let me play on his ego to make him put his ego first. He put his own doctrine out first that the other Hebrews didn't agree to. Strike, 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 and did about 10% of the Torah. And that's all that I needed. And the Hebrew judges voted for me. Every single one of them. 2 of them didn't vote for me, and they called me on the phone and told me, one told me I couldn't do it because I'm a Hebrew. I have to stick with my Hebrew brothers, but you won. He said, his name is Jamal. He said, you won the debate, but it's the Hebrew family. I can't have you win and you're a Kemetic guy. I can't do it. That was 4 for me. And the other one's name was Black Jesus. like Jesus minister. He said, I won the debate except for the very end when the brother asked me, do I follow Kemet? And I said, no. He said, based on that, I struck you out. I said, I don't follow Kemet. How could you not follow Kemet? You got the eye of Heru and you talk about the Ma'ata. And I brought a new paradigm into existence. And that was, my people invented Kemet. I don't follow it. We're the creators of it. Elon Musk doesn't follow Tesla. He's the inventor of Tesla. He's not a Teslayan. He created Tesla. There was no Tesla car before Elon Musk. The credit goes to his mind. He is the creator of it. I brought this new paradigm into this internet debate world where I said, no, I'm not Kemetic. I'm the inventor. We're the inventors of Kemet. Kemet doesn't invent Kemet. The consciousness is who gets the praise. The people, the netter, the consciousness that created. That's one of our inventions. We invented a spiritual country. We invented many things within that country. And we invented the country. And we didn't just call it Kemet. We followed Ma'at. Nobody in the ancient papyruses says they follow Kemet. Not a person. Nobody said, we're Kemetian, we follow Kemet. It said Unki and Ma'at. We follow Ma'at. That's what we follow. And in that state of consciousness, we create math. We create geometry. We create geography. We create dentists. We create Kemet. We create these specific type of burials. We bring to the world the afterlife. We brought to the world the speed of light. We're creating and discovering these things in this pure frequency mind state that we have. We're at our highest level. Kemet, that's a country. Remove the people from that, and it's a pile of dirt. It's a pile of sand with a river. That's what Kemet is. Kemet is a pile of sand, some trees, and a river. It's a pile of earth. Add the people, and the people create that into something, and they create civilization. Not the earth, land created the people. I brought that, and people were confused. You don't follow Kemet? No, I follow Ma'at. And if we left Kemet, we'd still follow Ma'at. We're not following Kemet because Kemet is a country, and many things happen in the country. Crimes happen in Kemet. Things happen in a country. So no Israelite says, I follow Israel. That's what I follow. Israel is my way of life. Israel. Israel is a group of people, and it's a place. They say, I follow the Torah. So I was getting people off of the mind to move away from the landmass and give credit to the consciousness that is you. You are the netter. You are the God. You are the being that creates these things. And don't let the European shift that to name you after the thing that you created. What are you? I'm a mathematician. Yeah, we created math. I do math. But the whole sum of me is not a mathematician. We're the mathematical creators. We created that. We created dentistry. My whole makeup is not a dentist. We created a country called Kemet, but my whole makeup is not a country. We're creating these things. We're geometry. We are all of it. We are the seed that created it. It shook everything. And so when I went on these different channels, I went on to Kill the Priest, started teaching in this manner. Kill the Priest and AD were going crazy. AD was dumping his wallet in my hands, take all the money, get Kill the Priest to pay you. People were donating $500, $350, but I wasn't getting a penny. No problem. I wasn't asking for any money. And then I realized that it was too busy for me. There's no way that I could maintain all of this that was going on. People were doing one-on-ones with me. I was going to Kill the Priest every Monday in the physical form, packing up snakes, packing up the spider, packing up all these different books and all these things to drive down to Kill the Priest, stay there for 7 hours. 7 hours it was from 5 o'clock till 11 at night. By the time you all saw the Killer Priest show shut down, we were there building and talking for another hour and a half, organizing with the title. It was a 7-hour event. People were having one-on-ones with me. They were paying me $200 to speak to me for an hour, $100 to have a one-on-one with me for an hour. And it was very generous, and reciprocity was great. But I had 37 plus animals. I had my ladies. I had a whole bunch of things. It's taking too much time. So that leads us to where you are right now, which is right here, which is what I created and invented for everybody, which I told Killer Priest I'm going to have what's called a pod class. It's going to be the connection of the word pod, like podcast. It's going to have class in front of it. I'm going to bring a brand new paradigm again. And the brand new paradigm is I'm going to come there with no lesson to be taught. What type of show is this? Not a show. It's a class. What in the world? A class with no lesson that you're bringing? No. What's the class going to be based on? You. What does that mean? That means that just as you see the breakdancers on the street, sometimes they're in this pose where they're like, and they're not moving like mannequins. They're like, and then when you throw a $5 or $10, the music comes on, and they start dancing, they start moving, and then they freeze again and stop. They may do that. The mind may stop, and you throw them another $4, $10, then he climbs up, does all these other things, and all of a sudden he may stop again, or he may do the whole show. But the show is based on the reciprocity that you gave. So I said, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to create the toughest, hardest situation ever to be invented on the internet for a comedic teacher. I'm not comedic. I follow my art, and we invented Kemet. But a teacher of what they think that I am. And that is, I don't know what your question is. When you ask a question, I'm going to answer it 80% of the time as if it's pre-prepared. Killer Priest was saying, how are you doing this? He said, this is my audience. They're not here for Tehuti. He said, this is my audience, and they're asking questions, and you're answering with slides and screens and write-ups, like as if you set it up for them to ask. How did you know they were going to ask that? I said, is it good? He said, this is incredible. He said, I've never seen this. How are you doing this? And I said, I'm going to have a whole class like that, where you're going to send the question. It could be that day, the week before, 2 days before. Whenever I get to it in the email, it goes up on the screen, and the class will be based on those 3, 4, 5 questions that are asked. And what makes it so difficult? They're not my choices of liking. That's what makes this so difficult, apparently, allegedly. Because when a teacher picks what he wants to teach about, he's gung-ho, he's into it. You can ask Scribe or ask any lecturer. They're choosing the topics, right? Scribe, right? Menkura, choose a topic. His brother Star student said he choose a topic. This brother choose that topic. You choose a topic because it's your passion. You like it. You start putting it together with the zest and zeal of, man, I can't wait to drop this on him. I can't wait to. I said, no, I'm going to be called a SABA, which is a door that you're going to be opening up like a genie bottle, and you're going to show reciprocity. And when you send that question, it doesn't matter if that's what's on my mind. I'm going to answer that question like as if I lived my whole life for that question. Every question I've answered on the Tehuti Podclass has the zeal, like as if that's my topic. Yo, dude, you blew us away. Oh my God, you broke the PSYOPS on. Oh my God, yo, that was. It's not my topic. It's your topic. So thus, no one can judge what the class is because you are the one that asked the question. So you can ask a question on any topic that deals with the liberation, with the freedom, with the consciousness, with out of body, with whatever it may be, raising consciousness. And you're going to get an ebook, documentary type answer, depending on, of course, the donation and support. And when you get that answer, I'm going to be answering it with the zest and zeal, the excitement, the comedy, the seriousness, the laughter, the straight face, the happy face, the animosity for the matrix, the love for your question, as if that's my topic. Like Tehuti chose these topics. No. And this is what you've never seen take place on or off the internet. If so, the link is below, where you've seen yourself be able to go into an online YouTube channel, you send in random questions, and there's a class with sources, dates, documents, the newspaper that specifically addresses your question, the scientific article that specifically addresses your question, the exact meta chapter and verse in the Purim Haru, in the coffin text, in the pyramid text, with the meta breakdown, your specific word addressing your question, PSYOPS addressing your question, the government disclaimer, what's it called, the government files that address your question, disclosure files that address your question, live demonstrations of mind control in the class for your question that only applies to your question. Someone may ask a question about the PSYOPS and how the mind works, and I put something on the screen that everyone sees moving, the whole class, and it's not moving. And I'm doing live demonstrations of magic for your questions, live demonstrations of practice and ritual, things for your questions. They're not my questions, because I'm just the door. The door is just what you open. What's on the other side is your answer. So I created a system that's based on reciprocity, because the European taught you that knowledge is free, and that's a lie. Knowledge is not free, because the same European that was setting up his museums, setting up his slave trade, setting up his killing of the Native Americans, killing of the so-called Africans, all of that, these were people that were sending their children simultaneously to school with school tuitions ever since Aristotle. And what were you getting in school? Nothing but knowledge. You have to even buy your own books. When you go to school, in college, you have to set aside your own book fund, because they may say, get this book, that book, that book. And you go to the college bookstore, and you have to buy the $50 book on top of the college student loan. And what do you get at the end? A piece of paper that's based on knowledge that you hopefully retain, because if you don't retain it, you may not get the job. So it's only knowledge that you're paying for. And it's $50,000, $30,000 for knowledge. While they went and pillaged everybody's land, and stole the coffins for free, stole the pyramid text information for free, stole the Aztec knowledge for free. That's where the concept of knowledge was free came from, because all the wisdom and knowledge of the ancients were stolen for free, while they were funding their museums with money, funding their school systems with money, sending their children to the best schools, private schools, with money. They knew that knowledge was not free. You had to pay to get into the museum, pay to get into this place, pay to get into see a lecturer. But the information from the natives that was stolen, that was free to the thief. So he's the one that created the term knowledge is free. That's why you don't see that sentence on any papyrus. Find it for me. You won't see it in any cuneiform text. Find it for me. You won't see it in any ancient writing prior to the Matrix, because it didn't exist. The per Haru cost half of a salary of your half of a year's salary you have to work to get a per Haru. So it wasn't free, because once something is free, you lose the value of it. And that's why if you give a 12-year-old boy a Lamborghini, he'll crash it up like it's a broken down Ford. He'll smash it up. He doesn't care. Give it to him. You let that child work for 25 years to invest in businesses to become successful until he can afford his own Lamborghini. When he buys that Lamborghini, that's the best day of his life. Now he cherishes it. He takes every scratch off it, gets the paint job, buffs the tires. Why? Because he worked 25 years, not for free, different from the rich spoiled child. Take this Ferrari. What do you want, 2 Ferraris? I take it. Driving around drunk, giving it to their friend. That's because they got it for free. You paid for a bag of Doritos, which got you, what again? The bag of Doritos got you the 50 spliffs that you smoked, the cigarettes, the 50 Heinekens that you drank, the 10 Avenger movies, X-Men 1, 2, 3, 4, Batman 1, 2, 3, 4, Spider-Man 1, 2 that you paid for. The popcorn in the movie theater is $8 to $10 now per bag. And you obtained cholesterol, high sugars, and diabetes potential. But you paid for that popcorn so that nobody could come to the movie theater and just take your bag of popcorn. If it was free, you may say, take it. There's another free one right there. Take that one. We're giving out popcorn. And you paid for that bag of popcorn so somebody come to try to smash that bag of high cholesterol that will kill you. You'll fight them in the movie theater because you paid for that cholesterol. You want that you need that grease. That grease will punch someone in the face if someone tries to steal your grease. Go ahead, take my grease. I dare you. Take my popcorn. Watch a fight break out. Let another man try to take your lady's popcorn. I want that grease in her. You can't get that. That's my $10 of grease. That goes in my lady I love. That high cholesterol, that's hers. That cotton candy, don't steal that from my son. That candy apple, that's his diabetes, man. Come on, punk. You trying to steal like his candy apple? That goes in his body. I value that. So they got you to value that. That's my cigarette. Take my blunt. Take my cigarette. Take it out of my hand. Come on, take it. Take it out of my hand. Somebody takes your cigarette out your hand, you're punching them in the face. I need the lung cancer. It's mine. I'm claiming that. That costs me $6 a pack. I do 5 packs a month. I need that. It's mine. How dare you take it? I want to die like this. So that's what we'll fight for. That's what we'll spend our money on. And I want to reverse that. I want the value to be on things that are life-changing. How is the class life-changing, Tehuti? Well, I created another change in paradigm and created a system we can actually send in questions and support through Cash App, PayPal, because I realized it's typed inside of the Cash App and the PayPal. So how is this helpful? Well, for example, someone sent in a $70 donation for not a podcast question, it's a question on eyesight. It was going to be a private thing between me and him. No problem. I turned it into the public. I had that person be anonymous. And I said, you know what I'm going to do? It's a non-podcast question, but I have an idea. So it can be stamped visually in history. I can actually answer the question in the podcast with you. You can still be anonymous. It's not really a podcast question where you're announced. Nobody will know that it's you. I will combine medical advice, natural advice, how the eyes work exactly, the rods and the cones, and its systems, the symbology in Kemet, going back thousands of years ago, and what the word ma'at really means. It deals with your eyesight. That class was explosive. Many people took those jewels and that guidance, and they applied it. That's an example of some of the type of questions you can ask here. Next person asks, another person says, Saba, can you break down hyperhidrosis? I broke down and built up hyperhidrosis, the constant sweating, exactly how it works and how to cure it. Given a testimony that he had it all of his life. He's over 30 years old. Given his testimony, he said, after the podcast, I'm healed. I'm healed. Yes. Yes, the $50 is your 5 bags of popcorn. Huh? That's the 5 bags of the Avengers movie and the popcorn together. It was $40 when he took your family out. $50. That was and remember the Heineken bottle. And he tipped the waiter $20, and he brought you the greasy shrimp. And now you're having heart problem and breathing problems, and you paid for that. Well, this is life. Imagine going 30-something years with this medical chronic problem happening to you, and you have one podcast, and all those money you spent on all the drugs and all the things you went to the hospital and all the hospital bills and all that, you go to one podcast, and boom, it's done. Somebody had an issue with smoking. They came and saw it. It was with me privately. Smoking for over 42 years. 40 years. 40 years of smoking. Still about 40, because the person was about 40. They're smoking since they were 9. And they were almost 50. 40-something years. 48 hours, gone. 48 hours, gone. Is that worth the popcorn? From eyesight to hyperhidrosis, to someone sending in $47.74. This is for just the tip of the question. This is actually the question. The sister here, Sarah Jean, sent in $40 with a feng shui question, asking about feng shui. Every single person in the chat, every single person on the panel had a specific answer for what feng shui was. At the end of the class, their entire paradigm was changed. They saw the PSYOPS. That's feng shui. Completely different topic from hyperhidrosis and eyesight. Completely different topic from his brother McVape sent in $3 to break down the Never-Ending Story movie. A movie that I haven't watched to this day. It was an hour and 20-minute elaboration that shook people, blew people's minds. For those who are in the class, they can come and give a testimony. I have not watched the movie yet. I've not watched it yet. And when I finish breaking down and building up that question, people are asking me, did I write the movie? Did you write the movie Never-Ending Story? How do you know all those things? I've never seen it yet. It's not relevant. It's not my movie. It's not relevant if I see it. I just need to give you the answer to your question. I'm not interested in a Never-Ending Story movie, but let me show you the PSYOPs and let me show you what's in it. There was so much in the Never-Ending Story movie. People were shook. Never-Ending Story movie has nothing to do with this question. Can you break down Gnosticism? J-Dub sends in a question on Gnosticism. Look at the different topics, from hyperhidrosis to eyesight correction to feng shui to the Never-Ending Story to Gnosticism. None of these things have anything to do with each other. This brother here sent in a $50 donation support for what? He wanted me to break down his name that he had before I met him. He's in the chat right now. He can come and tell you what he thought of that answer. This person sends in what? Question on Orion star constellation. Switches it up and says, I misspelled Orion. I'd like to change it instead to the ancestral or common therapeutic approach for recovering from a stroke. $27.27. Is recovering from a stroke worth that your grandmother has worth $27.27? Questions from archaeology to anthropology to religion. One person came to me with gout. They came to me physically with gout in their foot. It doesn't matter what it is it. Are the answers out there? Yes, they are. This person asked a question about Anu and Antu. These people asked about Navajo skinwalkers. $60 support donation. Stranger, Sherika asked a question about time. Are the time rates changing? Are they speeding up, slowing down? This brother Stranger was so amazed at the answers that he put a $200 bounty. Well, he's down on. Put a $200 bounty on anyone that can answer this question. And these questions are the quality that you get here at the podcast. There's $200 that goes to anyone that can. People became so in tune with the family that people started supporting and donating for the snakes. This brother gave $33.33 more than most people get on the other channels for their teaching. This person gave it for my cobra's food. That's the type of connection, because they're not really just giving it for that. Every time a question gets answered, everybody is getting free information. The person who sent in the support, they pay for it, and then afterwards we get tips and reciprocity at the end for what you thought of the job that I did for an hour or 2 hour answer, 45 minutes. But there's hundreds of people that are watching that are getting the answer for free. You see, there's Metanetter classes. Metanetter Monday, this brother named Amani sent in for Manifesto sent in for four classes. These are Metanetter magic classes. So there used to be a time where I had live magic classes, Metanetter magic classes, which we used to be on every Monday at 1:30. Now you can send it to that email. You can get them, the recordings of them. They are 3 hours each long, and there's 65 of them on out-of-body experiences, using Metanetter to conduct magic, mirror magic, what's inside the Purim Haru versus the Purim Haru that actually sparked out-of-body meditation, mind-breaking magic within the pyramid text, all type of things, light magic, moving wall dots on the wall, all type of things taking place. And I was disguising it, just saying it's a Metanetter class, like as if you're going there saying A, B, C, D. No. When you understand what the word Metanetter is, then you'll know the classes was really happening. You're learning the language, but you're learning how to apply and what the symbols mean, and how to change things. There was health advice. There was all type of things happening, and they're not available live to the public anymore. They are all recorded. You cannot attend the class. You can just send in for them. And this is what happens to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you all. The PayPal is going at the bottom and the Cash App as well. For those who send in support, it is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App at TT Amun. If you type it in, it's not working. I have the QTR code that Scribe put there. You can wave your phone over that, and it will automatically, I'm sure, plus we'll show the link in the room. So this is how the Tehuti Podclass works. It doesn't matter what the question is. Raphael Gary sent in on the Pentagon UFO meeting. It doesn't matter what the question is. Some of them I'm not allowed to answer due to YouTube restraints, and I will tell you that straight up, that YouTube, I can't do a class on George Floyd. I can't do a full class on COVID. There's certain things I can't do a class on the school shootings. There's certain things I can do. They'll come for the channel if I reveal certain things, but certain things I can reveal in disguise. You'd be surprised how many classes I've actually done in sections on the George Floyd COVID situation that was just in pieces. I just can't do a full one and call it that. So the support is Cash App TT Moon. This is my AI moderator. She's showing the support, pulling her glasses down, saying it's Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. It is the AI moderator, a beautiful brother named Stranger, actually created this word right here, which was Ma'aterator. Shout out to Stranger. And the Ma'aterators are in the room. Nania Stemmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ani Pata, Aten Tehuti Scribe, and Atef Kem Mat. I like that name. Was your car revving up? He came for his naming ceremony for the scribe. So that means the Otep, she came not even knowing she was coming for it. But at any rate, yes, you get names here, everything. All type of things are taking place. Fitness advice. I'm working on. I finished Jeff's. I did Anu's. I finished Jeff's dietary. You get dietary plans. A brother named VRI asked him for something. Hopefully he sent that. And he's going to get his dietary plan this week. Workout. This is a life class. It's about anything that deals with the upliftment of immortality. It's immortality in the physical and in the spiritual. Now that you all understand that, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Also, there's absolutely no drama here. I wanted to add that part. I don't really look into the chats. I don't do any type of drama. We strictly come for the guidance of information. If there's an issue with the information, I promise you, which they never do, I promise you my students will pay for anyone to come to the panel, and I speak to you just like, I actually speak calmer than this when I'm actually talking to somebody who disagrees. And you can actually come to the panel. My students will send in all type of donations that will be worth my time, and you can actually have a conversation and bring your point if there's time in between in the sessions, because some of my answers are over an hour long, but if there's time, that can actually be one of the donations. Someone who disagrees, and that will be a class for my students to see how does, I mean, we've already seen it, but how does Tehuti deal live with someone right there that he hasn't prepared for? How does he deal with a person? And I'll show you directly, because my students will actually pay for it. I don't do chat back and forth. I don't, nobody in the chat doesn't really mean much to me, because like I tell people all the time, that could be a 5-year-old boy typing, it could be a little 12-year-old girl, it could be, unfortunately, a retarded person that's just, hey, they're doing the greed, and they're typing anything. I don't know who's behind the chat, so therefore, the icon, name, avatar, it's not a real thing to me. It could be literally one of my enemies that's just typing things to aggravate me. But when you come to the screen and we can see your face, you can actually present, Tehuti, you were wrong in this. I'd like to da-da-da-da. Let's have a back and forth conversation. My students will pay for it. It's all calm. It's all calm. The other debaters that you watch on those other channels, I won't really name them all. I don't really name them, but the other debaters that you're watching, they come to me for the calmness learning. Some of the people that you may think are even against me, they come to me to learn the calmness, or write me and saying, I'm learning calmness from you. because I'm the calm debater. So that will be a situation that can occur as long as it uplifts the people. So now that everybody understands that, you understand how the Tehuti Podclass works. Welcome everybody, peace and love to the Tehuti Podclass. And the interesting thing is when people have a disagreement, everybody's programmed. That means the disagreement is not really there. I've seen about 3 to 4 people have a problem with Tehuti Podclass, and all of them type the same thing. This is a cult. This is a cult. This is a cult. This is a cult. Come to the screen and speak that, and watch how I talk to you, and watch how you will laugh at yourself, like I made the brother Mighty Hebrew do in our pre-debate. Come to the screen with that, and you will be spoken to, and just like this, and you will say, "Oh my gosh!" You will see what will happen. But because everybody's answering the same way, I know that's a program. Because I say, "What is the Kemetic word for cult?" Who was any Aztec person calling anyone else a cult? Who was Ramesses calling a cult? Who was Ramesses calling a pagan? Who was Tehuti calling a heathen? Was there Aztecs calling people heathens and pagans and cults? Or is that a Christian thing? Is that a word that's translated from an ancient concept? Or is it a new concept? It's not an English word that comes from something else. It's a new concept. When I show you, if you ever come to the screen, I show you where that concept derived from and where it originally applied to, you'll snap out of the matrix. But outside of that, you come here for wisdom and guidance. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Now that everybody understands all that, I love you guys. Welcome to the House of ATTON, the Ancient Tehuti Teachings of the Nitiru, the only organization and only teacher, question answer that's ever had a debate on the topic of whether the Nitiru were real. Ever since the days of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and all those who brought Kemet to America, there's only been one debate on that topic, and it's held by me, and the topic was won on the side of the Nitiru. So we are the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a link in the room, have the team jump in for a moment. I'm going to go splash some water on, revive myself so I can come back for the very first question that's asked in the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters. This is for the supporters to come in. This is for the team to jump in. And I'm going to go ahead and tease everyone with the actual first question that was asked, that I'm going to answer. It's not the first question that was asked. It's the first question that I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer them in a certain sequence. So let me go ahead and first of all show the thumbnail. And the thumbnail is interesting: diversity, equality, inclusion, matrix, PSYOPS. And the next one is reincarnation to animal form. Is that possible? What is this reincarnation people are speaking of? I did a class on it earlier, but this one is going to be, of course, each one is different, with new jewels and new things that are made plain. So to animal form, the title is Reincarnation to Animal Afterlife Forms and Diversity, Equality, Inclusion. So the first one we're going to deal with, the first question at hand that we're going to deal with, and I'll put it up on the screen, and then I'm going to close these boxes, and I'm going to look and let the people in the room. So let me go ahead and put the first question on the screen. I see Anu and Antu, they're the fastest on the draw. They're always the fastest to jump in. On the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, one of the people that asked the question is actually one of the people that just jumped in right now. I'm going to put it on the screen, and then I'm going to have them come into the room. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Now I'm going to let them in the room, and one of the people that are actually on Facebook out of here, what I'm showing. Okay, people are jumping. I hear the doop, doop, doop. I hear them. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen, and then I'm going to let them in. And I'm gonna. Oh, is it not? It's not. Hey, interesting. One moment. Why is it? Hey, one moment, everyone. But, is my screen too big to go down? The screen is not. Oh, my screen is not moving. One moment, everyone. I wonder why my screen is not moving in order to show the. It's not letting me show. It's not letting me scroll down to show. What? Let me shrink this and see what's happening here. It's not letting me scroll down to show the. Let me make the screen. I have to manually make the screen bigger. This is interesting. I have okay. Let me shrink it. Let me put it back up. Let me. Oh, why is it doing that? It's so strange. Let me make the bottom longer. This is new curved screen that the team got me. Interesting. So it is not. I think the setting is on too wide or something, but that's okay. I'm gonna do it. Okay, I'm pulling it down. Let me see. Down. Wow, it is not. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna close out that because it's not seem to letting me.
Set. Let's wait for the great SABA Tehuti to come back into the room.
Oh, everybody. Okay, now, okay. They are on screen. Good.
I think your mic was a little choppy, but I think it clears up after a while.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you clear now.
Hear me clear?
Yes.
Okay. I think I may need to change my my screen is not going long enough for me to get to the section where it says share. It's cutting the screen off. So I'm gonna go to I may have to shrink the display. I'm gonna go to display. It is not letting me. Okay. Wow, how interesting this is. This is very interesting. We go back to this big screen. We go to display. Let's see if it lets me. Okay, here it is. Display right here. Connections. I'm gonna try to change the setting. I'm gonna do my scribe. Let me get my scribe on. I'm gonna try to be a computer technician. However, these guys do this. This one's recommended.
Is he frozen? He's frozen. Yeah. All right, Hotep, everyone make sure that you hit the like button. Everyone hit the like button. Helps put the class out there. Share this to your platforms, your Facebook, your Instagrams. It's wonderful to see everyone here. The support links are also posted at the top of the chat, the live chat. You'll see it pinned at the top. So for anyone who may have questions, for any new people who may be here or may be watching on the playback, this is how you send in a question to get what you are about to receive from SABA Tehuti and the answers that he provides. Is to send in a question via either the Cash App or the PayPal, and those links are also in the description box right below here. So utilize those links, support the SABA, support the podcast, and support the House of ATTON. And we'll just wait patiently until SABA Tehuti gets back in here. I know he'll take a break soon before he answers the first question. So until he gets back, we will just go ahead and let everyone start to speak and utter some tones that's on your E. It's great to see you all. I think Primordial Thought 9 has some bars going in his head right now. Might need to come off mute. Let's hear something. But yes, we'll start with Anu. Oh wait, here he is. He's coming back in. We have Daniel LaRoche, MD. Hotep, peace, good brother. Welcome to the panel.
Am I back?
Yes, you are back.
Life. Hello? Can you all see me? Okay. This screen is too advanced. I don't know. It's too advanced. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Oh, good. I see a lot of faces on the screen. A lot of people came since what I'm gonna do, everybody, is the question that was sent in. One question was sent in on the DEI, the diversity, and the question that I'm going to actually answer first is on the reincarnation. Yes, I'm going to do the reincarnation one, and then we're going to get into the big DEI PSYOPS. So I'm going to just step away from the screen, let you all build for a moment. I see Shesh Shayet. How you doing, Shesh Shayet? How you doing there?
Doing great, Saba. I'm stuck at work, unfortunately, but I had to take some time to tune in real quick.
Okay, good.
Stepping out of the matrix while I'm in the matrix.
Wonderful, wonderful. Nice eyebrows. Wonderful. Okay, good. I see Scribe. Doing good, Scribe?
Doing excellent. Great, Saba. Feeling amazing. Ready for this podcast. Happy to see you.
Excellent.
Hope you're well.
Wonderful, wonderful. I see Minty Hotep. I'm not seeing the whole screen.
Hotep Saba, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm gonna feel even better when I'm gonna be able to see the whole screen. I see I'm gonna do one thing with the settings, but I see some of what's going on. And some of it is not letting me see everything, but I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Thank you. I see Bella. How you doing, Bella?
I'm good too. How are you?
I'm sorry. I'm doing good, Bella. Sorry, a little lag. I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing excellent. I'm ready to break the matrix. This the DEI one is going to be it's going to be very quite interesting. It's going to be another matrix and a PSYOPS that I'm going to be allowed to get into. So thank you. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Primordial Thought, Anu and Antu. Peace and love to you. I see Caleb. I see Menkora. What I'm going to do to keep the speed of the class going, I'm going to let you just all build. And while I'm behind the scene, I'm going to see if I can fix this little section. So when I come back up, I'll be able to put the question on the screen. And we'll be able to get into the class. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love. Anu, Antu, Bella, Primordial Thought, Caleb, Minty Hotep, Menkora, Sheshet with the awesome eyebrows, and Scribe. Peace and love. And DR.LAROCHE, is he here or not? I don't know if he's here. He's here, but it's just his picture. Me maybe having some computer issues. Peace and love to you, Daniel, if you can hear me. There he is. He is there. Can you hear me, Daniel? And he's gone. So he must be having some technical difficulties. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be back. Let me try to fix this issue. I'll be back. When I come back, we're going to get into this answer. Peace and love.
Yes, peace and love. Yeah, let me post this link really fast and show the screen. It is our link tree at the House of ATTON, and it has all of our links. So for everyone who is on these social platforms, whether it is Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, it is all here. So there is the link tree / House of ATTON, and here it is. Here's all of our links right here up at the top, as well as right here in these boxes. So everyone utilize those links. Follow us on these platforms, so we can continue to expand and put this information and knowledge where it needs to be seen and heard and received, to assist as many people as possible. So everyone who shares and posts the information, Tuwa and Hinu, to you for assisting us in getting this information out there. So Linktree / House of ATTON, and here's all of our links. Also Spotify as well. I want to show this. The wonderful sister Sherry Ka is working to take the classes and turn them into just audio form and chopping them up to just have the teachings and some of the panel discussions. So when you click that Spotify link, it'll take you to House of ATTON here on Spotify. So the Study Sunday classes are on here, and they're all numbered, as well as SABA Tehuti's Podclass. So she's working very diligently in creating our podclasses and turning them into audio form. So you can also just listen to them on Spotify. So just other ways and means to take in the information, because there are many different type of learners. So I just want to share that as well. houseofatton.org is close to being complete. It will be ready within the month of April. So we have we will launch houseofatton.org in April. So be on the lookout for that. And yeah, I'm excited about that for everyone. So yes, we'll go down the panel, start with Anu and Antu, and then after Antu, we'll go to Minty Hotep and go to Bella, and then after Bella, Minku, and we'll keep going like that. So Hotep, great brother Anu, and Sister Antu, peace.
Hotep Urdasen. Hotep Hendu Salvatudi. I'm happy to see everybody here. I'm happy you're all alive and that you all exist, you're all healthy. Looking forward to all the teachings today. I'm very much so looking forward to the animal reincarnation class. I had a Upesh last night of Antu and I changing into various different animals to slay some fiends and do some other stuff. So that's very nefer. I'm looking forward to the insights I'm going to get from this whole class, the seeds that will be planted into my mind and the people's minds that are watching now and in the future. And I'm looking forward to seeing it grow and consistently echo within my life. To everybody here, to all the supporters, everybody support SABA Tudi. I'm Hotep Ra. He is the only person, as I know, in the whole universe doing this, not just the planet Earth. He is Tudi Pensta, Tudi Clover of the Earth. Uncle Justined, Hotep, Mary, to everybody on the panel, and all the supporters in the Solitude Amun Hotep Ra.
What's up, Mary, everyone? I'm so happy and thankful to be here in this beautiful energy to offer everybody here listening and taking in all of this energy and information. And as he said, I encourage everybody to support SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. He is the only one doing this, and in this way, in this fashion, and it's the only platform where you can intake these things and change your life in the way that you can. So I encourage everybody to do so. And personally, SABA Tehuti has changed Anunai's life dramatically in so many ways, in so many different time periods as well. He continues to do so, and I'm very thankful for him. Tu'a SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, tu'a to everybody here, and tu'a to everybody in the future who's going to be listening as well.
May I please say something real quick?
Yes, of course.
Nefer class, Primordial Thought. I enjoyed your class. I enjoyed your energy as well. It was very relaxing and very Nefer. I'm looking forward to more classes in the future. And I see you growing into that destiny that Saba has gave to you. Very, very much so a wisdom teacher.
I agree.
Tu'a very much.
It was very good, tu'a.
Yeah, our Marathon 9 has a smooth voice. When he's up there teaching, like, oh yeah, the great brother. So yes, let's go to Bella. Hotep Bella. I like your hair, looks great.
What's up to everyone on the panel? So for all your support for Tehuti and for each other and for yourselves. I'm really excited about tonight's class. I saw the title and instantly was very excited and smiled. So yeah, it should be great. Well, it's always great, but I know it's going to be great tonight as well. So it's to Saba for letting me on the panel and for everything he does for me. I can't even begin to name off all the things. So just all around for it. And yeah, so to all the beautiful sisters on the panel. It's great to see all your beautiful faces. And Minty, I love your snake. I keep staring at it. So Tua for bringing, I'm not sure if it's him or her, but Tua for bringing it on. And yeah, Tua to everyone.
She's a she. This is Sheena. This is the baby serpent that I got from Saba when it was about, I think she was about this big.
Peace and love, Sheena.
She said Tua.
Peace, peace. Hotep, everybody. Good to see everyone. Looking forward to Saba's teaching tonight. Peace and love for the chat. That's all I have to say.
Oh, Hotep, great brother. Peace to you. You want to speak about the Discord meeting yesterday? How that went?
The Discord meeting was very nefer. We had a small group, but we had great conversation. We went for 3 hours. It was wonderful to hear everyone's tones. Looking forward to how the Discord progresses. As things progress in the House of ATTON, a lot of good things, a lot of powerful things are happening in the background that are going to flow into every aspect of what we're doing here at the House of ATTON.
To our great brother. Yes. Minku Rob Mary Ma'at, Head Ma'at, the festivities organizer, all of our community meetings, all our gatherings. He is the Tepe's, the one leading that. Our Pathways to Awakening, which will be in October of this year. So go ahead and put that out there for everyone so you can consistently have that in your mind so you can start planning now, because most of us have to fly out to LA. So Hotep, great brother Minku Ara, for everything that you are doing and all the organization that you are bringing forth. All right, Minty Hotep, wonderful sister, and peace to Sheena.
Hotep, peace. Yes. Hotep, Henu, Mary Kess to Saba Tehuti for being here consistently every week for us as we traverse this portal of knowledge. Hotep and Henu to everyone here in the panel. Hotep and Henu, and a supreme gratitude for everyone in the chat that joins us and interacts. Sheena says Hotep as well. We're both really excited and looking forward to this presentation that Saba Tehuti is about to bring forth. And just to echo what Sister Antu said, this is the only platform that we get this knowledge. Saba Tehuti is the only teacher on the internet. So I just want to say Henu for that, Saba Tehuti. And I was there yesterday in the Discord meeting. I encourage everybody to come out and join us in the Discord meeting. It's a very intimate setting. We get to know each other a little bit deeper, a little bit more personal. We get to share each other's tones and just do a wellness check with each other to see how we're integrating this knowledge and this teaching into the matrix. I know a lot of us have regular jobs and a lot of us have regular lives. I don't have that. I have an extraordinary life. It's not ordinary. It's not regular. So it's a great place for me to connect with other people, with other beings of like-minded nature, to express myself. So I would encourage everybody to join the Discord. What's up?
Hotep Ma'at to everyone on the panel. Hotep Henu to Saba Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra for this beautiful setting that is created for all of us to be a part of. I'm very excited to hear his answer for the animal reincarnation, because I have not thought about that, reincarnated into an animal or a different form in the afterlife. And so I'm excited to hear about that and his insights, and to learn about what DEI is. I've never heard that in my life, and I'm excited to learn more knowledge. I also want to shout out Scribe for the first Daihekau class, because I realized that there are two other classes that I have to watch along with that to take notes and write for Tehuti and Ma'at, to imbue myself with Ma'at with that. So I'm excited to do that. And I'm also excited to listen to Primordial Thoughts class as well. So I have a long list of classes to watch and to take notes on, which I'm very excited to do. And another thought I had was I created a shrine to Tehuti, and ever since then I have been more and more motivated to be consistent within my own life and imbue Ma'at and take action and lead by example for others around me. So I'm excited to see where that takes me and see where Tehuti's guidance also leads me to as well. For everything, Tehuti, I'm in Hotep Ra, and Tua for all the brothers that create beautiful Nefer classes to learn from and to guide us to imbue more Ma'at into our lives and to share the path for immortality. Hotep.
Hotep. So much to you, great brother. Let's go to Daniel LaRoche, MD, glaucoma specialist, with the What's up, great brother?
Tehuti and the panel. I just wanted to come in because I thought Tehuti's going to talk about DEI. And so that's a question I had sent him also. I don't know if other people had sent it. But DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay? Back in 87, when I was a medical student at Cornell University Medical College. Can you lower the music a little bit? Is it possible you got control of the music a little bit? Because it's coming across loud on my. Maybe I should lower it.
Sure.
I'll lower it. I'll lower it on my. No, I can lower it on my sound system. Thank you. Back in 1987, when I entered Cornell University Medical College, when I walked around through the medical school, you see portraits of all the doctors that are there. Portraits of all the doctors that are there. And they were all white men. Okay, they were all white men. And with the civil rights movement, you know, there was a push to diversify, you know, our society. And there was affirmative action, there was diversity programs. And now, like 25, 30 years later, Governor Murphy it's proposed a bill. He's a congressman. Excuse me, not governor, Congressman Murphy. Education Act, an amendment to ban all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in medical schools across the country. Now, the people that benefited the most from these diversity programs were actually white women. In the medical field now, white women make up about 50% of the medical students. Okay? Asians did very well as well. Asians make up 6% of the population, but now they make up like 30% of the doctors. However, Black women have risen a little bit. Black men has actually stayed about the same and gone down a little bit. And Hispanics have gone up a little bit. But soon, within the next 20 years, the country is going to be about 50% people of color. And we're nowhere near that in terms of the numbers in medicine. So what we're seeing right now is a backlash against diversity in medicine, but many other fields as well. Colleges, law school programs, things of that nature. And so this is a new battle we have to continue to fight. We will win this fight because we defeated slavery, we defeated segregation, we defeated Jim Crow, and so now this is the next battle in that respect. Because when it comes to healthcare, all populations, in New York City, I'm in New York, I'm on the East Coast in New York, we have 110 different languages spoke. You go to different communities, it's made up of different people, and those communities deserve to have doctors that are made up of those community members, whether it's Asian, Italian, Russian, Caribbean, Ghanaian, you know, whatever in that respect. So you have to have a diverse workforce. And studies show that doctors of color tend to work in communities of color, which are severely underserved in that respect. So I wanted to give you some context about this topic of DEI, since it's very important to me. I'm on the front lines and trying to deal with this and fight with this within the medical system. And I was just curious to see what Brother Tehuti's take would be on it from a Kemetic perspective and a Nile Valley perspective. So that would be interesting to see his presentation. So I just want to share that information with you guys, give you a backdrop to that. I'll say hello, peace. I'll come out to you all and keep up the good work.
All right, Tuan Hinu, great brother, for that question and for the context for the question to, so everyone has a idea of why it's being asked. So, which is again very important. So, Tuan for that and bringing it to the podcast so everyone can receive the benefit from it. So, looking forward to SABA Tehuti's answer as well. So, peace, Hotep. All right, we'll go to Primordial Thought 9. Hotep, great brother.
Hey, peace. Peace and love to everybody. Peace and love, most definitely, to our great Saba Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra and his wonderful Nefer and the Turks. Appreciate all of you all. Appreciate the House of ATTON. Appreciate all the love. Appreciate you, Sheshayet. I saw your Nefer words in the private chat. I appreciate you. To you. To you and New and Antu. I appreciate those wonderful Nefer words as well. I'm excited. Definitely want to hear about these two great questions. It's just another wonderful day to be able to have another matrix lock that's on our coup to be able to be broken. And I'm just excited to be here. I appreciate the great Saba for his consistency. And it's just it's all inspiring. So Hindu and peace and love, and to everybody. I appreciate you all. Thank you for all the love that y'all gave, and hey, let's keep going.
Keep on moving, absolutely. Hindu to the great brother. Make sure that you all go to the House of ATTON YouTube channel and watch what's taking place over there as well. Hindu to the great Saba Tehuti for just being who he is and doing what he does, and teaching, so we can all learn and receive the right way to ask questions. So and also the right way to teach, and how to do research. His presentations teaches one how to properly research, and how meticulous it should be when everyone is each individually doing their own research and asking their questions and wanting to receive answers. So Hindu to the great Saba Tehuti. The wonderful sister Sherry Ka and myself, and alongside Nefer Keperet, we got Saba Tehuti a monitor, a larger monitor, sent it to him, and had some difficulties plugging it up and getting it to work. So we had a technician go out and correct all those problems, and so now he has the screen working. And so now he's because we're live now, I guess he's right now trying to figure out how to get it to look a certain way. And so it's just it's a great thing, because now when he's presenting, he has this larger screen, and it'll help with the protection of his eyes. So Hindu to the great Saba Tehuti, Hindu to all the great people who support the Meru, who support this information, support the podcast and the House of ATTON, so we can continue to grow and expand and do what we do. Take this information directly to the matrix, to the people that are around us, and begin to do what Saba Tehuti has done for us, and that's to wake people up out of this, and not only break down what they know, but build them up with my eyes. So it's something very powerful and honorable to take on, and it's a beautiful thing. So houseofatton.org, utilize those links, and I'm thankful. This question.
Can you all hear me?
We hear a lot of sounds like static. Static noise. You sound very
okay. We're going to do one more thing.
Yeah, we can't hear you. at all. And every time I speak, it echoes. Yes. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that was crazy. But yes, the question: reincarnation to animal afterlife form. So Anu, I know you said you had a upesh, about transforming into different animals, and seeing Antu do that as well. And I had a what they call a lucid dream. In Metanetter is Rezi, to wake up in the dream. I had one in particular a few years ago where I was aware and conscious in that state, and began to do that, change forms. Spoke about this in the Metanetter class, and change the hands, change the head, different animal forms around me. Yes, it's still.
What are you hearing?
We hear every time I speak, we hear the echo of real feedback, and you sound very far away. Maybe I think the mic is connected to maybe the monitor, not your output.
Okay. Okay, yes. Let me see. I see. Microphone, default microphone Logitech. How about now? That's any better?
Yay! There we go.
I'm here. I'm
Yes, you are here.
Oh man, I'm gonna go back to the camcorder days. Let's go back to '96. Just hold it up and just do that. I don't know what all this stuff is. It's different. Okay. All right, you can hear me good. There's no background feedback. Everybody's okay. No echo.
It's perfect.
Okay, good. Was Dr. LaRoche here? Is he here?
He was here. He spoke about the DEI, gave some context behind it, and then after he dropped off.
Okay, good. He spoke on it already?
Yes, he spoke on it.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So I can go to the next question. So we're gonna do your question. Did you get enough info from him, or should I still? He didn't break down the DEI yet, or what? What did he do?
Yeah, he gave a little context to it, and he said he wants to have your teaching on it, and excited to hear what you have for that topic.
It's just a program that gets blacks and Hispanics in work, man. It's just that's Hispanics need jobs, and DEI came, and it's creating equal opportunity for us kinfolk, and
all SABA needs is 2 sentences.
What's that? What's the 2 sentences?
That? You just make plain of the whole question in 2 sentences.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna still get into it. I want to and maybe the biggest I don't know. We're gonna get into it, but first we're gonna get into the very first question. Dr. LaRoche, hope you stay up, good brother. Stay up, and so you can get your answer. I definitely want to see you come to the screen when we do the DEI question. I've never gotten that question in before. Everybody press 9 in the chat. Nook Panook is the whole chat. Is the only one in the chat? My chat is just Nook Panook. I don't know. I'm not sure, but if anyone else can type in 9 if you can hear me. If it's just Nook Panook, if you're the only one there, type in a 9. According to my chat, there's only one person in the chat, Nook Panook. So shout out to Nook Panook. He stuck around while I was having computer issues, and if anyone else is there, press A9. Okay. It's like Nook Panook 15 times.
Yes, that is how the great brother Nook Panook is very active in the chat. He does that in the Discord as well. We love it.
Nook Panook and Gabriella is here. Nook Panook and Gabriella are in the building. I can start class. We got 2 people. Who's this? Nook Panook, Gabriella, and Nefri Keperet. Okay, and Antu. So I can go ahead and start it. It just showed one person was in the chat. He must just be typing and typing, taking up all the spots. But shout out to Nook Panook. He said, I'm not one person. That's right. He's Nook Panook. He has 3 names, and he's a multitude of beings. Jason Kirkland is here. Master K is here. Okay, good. I'm seeing the 9s. So I can get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into the first question. Let me see now. Let me see if I can, if this is successful. Okay, let me see if I can put the question on the screen. Very interesting now. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna plug. There's too many cords. I'm gonna plug this out. Let me see if it still works. If this still works, we are in business. I'm replacing with the data. All of these things, man. All these things. All these intricate hardware, software. Oh my God! I just want to give me a few trees in a field and an orange tree. Okay, here we go. All right, so now, okay, I'm going to see if I can pull this up now and see if this works, and I can show the question on the screen. Everybody, get ready for the question, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. We had a little bit of computer difficulties, no problem. It's just a little pause. And we're back up running, it looks like. As soon as my screen shows the proper what I'm supposed to see, then I know we're running right, and we'll be able to show do a screen share properly. That's the main thing with the Tehuti Podclass, is you want to see the screen share. So it was blocking my screen share by cutting the bottom part of my screen off, and I'm pulling things up again to see if it will show. So it's running. Very interesting here. It's running. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay, so to be patient is for some reason taking a long time to get to the screen. Okay. So in the meantime, let me ask everybody in the room. So the question is Scribe, go ahead, and you're the one that sent in the question. So go ahead and tell the people what you asked, and then once I'm able to get on the screen, I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, Hotep. Yes, I was just speaking about it prior to you coming in, and the question is it's sourced from SABA Tehuti, I think in the Medu class. He spoke about reincarnating as a bull, and I found that very interesting. And so that's where the source of the question came from. And with learning about all we know about the Ka, and even in the Perm Haru, and transitioning into different animals for different purposes. So that was my question: is the reincarnation story, and where we can find that source, and what we taught about reincarnation through animals specifically. So that was the question.
Please tell me that this is showing up on the screen right now. If so, we're in business to start the podcast. On the screen, does it show anything? Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Finally. Without the screen share, everybody, it's just me talking. And yes, I can do a class of just me talking, but that's only a part of the podcast. The experience is being able to see what's happening on the screen and be interactive. So we have officially fixed the problem. And he sent in the question here, which he actually just said reincarnation. So the first one was reincarnation in Kemet Sabait Tua, and then he sent a clarity, which was what he just said now. So we're about to get into it, everybody. Get your pen and your pads ready. Get your Cash App, your PayPal ready to support when you hear this answer. If it did benefit you, if it affected you, if you learned anything, and if you feel that reciprocity is if it's worth reciprocity at the end. It is Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're about to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass Reincarnation. Now, I've already raise your hand, everybody, if you had seen me do a reincarnation class before. A lot of people have not seen that one. A reincarnation class. We got 3-4 people. Okay, good. So 5 people seen it. So what I'm going to do is a lot of people that are on the panel right now. Caleb wasn't even around at the time. A lot of people in the chat were not around. So a lot of people to get into the stage of reincarnating into a bull, or to that stage, there's a lot of people don't even know what reincarnation is. Is it a Hindu thing? What actually is it? We're going to cover a lot. We're going to cover transient consciousness, and we're going to see if it's possible to shift consciousness. To be one thing, is reincarnation gender limited? Can Minty Hotep come back as a man? Can Anu come back as a sexy woman? We're going to find out if all of the Antu wouldn't like that, but Antu, you probably won't be. You may come back as the man. Who knows? You'll come back as the man. Who knows? Is Caleb going to come back as a pretty Indian woman, and Primordial Thought's going to come back as Gabriella? We don't know. Is this? Hey, it switched. What's going on? Why do I have a button now? So we're gonna see if it's possible. What are the limitations in reincarnation? Has anybody here heard of a reincarnation case that was actually also studied by a scientist? Studied by a scientist. Anu's heard of one? Annie, have you heard of a reincarnation case that was also followed by a scientist and by the indigenous culture simultaneously?
No, not by the indigenous culture simultaneously.
Okay, so Anu, you've heard it. You've seen someone from an indigenous culture reporting a reincarnation, and there was also a scientist following the case.
I remember this one story from India or Nepal, somewhere in that area. Yeah.
Where'd you see that story?
On your class.
Okay. There's a beautiful thing. There's a beautiful thing with the Tehuti Podclass is that listen, it is impossible. When we do the pathways of the awakening, I'm gonna say in the pathways and the podcast, maybe after it, how many answers I've done. You are gonna get the number of how many answers I've actually done, and I'm gonna say that at the pathways and say it on the channel too. But of course, if I'm doing several classes, all intricate, 2 hour, 45 minute, 1 hour, every 10 minutes is something, 5 minutes is an explosion, a change, a DNA explosion, something like that, then of course nobody's going to remember the classes that I've done. And I've done a class where Scribe a couple weeks ago said he didn't remember me teaching it. Menkora didn't remember it, and I taught it again. And of course that's going to happen, because who's going to remember? That would mean that I would be able to leave and just say, okay, Scribe, that reincarnation class I did, go ahead and do it over. But of course, that's not directly accessible in his memory. And so what I do, if you notice each class, is it's merged with something from other classes. And that's actually how you teach people. Every question you see that I'm merging with another question, because it's one flowing theme, and that helps the memory. So the memory doesn't have to compartmentalize every answer as some individual story that's unconnected. So I'm going to show a little bit of the class that I did when I was asked a question about reincarnation, but I'm going to show the rest of the footage. I'm going to show a lot of the footage that I didn't show the last one. Then we're going to get right into it, and then we're going to see if it's possible to what this reincarnation is. So everybody, peace and love. I'm going to do my best to do what it is that you all come here to the podcast for, and you all follow for, and are part of the House of Attend for. And we'll see what happens afterwards. So shout out, peace and love to Annie Patah for asking the question. Anu for remembering that I did the class and remembering the remembering a little bit of whatever he remembered. And two, shout out to Minty Hotep for bringing a snake. Hold on.
That just reminds you of a snake that you're supposed to have.
Where's the star?
And, oh, I see what happened.
Links in
If you've ever run a
association.
if you've ever run, what do you say, Minty?
Links in association.
Well, if you've ever run a daycare before, I've had to babysit 40 toddlers that are all in diapers. You get a small taste of what I go through as I'm doing the pod class. Just remove the diapers. So we're gonna okay, Caleb, you had a question, real quick.
I just wanted to mention that I was watching multiple of your older pod classes, and I did realize that what you just mentioned, that there were other answers that you gave to the pod class that also coincided with some of the pod classes that are more recent, and also some Meta Netter Monday classes. I also coincided. So I just want to mention that is in multiple instances, and it's very beautiful to us.
Wonderful. I'm glad you see that. I'm glad you picked that up. It's something that I have to do and be patient with as a teacher, because I have a plethora of doorways to get into, but I always have to realize that how people learn, and I may have to put parts of these things to. You have to link the mind to make the mind takes things important when it's a story. It's a part of the brain, the amygdala part of the brain. It deals with the story aspect and the serial sequential aspect of memory. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. Peace and love, Mankor Ra. Peace and love, Primordial Thought. Peace and love, Bella. Peace and love, Caleb. Peace and love, Menti Hotep. Peace and love, Annie. Peace and love, Anu and Antu. We're about to get into the first question, everybody, of the Tehuti Podclass. One more time, everybody in the room, press 9 if you can hear me, and then we're about to get into the answer. Press 9 if you can hear me, and we're about to get right into the answer. Peace and love, everybody on the panel. Let me shut some of these windows down so it doesn't interfere with the the smooth of how the computer works. We're gonna close all of this up. Everyone can hear me good. Everyone is can see me clearly. I'm moving at right pace. Wonderful, excellent. I'm gonna turn that. I thought I already turned that down. I'm turn it down again. Okay, okay, everybody. I think I see the 9s. Let me go ahead and double check. Turn this down. Turn it go like this. Boom. Oh, it's saying I've used most of my data. Oh boy, I have to use the phone data because the internet is not working properly. So I may have to switch over for the next question. My data may run out this class, and then we'll see what I have to do the next class. Okay, here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? Everybody can hear me? Let me check the 9s. Everybody's good. I see the 9s. Ox effect, press a 9, Anu 9. Neferkepra said, yes, you look nice and clear, Saba. Okay, good, good, good. This is the first class when you haven't had one of your Nefer spiders, or what's that, Jay Kirkman? What? This the first class when you haven't had one of your Nefer spiders or she's Saba. I'm not sure what that is, but I've actually done a few classes. The last whole month of power classes didn't have my spider, but this one does. This one does. Just at the top of his hat, so sometimes you can't see. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, and here we go. Yes, Osiris was here in the beginning, the large, almost 7-foot anaconda. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and get this answer done, and hopefully my data lasts, or I'm gonna have to switch out back to the regular internet. And here we go. All right, I'm gonna put the timer on, everybody. And let's get into this beautiful, 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 wonderful question and see what we can do with this answer. All right, everybody, boom, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. The House of, let me shrink this down so everybody can see properly. Okay, here we go, perfect. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Natiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out of body, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum, entangled consciousness, unfortunately, and the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, conscious teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes. When they do teach anything, it's from a Facebook meme. It's not from the actual papyrus itself, from Facebook, Instagram memes. All they do is debate, debunk, expose, challenge videos, challenge to other spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians were black. The Egyptians were Mediterranean. We're from here. We're natives. We're Abos. We're this, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous spiritual discipline. They never give you any indigenous spiritual discipline in its place found in any indigenous writing. Never showing their hand of what they actually believe in. Because in truth, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but just have the want to argue, thus to hide that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you are laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocities and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And here's the question which Annie went over. And then here's the clarification email, Hotep. So it's $52.72. And hold on a second. You know what we didn't do? We didn't do something. We didn't give any noise for this big donation. Shout out to Annie. Appreciate you. Awesome. Super duper donation. Appreciate you. Here's a hand clap for you. Thank you. I don't have all the funky fresh noises that all of you have when you're up on there, but there's a hand clap for you. Thank you for all of the support. Appreciate you. You are awesome and amazing, and always supporting the podcast multiple times a class, or at least one time every class, or twice if it's you and Nefer Keperet. Shout out to Annie. So Hotep, my question is about the statement you made in the Mennonite class of there being a bull reincarnation story. I would like that source and what we taught about reincarnation through animals. All right, so before we get into the Kemet reincarnation understanding, many people here have not seen a document to a real indigenous culture reincarnation case with a simultaneous scientific study. I had already shown a small clip of this in a prior class. This time I'm going to show the full clip that most have not seen it, definitely including the new people, and even the older people have not seen the full clip. Thus, this is a case study of a young lady named Perm Ima in Sri Lanka. It's one of a unique case studies because the case study side by side with a scientist, for all the skeptics and scientists to say it's a pseudo. The whole Indian culture is pseudo. All the Hindus are pseudo. Everybody in the bowl of the boot, everybody is pseudo. We need a scientist to verify. Well, this is a unique case study where we have the indigenous document, indigenous documented case of the story per EMA with witnesses, with testimonies, and then followed side by side, studied and documented by Dr. Erlendur Haraldsson, who's a psychologist of the University of Iceland. So side by side with an indigenous story with witnesses, with verification and testimony. A doctor, PhD, as people always like to see this. We need a doctor to verify it, a PhD. Well, here's the PhD side by side, psychologist of the University of Iceland, side by side documenting the case. And as you listen to her speaking in the very beginning, you will see sex does not play a large part because she was actually a male. So that's one of the reasons why I want to play this, because of there's a typo there, but because it's documented by a scientist, doctor, for those who are skeptic. It is from the indigenous people themselves, and inside of the same case study, the young lady actually was a male in the last incarnation. So that's transient sex, gender, that the consciousness shift does not rely upon what gender you were before the incarnation. Now, the last gender, and this is very significant to the limb in this reincarnation. And I want to also say something that in this case study, which is different from a lot of people that will actually use they will actually just say this. I was a woman in the past, and that's why I'm homo. That's why I'm this. That's why I like men or whatnot. No. In this case study here, per Amy is a full functioning young lady. There's no case of her liking other women like what her male side was. That's not in the case study. So this is not a case study trying to justify or say anything about, oh yeah, I came back and that's why. No, this is actually a case study where the consciousness of the memory of the past life, is accessible, but the functioning person is still in tune with their biological imperative. This young lady is still a young lady. She is still her incarnation, but her conscious memory of that which was tapped in through her is the memory of a male's life. She herself is not coming back saying, I'm a man trapped in a woman's body. It's not anything of the sort. Not at all. This is not anything to do with that. So I just wanted to say that because people may say Tehuti is there. No, this is just a case. This is before Tehuti. This is before I was teaching on the podcast. This is not my friend. This is not anybody that I know. This is a case of a scientist side by side with an indigenous person with witnesses and testimony. So we're going to go ahead and show that for a moment, and then I'm going to come back and get into the answer. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to put this on the screen, make sure everybody can see. And once you verify that you can see it sharing on the screen, then I will press play. And let's see what my computer is doing. My computer is acting friendly right now. So we'll continue this. Here we go. Let's see if I can get this properly on here without any issue. Let me see something here. Is this it? No, it's 100 megabytes. Okay, let me go through and see where the file is. What happened to the file? Boom, 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 boom. And let me see where it went. This is interesting. Interesting. The computer is doing some interesting things today, but we are going to get through it, no problem, because we will always win. Let me see where it went. Nope. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Here we go again. Let me see if it's here. It's not here. Okay, let me go and see if it went over here. Let me see. Clip. For training. No, that's not it. Okay, let me go back. Let me go to the original file and see why my beautiful computer is is not showing certain things today. Let me go back and go into let me go into this and try to source it from the source. Here we go, everybody. Boom. How interesting this is. What an interesting computer day this is today. But that's okay. We're gonna open up the original file, see if it's still there for a white. Oh, it's there. It's here in another file. How nice. Oh, nice. But the more important thing is that it has been found. So here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Okay, beautiful. We're gonna rewind this. And okay, this is good. I found the original file and we're ready to go, everybody. Let me share screen from the original source. Boom, boom, and boom. If you can see a face on the screen right now, just press 9. Go ahead and press 9 if you can see a face on the screen right now. And once you all press 9, I'm going to go ahead and play this for the crowd, for the people, for the students, for the beautiful listeners, for everybody. Shout out to, hey, there's Squano. I thought Squano somewhere. Squano trending. There's the 9 right there. Sheshaed. Sheshaed is back. Wonderful. Glad to have you back. Sheshaed is back. Was she press a 9? Sheshaed is back. Okay, we got the 9 here. Ox Effect, Big Anu. Ox Effect, Big Vapes, Anu, Caleb, Antu, Bella, Sheshaed, never forget, right? Okay. That's enough 9s. We're ready to go, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this background down a bit. And I'm gonna go ahead and play this. This is gonna play for a little while. And it's gonna let you all see the, hey, there's Eric G, that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Let me get the volume up properly. And you all can see this and get I'm playing this to set the tone and give you a foundation of an actual documented case of reincarnation side-by-side study with a scientist. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class, and here we go.
After the accident, I was watching what was being done to me. My younger sister cried a lot. There was a garland on my body when I was brought home. I've seen a photograph of my corpse, and the garland is there in the photograph. I can't remember much after that. I was in darkness and saw some light. I remember coming in the direction of the light, and then I was reborn.
In the East, there is a long-established tradition of children with past life memories. In Buddhism, the main religion in Sri Lanka, there is a firm belief that the dead will be reborn back into the physical world on the path towards spiritual enlightenment, or nirvana. This is a culture where reincarnation isn't a hope, but an expectation. Dr. Erlander Haraldsson has investigated over 60 cases in Sri Lanka. He has found that compared to the West, children here recall specific details, which makes it easier to discover the identity of the person the child claims to have been before. Dr. Haraldsson considers the case of Purnima to be one of his strongest.
I came to know the case of Purnima in 1996. And I published it in January 2000. So we studied it for we can say like for 3 years.
Dr. Haraldsson and his interpreter have visited Purnima's family many times to investigate her story. They live in a small town called Bakamuna in the central province. Her father is the head teacher of a local school. All her family are practicing Buddhists.
When Purnima was about school age, she asked me if I wanted to know where her mother and father were from. I thought she meant me and my husband, so I ignored her. Then she said her other parents were living in Kalania, about 140 miles away from here. She went on talking about her previous life. She talked about a fragrance, a sweet smell. Anything she made at home, food or clothes, she said, I want to take it to my mother.
Purnima was 3 years old when she started talking about her past life, but what's unusual is that now, age 12, she still has the same memories.
Mama, you said it, I was a man before. My real name is Jinadasa. I was called Jinasena, but they call me Jinadasa. I had a sister and younger brothers. What I did in those days was to manufacture incense sticks and then distribute them to shops. We had vehicles, but mostly I went on push bike. I spent a lot of time travelling from place to place.
As a small child, Purnima could describe not just the way she used to make incense, but the names of the brands she sold, Ambika and Geta Picha. Her parents were baffled. In Kelamia and Goda, 140 miles away, lived the Vijayasiri family, who are incense makers. They are the only family in the country registered to make Ambika and Geta Picha incense, the brands Purnima talked about. One member of this family, Jina Dasa, was killed in an accident 4 years before Purnima was born. When Purnima first described her past life memories, these families, separated by distance and class, had never met.
Janadasa was my brother. He manufactured incense sticks for a living. We worked together before he had his accident.
That day, Janadasa and I, we started together from Galvani Junction and separated at Wellimpicha. We were on push bikes with our incense packed in boxes. Janadasa said he was going to Dalkanda, so I sold my incense nearby. Then someone asked me, where is Janadasa?
I got down to the Dalkanda junction and I had to cross the road. I got off my bike and tried to cross to the other side and I saw a bus coming. I didn't like the way it was heading towards me, but then the bus came right by and it knocked me down. When I opened my eyes, I was under the bus.
At about 2 in the afternoon, the police came and showed me a packet of incense and said that the person who was selling this had been run over by a bus. It was the Nukugoda police, and they had a packet of Ambika incense, and then I realized what it meant.
When she was very young, Purnima's memories were overwhelming. She had difficulty in separating her past life from her present one. Then when she was 5, a new teacher came to work at her father's school. He lived in the area where she claimed to have lived before.
Purnima's father is my head teacher. I work in his school in the week and go home to Kelaniya at weekends. I told him that I could make investigations. He didn't tell me to do it. I went home and mentioned this, and my brother-in-law said that he didn't believe in rebirth. He suggested we investigate the matter together to see if there was any truth to the story. We made inquiries here first because Purnima had remembered praying at this famous temple in Kelaniya before. We asked if there was anyone near here who made incense sticks. I was told there was a village across the water over there where there were several families who made them. We managed to find the place and eventually discovered that someone who made incense sticks had died in a road accident.
When the teacher Sumana Siri reported back with positive information, we spoke to Purnima about it and decided to go there. I realized it was true because Purnima had directed the driver straight to the house. After we got out, she led us there. I couldn't believe how strong her memories were. She talked about how we'd pass a pond and described the house exactly as being on a higher level than the road.
Purnima was only 5 years old when she first met the family. She has kept in written contact over the years. All the family, including Jinadasa's wife and daughter, are convinced that this 12-year-old girl is his reincarnation. They said they were sure from the moment they first met.
One day I was coming back across the paddy fields, and a young girl was pointing at me and saying that I was her brother-in-law. I heard her saying it. She asked for her sister, my wife, who wasn't here. Then she asked, where is she? She went right around the house looking for incense sticks that we used to sell. She asked for a particular packet of incense. The packet wasn't here when she came, but we made it at the time when Jinadasa was alive. She asked, why have we changed the colors? She was looking for the vans. She was asking lots of questions.
Okay, check. I'm going to stop it right there. I wanted to play that part. There was another part, but I'm not going to play it too long because that was enough right there for you all to see the case of the documented indigenous case of the reincarnation combined with the followed observation of a doctor from a university, followed with the case of the transient memory of a gender that was not the manifestation of the person, the young lady who was manifested as a female, still keeping all of her female tendencies, but just having the conscious memory. And this is something very, very important that I want you to focus on, that the person did not come back as a man in a woman's body. The person came back and has memories. That means this is a shared consciousness. She's sharing the conscious memory of a past existing being. And that memory is now embodied inside of her, and she's speaking from the memory of the conscious sharing or transient sharing. And when she speaks on her past memory, she speaks as the male. In her original state that she's in her current state that she's in, she does her female dance, female tradition, female dress. She lives her life as the young 12-year-old girl. When she goes into that state of conscious imbuement, she has the recollection of the male. Does not come back with the male tendencies, does not come back behaving like a man looking for a young lady. She's still the lady. And this is something very important that I want you to focus on, because it shows that the conscious transient sharing is for informational purposes. She's bringing back information. She's not living the life of the young man that was in the accident and then got hit by the bus, and she's not living that life anymore, but she can call to it. And that is actually the foundation of all indigenous spiritual systems, which is very, very important. People that are claiming it things now are saying, I came back as a man and I was really a woman, and that's why. She's a full functioning young lady. Now, when she reaches back into that consciousness, that person that existed still lived their life, and she still lives her life. And this is showing that it's possible for you to do the same. And can she just tap into that one? Can one just tap into that past one? No. And this is what the whole of the ancient spiritual system was about. This is why when a lot of the ancient texts speak, they're in first person. And it's not the person that you see speaking, writing in the text. It's not the scribe. It's not the scribe saying, I scribe this, I did this. When the person's writing it down, they're writing in first person from another state of consciousness. And now we will get into it. Let us continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I want you to see that to get those 3 points driven so that we can continue with the rest. And here we go, everybody. Let us enjoy. Let me close this down here because we don't want any of that interfering. And here we go. Okay, wonderful. We saw the video, and boom, there's the case. There's Perini, and there's Dr. Erlander Haraldson, who followed the case, psychologist, University of Iceland. Okay, we played her story, and as you can see, the gender, age, physical existence in the past life, consciousness transferred, does not have any relevance, and it's not limited. And this is the first step to understanding reincarnation, which you will soon find is thought consciousness transference. What people are calling reincarnation is thought consciousness transference. Let us continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So, who were the first? There we go. Expanding here. Who were the first culture to bring knowledge of existence into the world, recorded that there can be consciousness, transient, existential transformation of form after this physical form of life you exist in today? And the answer is, of course, yes. The followers of Ma'at, the students of Tehuti, and the Per Imharu 1250 BC. That was the mobile version. It was a 78-foot long, portable writing of immortality and conscious transient existential transformation. Plate 25 and 27, and prior to this was the Ara, or what people call the step pyramid, which is really the Ara. The Ara, or the step pyramid, was 1,150 years before this, but this was the portable one that people could move with, and this is their first account, your first account of existential transformation of form after this physical life. And here it is right here. Here's the plate. Now, what I'm showing you, for those people who are new, for those people who may be Christians, Muslims, or Jews, or those people who are just new, who are just watching this right now, what you're looking at is you're looking at the actual plate 25. Plate is the sections that it was cut up into. These are broken. These are deciphered into chapters in the original text, but they were cut up into different plates, and so the plates are numbers, and that's how you can match the plate number with the chapter number, which I'll be giving you the chapter and the plate shortly. But what I want you to focus on is what you're looking at is you're not looking at a translation, you're not looking at a version, you're not looking at the equivalent of what you have or what you've been taught in your religion. You are looking at the image of the actual writing of the indigenous scribal 78-foot long papyrus of Ani. This is the actual one you are looking at. It is not a version that was translated into another culture. It is not a copy of something. It is not anything like that. You are actually looking back in time at the actual indigenous writing of transient consciousness, the very first one
on the planet Earth. This is plate 25. This is plate 27. And this is the actual papyrus image, untampered with, untouched. That's what you're looking at. Now, when you get into the translation, you will find this numbered as XXV and the modern day translation of the Book of the Dead, and it'll be on page 150 if you have the Wallace Budge. I have multiple Book of the Deads, but Wallace Budge is a great one, especially for new people, because it actually shows you English over transliteration, English under transliteration under meta script made clear. So here, this is plate 25, and this is the beginnings of the chapter. If you remember in the last class, I elaborated and made it clear that the word kaput or kaipi, which is where you get the word, which is what the original incense was, originally meant the head of something, and that head concept was the concept of Ra being the head of the Nitiru, and that's why when you get into the word for chapter, which came from the word kaput, or to cover something, you see in the meta is the word ray itself. The word ray is chapter. So I wanted to show you this right here because I didn't show you this in the last class, but the word ray, which means the head of something, is what actually begins the head of every section of a book today. And that's why they call it chapter, from the word kaput, from kaipi, which was the covering of something, which became the word kafaroon, and cover, and became the cap that you wear on your head today, which means to cover. It all stems from the concept of Ra being the head and Ra being the beginning word of a chapter, because it was the utterance, and that's why you see a mouth here. So this is the Ha, which is the first part of M, the Ray, and Arit, which is the conscious making of the transformations. This is the transformations and making Arit, transformations into what's called a ment, which is a consistent form that is likened to a swallow or a dove. Saith Annie, triumphant, I am a swallow. Now this is the Arit, making of the transformation into the serpent, into the snake, called the Seta. Saith Annie, Makaru Nuk Seta, extended, Au of years, Renput, I lie down, I am born every day. So these are the transformations into the abilities of what these animals have, which is a complete separation from the concept of modern day religion, which does not associate you with any actual animal or any form of nature or wildlife. The actual Per Amharu and all the Meta texts are actually written in almost 99% animal or life form. That means that you cannot speak or write the Meta text unless you draw another form of nature. That's why when you look at this, you're communicating through a beetle. This is a bird. This is an eye, a loaf of bread, water here, an owl, the front part of a lion, another bird, a serpent. These are natural symbols that you have to communicate with, and if you don't know what the natural symbols represent, you literally cannot write anything in the Meta language. You see the goose, you see the snake, you see the Tacha snake. This snake is different from this one. This is the Seta snake. This is the Tacha snake. So it's a complete imbuement. This is the Bayer lion. There's a complete imbuement of nature and your ability to communicate. Superimposing your consciousness with nature and wildlife consciousness, because you can't communicate without using nature itself in this language, not in English. You can in English. So now into the next chapter, the Arit Kaparu, M. Sabak, which is transforming into a crocodile. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, Nuk Emsa Harib. So I am the crocodile. I am the crocodile. Nuk Emsa Ini. I am the crocodile. I bring Temu. What then? My duration of life. Aha. Is decreed. Thou art for millions of years. Millions of years. The duration of millions of years, or the durations. It's actually the word he. It's not millions. It's actually an unlimited time period. It's he. It means eternity, which is the whole aspect and focus of immortality, which is to understand that your physical body is the shell, and within it is the ka, the ba, the ku, the bioenergetic template, and the pure energetic projectable double.
and that is what has the ability to live beyond the physical realm, and thus has the ability to do transformations. I have granted the state. I am the fate of Osiris. I have made my Keperu transformations into other serpents. Not know they mankind, not can perceive they the netter doubly beautiful. Doubly beautiful. You will notice the double concept theme in the out-of-body travel, because this is a echoed realm that looks just like this one, and that's why the word ba means double, and also the word ka is also a word that is also double, because you're speaking of the pure energetic projectable double, and it is enmeshed with a world that looks just like this one, but is the world that's not governed by the electron fermion. It's not governed by what you call the physical, but it looks just like this realm. So that's the Kemetic and the people of Ma'at constantly would speak of doubly beautiful, the double halls of Ma'at. Everything is doubled because things were palindromes, and in an echoed realm of existence was the focus of the echoed world, the double world. So here we go. This was the double realm. The word Nefer, most people think just means beautiful, is expanded life. Nefer is expanded life, which is the beauty. Nefer is expanded life, and that is what was beautiful to the people before the Matrix, was immortal life. That was called the Nefer, which is long life, long expansion, which is what is beautiful. That's what makes things beautiful. Different from the concept of beauty today. Anything can be beautiful. Charles Manson can be beautiful today. Marilyn Monroe, Charles Manson, John F. Kennedy, a burning house, anything in your can be beautiful. But the wonderful thing about pre-Matrix was that the words were actually in sync with the theme of immortality. So the word beautiful was also the word expanded life. So you couldn't call the serial killer beautiful. You couldn't call somebody who was killing beautiful, because beautiful Nefer dealt with immortal expansion of life, long life. So that was the beauty. Not that lady's beautiful because she has a mole on her face. Or I can find some beauty in Jeffrey Dahmer. No, in the pre-Matrix, you could not. It was expanded life, which was the whole theme of the focus of immortality in Ma'at. It is an expanded life beyond this one. This was a mental and spiritual preparation that one should not cling on to this form, because in the next realm, you can shapeshift into different forms, because the body of the Ka is not limited to the electron structure limitations and what we are calling the physical realm. In plate 25 and plate 27 and others of the Per Emharu, these are chapters of out-of-body transformation and the ability to shapeshift and take different forms in that out-of-body realm. And note that the life forms that you are imbuing into transformation into the realm of the pure energetic projectable double were what? What were they? What were the life forms? Let me come to the room. What were the life forms that you were projecting into or visualizing yourself as? What life forms? Were they other people? Go ahead and type it in the room. Are you transforming into another person in the Purim Haru? Do you take the shape of a person? As we read there, what type of life are you taking shape of in the Purim Haru? We have crocodiles, swallows, serpents of many different kinds. What are the life forms? Animals, exactly. And this is why when the conquistador and the Christian came over, you notice the one thing they were calling every culture on the planet: animal worshippers. The Aztecs are animal worshippers. Those African people in West Africa, animal worshippers. The ancient Egyptians, animal worshipper cult. Such and such, the Mayans, animal worshippers. The Hindus, definitely animal worshippers. Everybody was called an animal worshiper cult by the European. Animals. That's right. Birds, animals, serpents. Whereas we were absolutely enthralled with the beauty that we are one with other life forms. Not only that, but those were the life forms that was the example of our immortality, not another person.
It doesn't say anywhere in the Purim Haru, transformation into Thutmose, my transformation into Pharaoh Khufu. There was many great men and women, my transformation into Nefertiti. There was many great men and women, but all the transformations goes to that alligator in the river. The transformation comparison goes to that turtle that's over there, the snake that's over there. It doesn't seem to be going to and making my transformation into Queen Hatshepsut. Animal transformations, netter transformations are the example of immortality, not transforming into your favorite person. And that was changed when they brought in this modern day religion. Completely changed. Where if you imbue animals in your religion, you're considered a pagan cult animal worshiper. When our whole language, 90% of it was based on animal symbols, so that you couldn't even communicate without knowing what the animals themselves do. You couldn't use the word sobek if you did not know what the crocodile actually does in the wild. You couldn't use the word bok in your sentence if you didn't know what the hawk does in the wild. You couldn't say bok, but that's a part of the regular language. You couldn't say seta, which was the snake, unless you understood the duality of the snake's life to your afterlife. Today you can just say snake, and you can be an atheist and say snake. You couldn't be an atheist and say snake pre-Matrix. What's the atheist way of saying snake pre-Matrix? What's the word for that? Because all of those symbols are words that tie into afterlife symbolism. You see? Let us continue. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. We're getting into the understanding of the reincarnation from the indigenous aspect and actual animal worship, and how it ties into conscious, transient, shape-shifting, and can this even happen on what we're calling the physical realm? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. All right. So these are animal transformations and the ability to shapeshift and imbuing animal transformations, and thus the symbolism of immortality were other animal forms, not other people. Here are some of the images: the crocodile, the serpent, the seta, the sobek, the mint, or. This is the mint and the or. This is the bok, the ram. Who's that? You okay? This is the ram, also called the ara. The ara, the ram, the ara, also called the upu, which meant to rise up the horns. We have the benu, the real phoenix. These are the symbols, and these are the animals that you were constantly visualizing doing your afterlife transformation. Thus, all the people pre-Matrix were in tune with animals. You had to be in tune with animals in order to even have your spirituality. You could have no spirituality pre-Matrix without understanding the wildlife of the animals. You can today. You can be a Christian and absolutely hate animals. You can be a Muslim and absolutely hate animals. But you couldn't be pre-Matrix. Here we go. All right. So yes, other animal form visualizations, not human. Has your current Kemetic, quote-unquote Kemetic priest, conscious pro-black teacher pointed that out? Immortality, transient, existential transformations were associated with primal animal forms and being conscious in that realm as those forms. As a matter of fact, there were no limitations of the forms your light consciousness, called the Ku, could transform into, due to the fact that in that realm, shapes are based on what's called MA, or mental awareness. For more on that ritual of mental awareness, you can request the recorded Metu Magic class based on conscious shape-shifting. This shape-shift, you can request that with the email. Just request that class and you'll see how to get it. This shape-shifting mental awareness, or you can send in a Cash App and just say, I'd like the mental awareness shape-shifting class. Shape-shifting mental awareness in that dimension is based on what's called Tata. Okay, so today it's called mental awareness. Mental awareness is the shape-shifting ability you have in an out-of-body experience and in the afterlife. In ancient times, this is called the Tata. which is a word that meant to be given, echoed, immortality, doubled. That's tata, is a word that means to be given, echoed, immortality, doubled. That's the tata. So here we go. We're over here in the verse itself. Let me shrink it down so you can see the entire thing. Here it is. If being known this chapter, the purified one shall come forth by day after his burial, you shall consciously make the transformation according to the tata. That's the wish of the Ebe. Do you see that there? The tata, that's the mental awareness. It's your consciousness, and that's why they have the word wish there. You're wishing with your desire, with your power of attraction. You're making a conscious momentum wish that's going to have movement and manifest. So that's called the tata. And that's to be given, back over here, that tata, it means to be given, echoed, immortal, doubled, echoed, immortality, doubled. You see the tata there, it is doubled. There is the aku there, right there. That's the immortality symbol, tata, which is to be given. This is not a pizza slice. All right, so I did a whole class. I did several classes on the tacha and the tata, what that actually is, and why this hand giving a what they call a pyramid shape, how it ties into the word for wish. Wish from your Ebe. You shall be among the servants of Unefer, which also the followers. That's why you see feet walking. The shesh of Unefer, and you shall be satisfied with the food of Asar. So the mental awareness that you're using to shapeshift, it's called the tata. That's you're able to make the transformations according to whatever you wish. The tata, whatever your heart desires, you can transform into that realm in the afterlife. Here we go, everybody. Okay. Now taking on any form, taking on any form and what your conscious awareness desires through mental formation and an existence of superpositioning, which is collapsing on one, that's creating the shape. So you take shape shift, just like in the quantum realm, you have superpositioning. There's many different possibilities. And then you collapse on the one, and that creates the reality. You collapse on the one shape, and that creates the existing reality. All that's done by mental awareness is done by your wish, called the tata. Okay, the beginnings of praising, of glorifications, and coming out are pert height, into the netter kurt, glorious, amented, beautiful, of coming out by day, in what? The keperu neb, which is the existence of anything, all things that you please. Any existence form that you please to transform into, or that you love. The word please here is meri-f, which is his love or your love. Anything that you desire or love that you want to transform into in that realm, you have the ability to come out and transform into all of anything. Of playing of droughts and the sitting in the hall, of coming forth by the per emba anki, coming forth by the living Ankh, which is the living. So you have the ability to transform into anything that you wish once you get to that level. There's no limitation because it's superpositioning. Superpositioning has no limitations in the quantum realm. Once consciousness is placed to the superpositioning, anything can collapse as the one and become the wavelength of reality. So is the conscious transference limited to that realm? Are there cases of the netter transforming their consciousness into actual physical animal forms? And this is the question that your current conscious, so-called quote-unquote Kemetic priest, Kemetic teacher, conscious teacher, pro-black conscious community speaker will run from, because they are ashamed and embarrassed of these stories, and they're trying to equate modern-day Greek thinking with the actual teachings of our ancestors. If you want proof of this, ladies and gentlemen, of your current teacher having a Greek perspective, ask him about these indigenous writings and watch him or her summarize all of them with a Greek word that has no medu-netter equivalent, and that word is myth. I guarantee he will use that Greek word to overshadow all the ancient teachings that predate Greeks by thousands of years. So how could all the ancient teachings from thousands of years prior to the Greeks be summarized by a Greek word? So when you go ahead, and I want everybody to challenge, go to the other channels, go to your current teacher, ask him about the indigenous stories. And once you start reading the indigenous stories, they're going to categorize them under this category, because Europeans like to categorize things not by the translations of the concept that ancient people categorize things. They're making a new word for a new category. Once they make that new word, they've created your reality within the consciousness of that word that never existed prior to the Matrix. So how come so many people today use the word myth when talking about ancient Kemetic literature, and then the myth and the myth and the myth and the myth? Why do we have to, where are we using that word? And the ancient scribes never used that word when they were teaching their students. Where is the scribe teaching the students about their story, saying, and here's the myth of Osiris, and the myth and the myth, the mythological and the mythological and the mytho? Shouldn't they be using the Medunetta word that's equivalent to what you're, if both of you are teachers and you're teaching from the same story, you're teaching from the papyruses that the ancestors wrote themselves, why is it you're using a word to overshadow what the stories summarize as, and the ancient people never had the equivalent of that word to summarize what the stories were? Why is that word need to be added? And why can't you just teach how the scribes taught it? Because you're ashamed and embarrassed, because you don't want to lose in a debate. You don't want to, you're ashamed because you're overshadowed by European thinking. So anytime you're talking to one of your teachers, they talk about, and then the mythology, and then the myth, and mythological, and the mythologies, just say, hey, could you teach me like how the scribes taught it? When they were teaching, where they're looking at their 100 students saying, and this is the mythology of Osiris, and the mythological, and the myth. What was the Medunetter way to say, and here is the mythological story? Let's start there, Mr. Kemetic priest, Mr. Kemetic teacher, Mr. conscious person. Let's just start there. Let's just relax. I'm a student. Say that sentence and translate each word to Medunetter for me, like as if I'm learning it like the ancients learned it. Shouldn't you be teaching me as they taught? So if they taught and I'm a student sitting in 2000 BC and you're a scribe and you're teaching me about this, what's the sentence in Medunetter that would be, and just say this in Medunetter. We actually, I'll put out a $500 cash app from the House of ATTON to anybody that can get their teacher to say this sentence in Medunetter. It should be an easy sentence to say because they're saying it in English about the ancient story. So they just say, and here is the mythological story of Osiris. Ask your teacher, can you say that sentence for me in Medunetter? Don't worry, you don't have to say it now. You can actually go back to the dictionary and find each word and parallel each word, because I can say, I'm with a chair. I can say, Ma'at. Here I am with a chair. I exist with a chair. I can say sentences. How come I can't say that one? And that's the one you use to describe the whole culture. You can't say that sentence in Medunetter, so the scribes never use that sentence, but that's the default sentence you go to in 2024 to describe the whole culture of the scribes, and then the mythological story of the myth and mythologies, and the mythological, then the mythological. Just say that in, as if you're PTAH. You respect PTAH, you can't say it. Because mythology is not the translation of any ancient concept word. It's not a word. If it was, it would be found in sentences in the papyrus. We find words like walking, flying, boating, words that you use to describe things that they did. Don't say, well, they didn't have that word back then. No. They had every single word they needed back then to describe themselves, buddy. Every word. I'm not asking you to say, how did Pharaoh Khufu drive a Tesla? No. They didn't have Teslas back then. Don't say, how did Pharaoh Khufu? He didn't have refrigerators. He didn't have a microwave, so you couldn't say microwave. No. They have every single word that they need to describe themselves and their beliefs. Or do you think that they're stupid? They didn't have the words to describe themselves, but you do, Mr. Scholarly Man. You have the words to describe them, but they weren't smart enough to have the words to describe their own self. Yeah, that's it. Why? Because they were savages. They didn't know their own belief. We have to use the words today because we know more than the ancient pharaohs. So to describe them, we're going to use the words of today to describe them. They couldn't describe themselves. They had don't let your conscious Kemetic priest teacher fool you. Don't let him do that. Just ask him, sir, teacher, did the ancient people have every single word that they needed to describe their lifestyle? Just yes or no. Did they have the words to describe their present lifestyle in their time? Yes? Can we use those words to describe them too? And we have to add the mythological. Did you see the cult vessel, the cult of the mythological? No. And see the pagan savages? No. They didn't call themselves any of that. And that is why they lose every debate when they try to debate with the netter. Here we go, everybody. So there's no mythological to the mythological to the mythological to the mythological. What's the meta word for mythological? There's no meta word for it. Why are you using that word when you're describing the people like as if they had over 700 letters. We have what, 26 letters. They have over 700 letters. And within your 26 letters of education, you finally found a word that they didn't have. But Ptah was too stupid to have the meta word for the mythological to the mythological. He was too stupid for that. You figured it out. No, you're just ashamed. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and boom. Here it is. So I guarantee that they're ashamed, and they will use the word myth to describe what the ancient people are saying, and the ancient people never used any meta equivalent to that word to describe themselves. Here it is, everybody. So let's go back. This goes back to the story of 1200 BC, 1250 BC of ANPU and BATA. This is one of the things that I use in my debate when I was debating the brother Jabari, and he was texting me under the table, and we won't talk about that. But here we go, everybody. So here it is. Here is the tale of the two brothers. Is an ancient Egyptian story that dates back to the reign of Seti I, who ruled from 1200 to 1194 during what they call the 19th dynasty. And now today it's called the Papyrus de Obrini. It's called, so what it's called by taking the first line is the story of Bata and ANPU. So here's some more on ANPU. Because when your Kemetic teacher, conscious teacher who's really an atheist, disguised, is teaching about ANPU, you notice they never go to this story? This is the actual story of what took place in ANPU's life. They don't go to this story. Why? Because it doesn't fit their afterlife, doesn't fit their narrative. They don't want this part of ANPU. Primordial thought, you're gonna like this one. If you thought that the netter story of the contendings of Set and Heru had different morals, watch this one. We're just gonna go through a little bit of, but here it is right here. Here's 1200 BC papyrus, and it's a sheet from what they're calling the tale of two brothers. And I'm about to show you the matrix right here and how they tried to guise their new wave consciousness over what the actual indigenous people said. And we're going to see if you can figure it out. British Museum. So here it is right here. So here's the story. So this is answering Annie's question. Where's the source of the reincarnation into animal form? So here, you'll notice the atheistic. You'll know. I want you to know the atheistic typo there. I want you to know the atheistic perpetrators of the Matrix infiltrate in a section of the translation. Let's see if you can catch it. Let's start to read. Not read. Let's start to read. Here it is right here. Okay, so here's what happens when you go to the translation. It starts off with, once upon a time, there were two brothers of the same mother and father. Let me cut this down. I thought it's, how many times have I turned this down? Oh, here it is. I'll turn it down. Okay. So,
Once upon a time, there were two brothers of the same mother and father, Anubis, the name of the elder, and BATA, the name of the younger. Now Anubis was married and had a house, while his younger brother was his servant. He attended to the clothes and followed the cattle on the pasture, and did the plowing and the threshing. In fact, he did everything connected with the farm. He was indeed an excellent workman, and none could be found like him in the whole country. He was, besides, a good brother. Now, for a long time, his younger brother was tending the cattle according to his daily wont, returning home every evening, having on his back the herbs of the fields, and that he gathered while the pasture and gathered while on the pasture and setting them down before his older brother, who passed time with his wife in eating and drinking. Then he lay down to sleep in the stable with his cattle as usual. Okay. Let me shrink this down a little bit. I'll move over. Okay, so here we go. Did you catch? I'm gonna do some crowd participation with the crowd. Did you catch it? Maybe not. They inserted the words "once upon a time." Do you see that, everybody? You didn't catch it, but when the story began, it begins with "once upon a time." Now, let me break the matrix with this story. Did you catch it? Maybe not. They inserted the words "once upon a time." So if you look back into the translation, if you look back, a little typo, if you look back, you see "once upon a time" section is written in a different way other than the part of the section that the matrix is inserted hypnotically to cast a spell. You're familiar with the sentence "once upon a time," starting most of the nursery rhymes, thus beginning the story as something untrue. Now, let me come to the screen real quick. The story itself does not begin with "once upon a time." So why are the translators inserting that? This is a part of the PSYOPS, because you have been taught in this day and time that "once upon a time" doesn't begin the story of Donald Trump. "Once upon a time" does not begin the story of Christopher Columbus or any historical person. Once upon a time, not long ago. Once upon a time. Once upon a time is what you've learned since you were 4 years old, that there's about to be a fable being told. There's about to be a fairy tale being told. Now, if this does not start with "once upon a time," tell me, Mr. Comedic Teacher, why is that sentence in there? And if you look close, it's not written in the same italics as the rest of the sentence. Why is it even in there? Why isn't it just translated as what the scribes actually wrote? Which I'm going to show you for the first time, because most of you, if you just have the translation, you'll open the book and first of all, it's called The Tale of Two Brothers. Like, they're inserting these thoughts that is a mythological, that in a mythological, the mythology, that in mythology, they put in the word tale, because tale. Is there a tale of Donald Trump? Huh? Is that how you start to talk about Donald Trump? The tale of Obama. Is that how you talk about? Let me tell you the tale of the World Trade Center. As soon as you say the word tale, subconsciously, you just have to put the word fairy in front of it. Fairy tale, because fairy tales begin with "once upon a time," and here's a fairy tale. But they're calling it the Tale of Two Brothers, and the scribes never called it the Tale of Two Brothers. If we just stop right there and say, "Excuse me, sir, what's the PSYOPS? What's the problem? Why not just call it what the scribes said it was?" Because if you do, you're going to be embarrassed, because you're going to see it's a story, a history story of what the scribes themselves believed was going on. They're writing down about something that took place and giving ultimate detail. And the word tale is not there. "Once upon a time" is nowhere there. And I'm going to show you here first time in the Tehuti Podcast, because I promise if you go to your teacher and say, "What's that story about ANPU and his brother?" "This is the tale of two brothers.
the tale that once upon a time. Let's see if it actually says that, or let's see if there's a PSYOPS going on here. And let's see why they even added that in, because there's a difference between a wrong translation. You can debate about a translation. Translation is fine to debate. Translations are open up for debate. You can say, well, the word I've said is chair. It could also be throne. You could debate that. What you cannot do is you cannot add words, sentences, 5 words that are not there in the translation, because that is exactly what they do with the mythology. They're adding that word, and nowhere did the scribe say any meta equivalent. So now let's go to the actual sentence of this story of reincarnation, and let's see if it even says anywhere the tale of 2 brothers, or let's see if it says anything about it once upon a time. Let's go and see, everybody, because your teacher will not show you this because it doesn't match his agenda of the principles. Let's go to it. Let's see what it actually says. Let's go to the meta itself and see what it actually says. Here we go. Did they show you this? Here it is. Uh-oh. Odem and Tuf. Harut Sen. Anu. Mut. With mother. And U. Watef. Or Etef. Father. What is this? Where's the once upon a time? Here's the first sentence. Uh-oh. Is this word once? It says it. This says as. This says said. Where's once? Upon. A time. Those are 4 words that should be here, and they're not here. The 4 words is not. It doesn't say once, upon, or anything about time, which is the word sept. Sept. Nothing about once upon a time here. Uh-oh. So there you see, that's not a translation. Boom. Ormantuf, kartuf. As it's firmly stated. That's what it says. As it's firmly stated, not once upon a time. As it's firmly stated. I've just shown you the agenda of the Matrix caught and the focus of turning the story into this Greek word myth right there in front of you, and fairy tale by inserting the words that are nowhere there in the meta to misdirect you from the actual reality of the super abilities of our ancestors, because Europeans can only have supernatural stories within the Bible. Only Jesus can do supernatural stories. Only that. We read about that in your ancient culture, your Yoruba culture, Ifa culture, Ma'at culture, Hindu culture. No, you can't hang the mythology. Nobody, only us. So we're gonna once upon a time, the tale of the 2 brothers, and if you went back 1200 BC and said, "Scribe, could you tell me about the tale of the 2 brothers?" You wouldn't know what you're talking about. He said, "Tale of the 2 brothers." Yeah, you know the one that starts with once upon a time. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Our story and our writing starts off with it is firmly stated. That's what ours says, not once upon a time. So supernatural stories outside of that, they add words and translations to adapt their Greek word myth in your consciousness, which is not even there. No once upon a time. Show me the word time. None of that is here in this sentence. Here it is. Let's go. Here we go. Let's get into the actual story. What the scribes wrote, without adding the word the mythology. Let's just see what they actually wrote. Now, for a long time, this younger brother was tending. They did it again there, but we're not going to get into that. But this brother was tending the cattle according to his daily wont, returning home every evening, having on his back the herbs of the field. And we read this already. Here we go. Gathered in the pasture, sitting down before his older brother, who passed the time with his wife. They lay down to sleep in their stable with his cattle. As usual, the next day, he would bake loaves of bread on the fire and place them before his older brother and take some loaves to the field. Here he tended to the cattle, pasturing them and walking behind them. But they would tell him where there were good herbs growing, and he would listen to all they have told him and drive them where they could find the good herbs, and they loved so much. His cattle consequently thrived under his hands, and their young multiplied greatly. Sounds like the story of any farmer so far that's loyal to his brother. Now, I cut out some parts because the story is actually really long. I just want to get to the parts we're focusing. Run and fetch some seed from town. Then he went and found the wife. So he went and found the wife when he went into town, the younger brother of his older brother, sitting in the house, arranging her hair, and said to her, "Come, give me some seed, that I may take it to the field. For my older brother has sent me, saying, run and don't be long about it." But she answered him, "Oh, go yourself. Open the bin and take as much as you need. I am afraid lest my tresses fall to the ground." So the young man went to the stable and took a big basket, which he filled as much as he needed, filled as much seed as he needed, and put it on his shoulder, full of barley and spelt. And when he came back with it, his brother's wife asked him, how much have you have on your shoulder?" He answered, "Of spelt I have 3 bushels, and of barley 2, making in all 5 bushels, and I have on my shoulder." That was all he said. But she replied, "You are indeed very strong. I have for some time already been admiring your strength." And her heart grew desirous, for she knew of his strength. Then she arose, being passionately enamored of him, saying, "Come, let us enjoy an hour of intercourse." Okay, he goes on. You already see the chaos coming, right? Then she arose, being passionately enamored of him, and said, "Come, let us enjoy an hour of intercourse, and I will do many favors for you, and will surely make you 2 beautiful garments." But the young man, became like a southern panther and flew into a towering rage because of her solicitation. Such is a sin, or isfet, she asked him to commit. When therefore she became very much afraid, he said to her, "Are you not as a mother to me, and a husband as a father, and your husband as a father? He is not older than thyself, supporting me? Is he not older than myself and supporting me? Oh, what a terrible isfet is that which you want me to commit. Don't ask me again. As for me, I will not divulge it to a living soul, nor shall any mention of this matter issue from my lips to anyone." Thereupon he went to the field, and when he arrived, his older brother was where his brother was, and they kept in their work. Okay. Now this entire story is too long to read for right now, but to summarize it, the woman actually went back to ANPU and pretended that the brother had attacked her, and ANPU got angry and started to pursue him and try to hunt him down with a knife. He hid behind the door. He was looking for him, trying to hunt him down. When he caught up to him, BATA described to ANPU what actually really happened, because BATA wasn't going to tell anybody. He described to ANPU what really actually happened, and instead that he could not be around them anymore because of the desires of ANPU's woman wanting to be with this younger, stronger man. He couldn't trust that family anymore because he saw his older brother as a father. He saw his lady as a mother, and because she had other thoughts, it was best safe for him to say, "I can't be around anymore." So he went and separated himself, and he went and built a solo house. And while he was out there, while he was living out in his solo house, he met up with the other Netiru, and the other Netiru made a mate, or brought a mate for him. So they brought a lady for him, but when the 7-head Heru saw her, they made a prediction that she would cause his eventual death. People found out about her, and the ruler at the time sent for her because it was found out that she had an accumulation of all the Netiru essence within her. This is a very interesting story. Suggest everybody go read it. Accumulation of all the Netiru essence within her. And when the men came to get her and take her from Batu, ANPU's brother, killed them all. She ended up betraying Batu and went with the ruler, because instead of sending men to fight Batu to go get the woman and kidnap her, they actually sent a female with trinkets and other things that didn't look like she was going to go get her. And then the female was telling her about the other ruler, and she she actually betrayed Batu, because Batu had actually already had mutilated himself in that squabble that was going on between him and his brother. He mutilated himself, which affected his sexuality, because he wanted to prove to ANPU they had no sexual urge for his woman. So he actually did a mutilation to himself, and that actually affected his sexuality, and thus he didn't serve much of a purpose to the woman that the Netzer gave him. She wanted a man that was actually fully functional, so she actually betrayed him and left him and went to another man, and she departed. She served no purpose to future women in that particular sexual department. He wasn't fully functionable in that particular department. The story is rather long and is actually very exciting, and it's very interesting read with a lot of turns. I suggest that everyone go and read it. But to summarize it, Bata made a prediction to his brother because he knew he was going to get killed as well. The seven-head Heruz predicted it. He knew it. And so he said he would eventually be killed and he would return back in a bull's form. His consciousness would actually be in a bull's form. That is how the story goes. And here is the actual here is the English translation of that. Then I'm going to show you the Mednetter. Then Bata said to his older brother, "Behold, I shall transform into an Apu, which is a bull, which has all the required markings, whose origins are mysterious. Do you take your seat on my back? Oh, do this, for when the sun god Shu shines, he will arrive where my wife is now," because they were looking for the wife. It's a very long story. "Furthermore, I beg you to take me to the king, who will give you many presents, and he will bestow on you silver, because you have brought me to the Pharaoh." So he was in the consciousness of a bull, and the brother was told to ride on the bull's back, so he could go back to the Pharaoh with this special bull that has a mysterious origin, and somehow get the Pharaoh to make an agreement for the lady to come back. It was a long story, but at any rate, he made a declaration that he knew he was going to die, and when his consciousness came back, it would come back through the presence of a physical bull that the brother would actually be able to ride in, and nobody would actually recognize who he was, because he was actually not in a form that was recognizable. Now here is the actual Mednetter writing: "Peter u ear, heper m wap nek and is see, I will become the great bull. I'll become the great bull, and then you will sit on my back." And then it says, "I will be reborn." After that, I will be reborn as the great bull. So that is the ancient reference to the indigenous account of consciousness going through an animal. For more detail on that, I would suggest for everyone to read the entire story. Now, to answer the question, that answers the question to what the brother asked. That is the source. That's where the story came from. That is the attestation in the indigenous culture of consciousness going from a person who was predicted to be killed by the Netzeru females, and when he was killed, prior to him being killed, he knew that his consciousness would actually come back in the form of a bull, so we'd actually see through the consciousness of a bull in the physical form, and his brother would actually ride him. That's what the ancient indigenous people say. People who want to go argue with this, or go argue with them. This is 1200 BC. This is not Tehuti did not write this. This is written by the indigenous people. And the beautiful thing is, for those of you who say, "Oh, this is crazy. That's not what it means. Is it crazy?" Show me a teaching. And let me put this out. Very, very important right here. Let me put this out. Very, very important. The date is 6:20 p.m. March 30th, 2024. When your Kemetic teacher hears this and says, "No, that's foolish. Not if we don't believe in it," saying everything except for what the scribe said, ask prior to this date on March 30th, 2024, do you have a teaching on this and what it means? Broken down, structure for structure. Do you have any teaching on this story at all? No, you don't. But when you hear about the story, you may have every kind of rebuttal and you're arguing with the scribes. You're not arguing with Tehuti. This is 1200. This is Seti II. Acknowledge this. This is under Seti II's rule. This is 1250 BC. His scribes. So go back in time, argue with Seti II, and argue with his scribes. Tehuti is reading you just what the ancestors wrote. I'm not adding my belief system to it. I'm not adding any thoughts to whatever you transform it into 2024. I am reading what the scribes left for us to read. Whatever you see what the bull was, it wasn't really, even though he said I'd be reborn as a bull, he meant I'd be reborn in consciousness, when the story literally said the people killed him. And it distinctively says how he was killed. And the woman actually told the men how to do it because she was close to him as his wife. So she knew a particular secret, that it was a very vivid story. Argue with the Kemetic scribes. Do not argue with Tehuti. And that's why they lose every debate with me, because the crowd starts to realize, wait a minute, Tehuti is just saying what the scribes wrote. He's not adding the mythology. See, what it meant is the bull. Is the bull? Didn't mean that. He's not adding that. He's just reading what the scribes wrote. And anyone adding to that, you're the one adding to it, because you're ashamed of what the scribes actually wrote. The Kemetians were not ashamed. The Natira were there walking. They were having meetings. The woman was a physical woman. She was taken by a particular pharaoh. She was taken by a pharaoh. The whole story does not have your additional words to it. You can add your additional words and just say, and I'm going to add this. But that's what the scribe said. So that's what Tehuti brings to you. If you ask me a question about Hindus and what the Hindus said and what the Cherokee said, I'm going to show you what they said. If you want to interpret it a certain way, you can interpret it. But guess what? You never read the story in the first place to interpret it. Show me a Kemetic teacher that breaks down that story from beginning to end before March 3rd, 2024. They don't care about that story, and they hope that you never read it. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. We're going back, breaking it down, building it back up. Here we go. All right, boom, boom, and boom. Here it is. All right, so that's the ancient reference to the indigenous people. That's the source. Now, how is it possible? Now, here it is. Now, people may say, how is it possible outside of the quantum realm, or the afterlife realm, to shift consciousness from any being to another being in order to reincarnate? And for this, I will show you something that I've shown before, but many people in this class today and many people watching have not seen this, that are watching this class for the first time and have not heard of this before. This is the electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms and conscious transference research of Michael Persinger at Laurentian University. For all the skeptics and the atheists, they forget about the Kemetic text. I need a PhD. The PhDs know it all. They built the pyramids. The PhDs built the pyramids. So for those type of people that need that, this is multifarious sources. So now we're going to take it to the electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms and consciousness transference research of Michael Persinger at the Laurentian University in Canada. So here he is. There's Michael Persinger. If you ever want to reach out to him to start a debate. Since 1971, he researched electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms and found that electromagnetic fields can create mental states conducive to telepathy, conscious empathic transference. Michael A. Persinger, professor of psychology at the Laurentian University. Actually, you can't debate with him because he is actually deceased in 2018. So you've lost your chance to debate with him. So you can go debate his work. He has students and colleagues that represent his work, live, actual, on-hand, on-field work, if you'd like to go debate with them. Okay? Let's see what happened at the Michael Persinger electromagnetic conscious field transference. And as I've stated a few times before, 2 people were put in separate rooms. Each was surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. There was a light shone on
and directed towards one of these subjects, and it shined on the person, and the subject in the next room reacted as if the light was shined on them, and they were in the next room. So Persinger, after this research, after this experimentation, not even research, he's doing this live in front of him. He said, we think that's tremendous because it may be the first macro. We think this is tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of a quantum connection or so-called quantum entanglement done, visualized within people. Not just the quantum entanglement that's done in the realm of superpositioning, but the quantum entanglement now done between person and person, a consciousness shift. How was this possible? Here's a section from the case study of Michael Tillinger and Ingo Swann. So here's the case study right here, remote viewing with artist Ingo Swann, neurophysiological profile, electrocephalographic correlates magnetic resonance, imaging, MRI, possible mechanisms. Okay, the present day study, this is Laurentian University. And if you want to go debate them, for the skeptics, Michael A. Persinger has passed, but you can maybe reach out to W.G. Roll, S.G. Tiller, S.A. Curran, and M.C. Cook and set up the debate and see how that goes for you. All right, summary. In the present day, in the present study, the artist Ingo Swann, who helped develop the process of remote viewing, awareness of distant objects and places within employing normal senses, was exposed during a single setting of 30 minutes, specific patterns, circumcerebral magnetic fields that specifically had altered his subjective experiences. Several times during subject days, he was asked to sit quiet chamber and sketch the described verbal distance stimuli and beyond normal senses. The proportions usually were at 7 hertz spike, and they would slow down. So they found that a 7 hertz spike, or the same spike as the resonance between the surface of the planet Earth and the ionosphere. When he vibrated at that frequency, he was able to actually shift and share consciousness with others that were not within his physical reach or sight. Within the interactive remote viewer, Ingo Swann, they found that his consciousness combined at 7 hertz. He was able to reside on a field of consciousness that was shared with many others. And thus, if they made an artificial electromagnetic field of similar hertz with other subjects in an enclosed, controlled environment, they can also share consciousness. Sharing consciousness is just a people-friendly way of saying imbued or possession. Meaning, if one was completely to share consciousness with another, an outside person would not be able to tell them apart. The consciousness is merging with the current carnal body, and thus, quote unquote, reincarnation is occurring. The actual conscious light body is the true self, and thus the merging of consciousness is what they're calling reincarnation. So now, in the atheistic view, this is what you see. In the atheistic world, what they want you to see, to focus on children holding a leaf, looking at their fingers, that is what you see. Wonderful. It looks cute. Here is what they don't want you to see. Here is the leaf, and here's the fingers with light consciousness communicating between them. And I've already shown you the demonstrations that was done by the University of California. For all those who think the University of California is pseudo, they actually showed what happens when the fingers touch, or when you're holding a leaf, but mainly when the fingers touch, there's a light consciousness communication that actually turns a blue to a dark bluish color, and it actually communicates empathically between person to person, and it merges with a bridge. And this is what they don't want you to see, because that means that the consciousness that is going from person to person empathically is that which not can be touched by the fingers. It's not touched by the physical matter. It is actually a conscious light form that is going in between the two quote unquote physical objects that your eyes can't see, because all you can see is red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. So you can't see the leaf
doing this, and you can't see the fingers doing this, but the University of California has proven that this is actually what fingers do when they're close to each other and when the hand touches. There's actually a frequency that goes between the two that changes color, which forms a bridge, and it forms that color when the people are having positive empathic thoughts of love and trust and compassion. It actually changes that color, and that's when it forms the bridge. They don't want you to focus on that. They just want you to see people holding a leaf. Yeah, that's cute. What's going on the other side? That's what the ancients focused on. And this is because our actual identity is not found inside the cell. It's from environmental signals that are picked up by proteins on the membrane of the brain cell. Our identities are picked up from identity frequencies in the electromagnetic field. So even if the cells physically die, the frequency still exists within the field. It is there until the future cell receptors show back up, and then the broadcast plays through the new body, which is not dependent upon the genetic cell biological family. Wow, Tehuti, transient conscious identity sharing consciousness from person to person, per Annie born a little girl, but whose past consciousness was a male. All this is amazing, Tehuti. I'm just trying to get past the part of our consciousness can actually shift from species to species. So, can the consciousness shift from species to species? Where our ancestors wrote that it did. So what's happening today? Well, you don't have to worry about trying to figure that out, everybody, because the modern day scientists have already gotten past that part. You don't have to worry about trying to get past that part. The modern day scientists have already gotten past that part for you. They've already done the work. I will take you now to Nobel Peace Prize, Dr. Pietro P. Gargev, the doctor of the Biological Sciences Academy of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences, RAMTN, Wave Genetics. Let me take it to him. Nobel Peace Prize winner. Here he is. He's still alive. You can definitely set up a debate with him for all those who want to debate the pseudo PhDs. So here he is. Here's his PhD, Professor Pietro Gargev. And there it is, Nobel Peace Prize. What does he say? What did he research? What did he find? What did his research group find? So Pietro found that there was an unseen quantum light which holds the information of DNA. DNA in its finest origin is actually light. So they found that there's a quantum light which actually holds the information of DNA, and that DNA in its finest form origin is actually light itself. This is what they found. This is what he's found. That the light itself actually holds the information of the genetics, and the DNA is just the physical form. What did they do with this experiment? What did they do? Well, guess what? Guess what happened when they redirected the light frequency consciousness pattern of salamander embryos, directed the frequency pattern from frog embryos to salamander embryos. So here's what happened. So they used their technology, they used their experimentation, and they directed the light frequency, which contained the genetic information, and turned the light frequency to focus from the frog embryos, the physical embryos that they could touch, and they shifted the light frequency to be focused towards salamander embryos. I'm sorry, the other way around. Salamander embryos, and focus it towards the frog embryos. And guess what happened? So I'm going to say right off the bat, no genetic splicing was done. No in vitro fertilization was done. No physical hybridization was done. They just refocused the light because they found out that the actual DNA information is composed of light first. So when they refocused it towards the frog embryos, what do you all think happened? What do you all think happened? Two sets of embryos. They refocus. The salamander embryo, light frequency, towards the frog embryo. And what do you think happened? These are two different species. All they did is transfer the light consciousness. That's what they did. They directed the light consciousness of two different species. And what do you think the outcome was, everybody? Am I still on? Press the 9 if you can see me. I don't know if the room is locked or if I'm still on. Let me go check and see something here. Check and see if I am still on. And according to this, I am still on. I'm still online. This seems that the room is frozen or something. So Anu says, Anu says, Nicholas Noetic says, they merged. Okay, they merged. Anu says, they became frogomanders. The frog became salamander, or they made a froglomander, frog salamander. Nicholas Noetic says they merged. Minty Hotep says they merged. Change done of the species, they merged. Remember how this class began? I love doing this because this is the way that I teach. I began with something by playing a 9 minutes or so video. And the video was about Per'ini. Per'ini, who was and had a reincarnation story. And I said, I want you to focus on something very important. The reason why I chose that story and played the whole thing is because I wanted you to understand that the being she was before in consciousness was a male, but she herself came back as a fully functioning mental and physical female, even though the conscious shift transient came from a male, that which she was in her consciousness reciting back as the memory conscious sharing. She told the story of herself as a male. But did she come back as a hermaphrodite? The light shifted and the light was shared. Just like Ingo Swann, the consciousness is shared through remote viewing, through this reincarnation. But she herself is born a perfect female. She's not a hermaphrodite. But she can reiterate the conscious memory and speak from that which was the male when it's called upon. And I said, interesting, our ancestors have a story of one species, a netter or a being, hominid, whatever the species you may choose, who said, when I am reborn or when I come back, it will be a bull. And that will be the consciousness that will be placed into. But it's a full bull, though. It's a full bull. It didn't have human hands. It didn't have human feet. It didn't have a human face. It had a bull, recognizable as a regular bull. But it was mysterious because nobody knew where it came and it had certain markings on it. But it came back as a full bull. When Ingo Swann and others, and when you get mounted by the Loa, and they emerge in you, which was what my last class was about, as they're emerging and meshing in you, and as the nets are emerging and meshing in you, for that period of time that you are sharing consciousness, possessed, mounted, for that, if it's 5 minutes, if it's 2 hours, for that period of time, that consciousness is now communicating through a carnal. Thus, it's reincarnated. For that period of time, you are that consciousness. You still have your 2 hands, 2 legs. The bull still has his body. Per'ini still has her physical, regular female body, but the consciousness is a male. When Ingo Swann and the remote viewers see through the eyes of others and see through the consciousness of others, he's still Ingo Swann with 2 hands. He's still as he is, but the consciousness is shared.
And the consciousness is understandable to others through a physical larynx because of your hearing and your sight. So it's speaking through a tool, which is what your body is. And that's your larynx in your body being used as a tool. And you can ask anyone who practices Yoruba Hudun, what is mounting? Go and ask them. What is it when Shango mounts you? What is it when the Loa come through you and mount you? What's happening in that process? Because Shango, Obatala, Yemiya, and those beings are from the past. They're recorded in the 1600s. But you're in 2024 getting mounted by Shango, by Obatala. The Aztecs do it, every culture does it. For that period of time that essence is inside of you, if that's the essence that starts to speak, then it's speaking through your incarnation. You're the one that's carnal, not the Ka energy, not the frequency. The frequency is not the radio. The frequency is not the antenna. The Wi-Fi is not your computer. It's not your computer screen. Those are the tools that the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi is coming through, but it is not that. And the ancients understood this. Today we have the word re, which means to come again, which is from the concept of Ra, from Kepara, to go in circles and come again and come again. That's why they put re in front of everything, that rewind, replay. They put the word re in front. That was the Kepara. To come again in carnal, because this is the antenna. As it's speaking, you're speaking to Shango. As it's speaking, you're speaking to Osiris. You're speaking to Tehuti. You're speaking to Mut. You're speaking to Obatala. You're speaking to Baron Shango. You're speaking to Baron Semiti. You're speaking to these beings. That's how the Netter and the ancient entities, that was every culture. That was Apollo. That was every culture. All the cultures. Ask the Nehe. Ask the Nehe. Ask the Navajo. Ask the Nehe people. Do you get mounted? Is there spirits that come through the shaman and speak? While it's speaking, are you speaking to the shaman? Are you speaking to the spirit that's speaking through him? If it's him talking, that's the carnal. The spirit is the re. That's the spirit is reincarnating. It was something normal to us. And Wi-Fi can work through your computer. They can work through. You can work through the radio, the phone. It doesn't matter what the shape of the entity is. Doesn't matter. My cell phone, it could be the cell phone, the computer, it can be your fax machine. Oh, the energy that's going through it doesn't care that it's the shape of a fax machine, it's the shape of a computer. This one's the phone, I'm playing my Bluetooth. This one's my cassette player. This one's my, it doesn't matter what the shape of the thing is, if it has the communication abilities that it can communicate through it. It doesn't matter if it was a male before. It doesn't matter if it was a person before communicating through an animal form, a male communicating through a female, picking up the frequency, because the frequency still always exists. The frequency doesn't die. And if you can serve as an antenna for it, then that's just what it chooses to speak through. I know the atheists hate this. That's because they can't parallel atheism with any ancient culture in human existence. Imagine being of something that you can't parallel with any functioning society ever. You just created your own thing. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. What happened? Oh, so let me get back to it. What happened? If they merged, then you would have a frogamander, which people typed. Mentuhotep said they merged, right? So you'd have a merged being, a being that's part frog, part salamander. If you have a frogamander, then you have something that's part frog, part salamander. Did they merge? No. They didn't merge. Nicholas Noatic is like, wow. Wow. Did they merge? No, they didn't, ladies and gentlemen. You know what happened? They didn't merge. The frog embryos became
became fully functional, healthy salamanders. No frog involved. They were born as this. They were born as this. The physical was perfectly healthy and fine. The light energy that created, you can't see that. Healthy salamanders. Yes, when you're mounted, you stay at per ini, stayed as a healthy, functioning female, even though there was a merging of the sense. But the light merged and changed the thing into a completely different physical thing. And if you didn't know the experiment, you wouldn't know the essence of it was that of a frog. Boom, frog embryos, which were once the consciousness of a frog, are now reincarnated, starting a brand new life as a salamander. This is called wave genetic biomanagement. Uh-oh. Here is from their site right here. When we control and manage biosystems, we transfer holographic information data from the donor to the recipient. In course of conducting laser holographic experiments at a distance in 1997, physics mathematical description model was put forward, providing a foundation for the phenomenon of holographic transfer information data from donor to recipient, reference 9/13, 21. The essence of the phenomenon is in a specific laser beam passing through the semi-transparent biotissue and cells, donors of wave equivalent of genetic metabolic information data. Donors perform as holographic modulators of probing light. This modulation is in fact the polarized phase holographic projection of the structure and mobile metabolic, including genetic status of the donor. The outcome is an intricate dynamic register catalog 4D dimensional image commands, which are operated by our quantum biocomputer for the purpose of managing organism recipients, such as biocomputer artificially designed, practically reproduces in vitro with our in vitro, which our genetic apparatus does as natural DNA wave biocomputer in vivo. So, what is he called? What is his title? So, thus, because modern scientists are catching up with ancient followers of Ma'at and all the ancient cultures that brought to this world that the physical body is actually composed of quantum consciousness light, now scientists have created a new branch of geneticists. Look at the Nobel Peace Prize title again. Quantum genetics. Uh-oh. Quantum genetics. Explain that to me. Quantum genetics? Quantum genetics. He's changing things based on light transference, and now it's called quantum genetics. Quantum genetics. Note the term reincarnated is extremely popular, which is to become carnal again. But you've never heard reinconsciousness, because carnal is like the clothes that you can continuously change. It is your ka, which is the real you. You cannot anything, because that immortal you is just trying on outfits. So you can only reincarnate, because the immortal you is just putting on different clothing. The consciousness itself doesn't rechange, it's the carnal, because the consciousness is the true you and the carnal is just the clothing. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that they have tipped and learned from this class, and or if this has any type of impact, send your tip. Reciprocity of appreciation. You can call it reincarnation, immortal self, animal consciousness, or any creative title that you can come up with. PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun, support the Tehuti Podclass. That answer was 1 hour and 49 minutes, 1 hour and 39 minutes, subtracting the video, because the video was about 10 minutes. 1 hour and 39 minutes. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to step in. Nicholas Noida, step in. Everybody, all the supporters, step in if you can. I'm going to check the Gmails, the PayPal, to see the tips. Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, at Rocky SV. For those who heard that answer and benefited from it. For those who are at the beginning of the class to the end of the class, support. Because if you watch that for 1 hour and 39 minutes, which is the length of a modern movie, even longer. Some movies are not an hour and 39 minutes. If you watch that for an hour and 39 minutes and your eyes were glued to the screen, were you benefiting? If you were, support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to let the team jump in here. And I'm going to check the comments first to see what people thought of the answer. And then I'm going to let the team speak. And then we're going to check the Gmail to see what type of support was given. The Cash App and PayPal is at the bottom. If you appreciated that, help support. If you appreciate that more than the popcorn you spent at the movie, help support the Tehuti Podclass. So let me see where other people. Nicholas Noatic put wow. Minty Hotep put lots of different faces. Where is Brother Atef? Where is Brother Atef? I'm going to check my messages. Okay. Boots put fire, fire, fire. I need some people to jump in so I can step away for just a moment and relieve myself, put water on me and restart. There's Minty Hotep. There is Bella. Peace and love. How are you doing, Bella?
Peace and love, Tila. I'm good. I really liked the teaching. You're very nefer and upstanding and amazing, so I really liked it. When you're reading the ANPU and BATA story, it reminded me of a time I asked you about it. There was a part in the story that says the cow said to the herdsman that ANPU was behind BATA with the knife, and I remember I asked you what that meant, like how the cow had said that, and then you told me it was sharing frequency or a specific thought transfer. And so when you were teaching, I connected that and helped me understand it. And so too.
Wonderful. Nini, glad you appreciate it. I'm going to ask Minty and then I'm going to step away. Hopefully Annie is ready to jump on so we can let people in, but I got to step away for just a moment. How you doing, Minty? What's going on over there?
Peace, what's up? Yes, I'm doing great. It's so refreshing when you bring all of these things out, like the once upon a time and mythology. Like I feel like I don't have hatred, but when I hear these terms like mythology and once upon a time, it just does something to me. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. So Tua for bringing that into consciousness, and I think that through repeating it and repetition, people will start to get that it's a psyops on our subconscious with the words like mythology that have no meaning.
That have what?
They have no meaning other than just to trick people into believing that it's not real.
And the beautiful thing, the true psyops, is that the word myth, which I've broken down before, the reason why the Greeks used it, they actually got that from the scribes of Kemet, because the scribes of Kemet describe their stories as what is called myth, which is MT, and it meant a truthful story. It meant something that was true. It's the same root as ma'at.
because ma'at can be drawn as an I. There actually is no A sound in it. There's no A letter in it. So mit, ma'at, all of that is the same. So the original Greeks, when they got the story, they would say this is the mit, the true story of Osiris. That's how they would.
I do remember that. I do remember you bringing that forth. Yeah.
Right. Then when the Christians got it, when it started obstructing the mainframe, then the definition of the word changed only in your hypnotic mind, not in the dictionary. That's why when I was talking to the good brother Dr. LaRoche, I showed him the definition of myth in the dictionary, and it's still the same as the Medu-Neter definition. The meaning of myth that you all know is not from the actual English or Medu-Neter dictionary. It's only a thought frequency in your brain. It actually doesn't exist as a definition. I'll be back, everybody. I'll be right back. Peace and love. I'll be right back. Support.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
To Hotep.
Hotep, brother.
Hotep.
Every time I get on here in the intermissions, my mind is just completely blown. So.
Yes. To Minty. Primordial Thought 9. Peace, great brother. Let's go to you. What did you think of that class?
Hey, peace. I think I like the fact that Saba went to the so-called tale of two brothers. I think that was one of the early conversations that I had with him, asking him about that tale, because because I think, number one, that was one of the most it was a long story, but it was a lot of things happening, and I was just like, man, like, hold on, wait, he castrated himself, and you know what I mean? Like, his brother's woman turned on him because she was, attracted to him, and he was like, yo, I'm innocent in this, and it was so much going on, even to the point to where the Natiru fashioned for him exquisite mate, and that even turned on. And so I was just, so I remember the whole bull scene of the reincarnation, and I was like, man, a lot is going on in this. Like, that was part of the reason why I asked Saba a while back about the reincarnation, because I submitted one of those questions to him, like, yo, what is reincarnation? Like, what is that? And Saba just went deep on this one. So I just feel like, man, I gotta keep, like, like pretty much all of us do. You gotta rewatch this and like take the notes and catch the things that we didn't catch, trying to understand this type of breakdown and build up that Saba just gave to us. So just completely mind blown. But I love when Saba bring the science to it. When he bring the science to it, that's the type of information that you can go out to the world and be able to, break down certain things within them, because most people, they don't like to touch on the quote unquote religious or spiritual side. They usually like the science side. So I don't know, man. I just think Saba's just doing his thing, and I think this was a wonderful breakdown. So to you, Ani, for giving him that question, that challenge in a way. So peace and love.
Yes, peace and love to our great brother for that. It's very interesting story and beautiful topic, and it's fun, for me it is, at least, looking and relearning these words that we've all known and said, and and attaching more to the actual true meaning and essence of these sound vibrational tones that we use, it becomes fun because it's like learning a new language again. So it's a beautiful thing. Minku Rob Mary Ma'at, I seen you come off mute, great brother. Would you like to build on this Nefer class?
Yes.
Ahead,
It's very, very never to see Saba still got it. He's just getting stronger and faster. He like how he it's like he takes these questions, or anyone that has any doubts, it's like, this is how it plays in my mind. It's like, how do you want it? Like, you want me to break down the mystical aspect of this? Because he went to the Indian culture and he showed us the video. He can answer it that way. He's like, oh, you want the scientifical aspect? Okay, I can give you that. You want the ancestral artifacts? I can give you that too. You want me to break down the hieratic into the metanetter? I can give you that too. You want me to wait? What did he do? He showed. He started to speak about. I love. He did this. What was that one? I'm trying to think. He showed the expanded version. Maybe you all can help me. It'll come to me. But I love how he has so many bags that he can go into and answering the questions and giving us kind of like a full answer from various angles to some of these questions. He's so worldly. I think well, he's so out of this worldly too. I think I touched on this too in one of the Metanetter Monday classes, or it changed into the Magical Monday classes. It's like he sees so many things in a vast way, and he can kind of put it in this funnel, and he can answer it. He can take this wide range of things and he can funnel it and break it down and make it where we can metabolize these answers. And so to you, great brother, for asking this question, and to Saba for showing that he physically looks like he's getting younger. He looks extremely healthy. And so he's just expanding his ability to relate to us and address, the naysayers. And he understands that these people are atheists and they actually aren't conscious of what is possible when you come into Ma'at. He is showing why it's such a beautiful, wonderful thing when you live this lifestyle, who you can be with the knowledge. Who are you with the knowledge, and what you can become with the knowledge is a very beautiful thing of how he's showing us his superpowers and what our superpowers could be. And I'll pass with that.
Yeah, great brother. Just to echo off of what you were saying about the funnel of knowledge and the way that Saba funnels it, it makes it easily digestible. I think what you said, the way that he ties in one question to a previous class and something that he taught. I think it's really beautiful that the way that he does that, because it sparks the memory. So then as a student and as a viewer, I have those aha moments where I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right, I do remember that. And when he was showing the young lady that was recalling her past life, I mean, I just think it's really beautiful for a culture to embrace that aspect. Because here in the so-called West, in the States, there's just so much interference and there's so much distractions because everybody has a different philosophy, what they believe in, their religious scattered. But it feels like, you know, when you get to the East, there's more of an understanding of spirituality. They, you know, they have their different aspects and cultural beliefs and differences, but what's always been really interesting to me that it's always found that the foundation is always spirituality. So that way a child can remember their previous incarnations and be supported by their parents, be supported by their community, and be accepted, and not just be like, oh yeah, that little girl thinks that she was a man before and I don't know about her. Because as a child, when you have that, when you're developing your brain and your sense of self and all of these neural pathways, a lot of the external influence gets internalized, and then you become not a victim of your environment, but you somewhat identify with your environment, and that'll allow you to have that'll allow you to grow to the altitude of wherever you're going to reach, with the external being internalized. So I think that's very beautiful that SABA is able to take all of that information and, like you said, funnel it in a way to where his students and his viewers are able to have that moment where they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that resonates with me. And I don't know about you guys, but stuff was moving around in my house during this. I like turned around, there's like a spatula like completely flew out of the thing, and I'm just like, okay. So that was special. You're on mute, Brother Ani.
To Sister Minty, Hotep.
I mean, you got some music? I think the music is silent.
Think the music is what?
There's no music in the background.
Oh, it should be. You all don't hear music?
I hear music.
Yeah, I hear it. You don't hear it?
Oh, that's wild. I don't hear it. Yeah, that's wild.
Oh, and another thing, shout out to Saba's old playlist. Like, I was watching some of the older classes, and he had like some groovy tunes on there. So I'm gonna make a request to do a throwback of the old tunes that Saba used to play.
Yeah, that's great, because I had that idea too. I said, hey, I would love for one of the podcast today to come in with I could play it, but I ain't gonna play it. I'm gonna let him do it. One of the classics.
We need that double-minded beat. That's the one that slaps.
Uh-oh. Yes, Tua, absolutely. This class was phenomenal. He showed the direct source, and I was able to, and it is because there's so many stories. In the way that I personally study, it takes me weeks and weeks, months to get through like a story, through researching and studying, because I want to look at the meta-netta, because these translations be so just diluted, and I want to look at the meta-netta. So sometimes it takes a long time to find that, and sometimes I have to make it myself by going to the papyrus and looking at the hieratic and then doing it word for word, and it takes a long time to get through stuff like this. So this great Saba Tehuti just saved me a whole lot of time. So Hinu, because he has that. So Hinu, great Saba Tehuti for showing that, and able to look at the Medu sentence for see, I will become a great bull, and the word for see, which I love, because we know of ma'at being to see in the eye, but that word that he showed there was peter, pet with the ra glyph, meaning to see, which love that word pet and all of what that creates. But Iu and Kepper, the Kepper beetle, to become. So he's literally saying, I will transform. I will read what they call revolution. The Kepper to revolve. I will revolve as a great bull, a ka, which that's bull, and then like par ee or great, the two hands and the great bull. So to have that meta sentence clearly allows me to read that and know exactly what he's trying to say, aside from just the English translation. And that's exactly what I wanted, was that. So 2 out for that, great Saba Tehuti, and going into of course showing the extended video of the case study. That's wonderful to be able to document something like that, and to be able to not only remember the actual process of the life that you lived prior to this one, but to have access to that in the same time that it's still where you can remember that. It's like, oh, I remember this, and I can go over there. There's the family that I was with, and we can communicate, and here we can start making all these connections. To have that is like super duper duper rare, because you could have been somewhere way across the planet and would never know,
It's an advanced technology that they're tapping into, because like you said, they could have reincarnated like on the other side of the earth, and they would never know, but they reincarnate in the region that they're already familiar with. And I think I think everything is connected, everything happens for a reason, and there's a reason to that. I'm just gonna say that maybe they were raised with this consciousness to be able to remember your incarnations when you reincarnate. So they're raised with this technology. So it allows them to tap back into it when they reincarnate. It's far more advanced than anything that we have here and where we're at right now.
Right. And the specific thing I was pointing out was to have that, and then to be able to validate it yourself through real experience, and be able to communicate with people, because we can have these memories. I have memories. I have gone into different meditations and different kind of memories, and not even human form memories, but it's such an extra powerful thing to be okay, let me drive, or let me fly over here, and it's like if someone is born with a twin at birth, and then they're separated by adoption, and you never knew about like your twin, and then later, because of the internet, you may be on like this platform, and you come across and look across from you, and you see someone looks just like you, and like, hey, ooh, I didn't know I had a twin the whole time. And to be able to reconnect in that way and have that real validation right there that, okay, yeah, all this time when I kind of had a gnosis that something must be happening, because how do I have these thoughts, and the type of connections twins can have, or people who you are extremely close with from birth, and being able to communicate in that way, it's just very powerful. So yeah, I love that story, and to have the the scientists there to work alongside of it is powerful. And I never understood the whole pseudo thing because my entire life was if people knew my story coming up, I mean, they would say I'm literally not real. I can't be real. I must literally be the definition of pseudo, because yeah, none of the experiences that because there's so many people have such powerful experiences but just don't speak about it, because certain people like that who want to place a namesake on you and call you these Isfet names and things like that. And like you said, Miti Hotep, and to be able to be raised up in the consciousness of where that is nurtured. And so now you're able to, from the beginning, really embed yourself into that and know it. And that young lady there had no doubt, speaking that with complete confidence and just comfortable, you know, and her people sitting right there and no one's looking, oh, she's lady crazy, man. Like, no, because it's like, what's my child? Take it to the psych ward, you know?
Right, well, let's call it, she needs a doctor.
Yeah, it's like, man. So that's a beautiful thing. And that's one of the highest motivating factors for me in coming into this information and wanting to bring forth a community that allowed for that to happen. So for the young ones who are already here growing up, and for the babies that are to come forth, that they have that, and it makes perfect sense to me as to how and why Heka is recognized as a child. When you look up Heka the Netter, it's a child with the pose of the fingers to the mouth, and how magical children are, because they're just free and they don't have that matrix thought process, and it's just pure, and it's a beautiful thing. So I love this class and all of the Per and Haru and what it teaches about transforming into different, and again, not even just animals. It teaches you about transforming into a flower, you know? So it's just a powerful thing to have that consciousness and to take with you. So when you have these outer body experiences and you're outside of the physical, you're outside of this, and you're still conscious and aware, and you can take that thought and transfer it wherever you want it to be. And why we teach about the statues or the tuts and the images and how the consciousness can exist through there as well. And anyone who wants to discipline their life enough to train themselves to be able to consciously pull themselves out can do that for themselves. And so we're speaking about the Natiru and we're speaking about the ancestors. So, you know, it's nothing for them. And what you're able to do is so powerful. The technology that the Ka is so advanced. Like, how do we expect people or scientists today to be able to show forth and validate all of what we're able to experience? Because they can't even describe why one is even able to have the consciousness that we have. You know, why we're able to, you know, upon the planet, why does it seem as if, you know, the human and what the Bible matrix tries to do, and, you know, the more advanced, but that's why, you know, our language to communicate was nature, was the animals, like Sabo Tehuti pointed out. We're only able to communicate because of the animals, literally. That's how we began to write and communicate, was because we watched them communicate. So how are we more advanced than them? And we only can do it because we watched them do it.
I've always loved salamanders. I've always loved them. I've always been fascinated with them. They are the cutest thing to me. And they're also called newts too. So I think I'm probably going to get some salamanders. I had no idea that they're so magical.
Yeah, I like what you just shared, Ani Pata, because when you're a kid and you see different people in different cities call them different things. But in Chicago, we used to call them lightning bugs. And then when I came to Madison, they called them fireflies, right? And so at night, to see these things flying and lighting up the sky, that is really magical, right? And so the Matrix, little by little, can and will take those kind of things away from you. But I also love how Saba expands our vocabulary when he says, when we think of Nefer, we think of beauty. And then he explained how Nefer means expanded life, which is the beauty. And that is really powerful too, because for me, the reincarnation doesn't have to be associated with death, right? The more that we are in this culture of magic and learning of Ma'at and learning that our Ka is our real self, that is really powerful. And being in a culture and being in the house of ATTON and learning that what some people think are miracles should be normal to us. Like we should, once we learn how the followers of Ma'at were operating, we're supposed to be operating in that way as well. And that is what Saba is teaching us. And that is what I loved about Primordial Thought 9's presentation too, of who are we with the knowledge. But for me, it's more of that. It's who can we be with the knowledge. Welcome back, Saba Tehuti.
Hey, thank you for welcoming me back. We are back. You guys had a very beautiful discussion. I heard a lot of it back and forth. One moment, my computer's doing something again. Okay, I heard a lot of it going back and forth. One thing I want to call it Yes, beautiful realizations. Can you all see me moving? I'm moving and sounding okay now?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful realizations. I like the Primordial Thought went. Seem to have read the story, and it's just all this they're hiding from us. That's all. They're just hiding it. They're hiding it by keeping it in front of us and guising it as something else and making you uninterested. How many channels are there where they have so-called Kemetic teachers where they walk through the writings of the ancestors?
Oh, looks like he froze.
Yes.
You know what's interesting is that as I think Menku just said it, but as children, when you take on these tales and these religious structure, when you're told as a kid, it's taken as reality, like right now. And then what's interesting is that I feel like when we get older, we tend to read these ancient things as if it only ties to ancient teachings. It only ties into like this. Even Christians, when they read about even their own book, it's like they believe it, but they don't apply it to where they are today. It only applies to what it once was back then. But at the same time, the belief system is still in today. And so I've always thought that was very strange to me. And that's the reason why, that's what like fueled my presentation, is because it should be applied to today. The teaching should be applied to where you are right now. And that's the thing that gets me. Welcome back, Sal.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. My source for internet ended, and I'm on something else. Hopefully this will go through. All right, everybody. So I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I see people in the chat enjoying it. I see Queen Flora with green hearts, fire, clapping, something else, and this this symbol here and this symbol right here. A lot of different symbols. The Mehet symbol. Did I ever teach about the Mehet yet? I'm not sure. But the Mehet symbol, shout out to her, Queen Hotep. Kimmy Harrow Hancock puts the music is playing. Okay, good. All right, everybody. Beautiful words, beautiful affirmations. Affirmation meaning to affirm. Beautiful affirming of what this is doing. I like what Menko Ross said also. He said not just what you actually are, and not just what you can become, but what you actually are is a beautiful thing too. So I love my students. I do an affirmation to all of you every morning. Every morning we do a morning affirmation, and all of you are either by name or by group are in our affirmation, because it is the students that's keeping this continuous. I have students off of line, but it's the online students that come here that are keeping this podcast and the House of Attend moving. So shout out to all of you. And speaking about appreciative students, we're going to go through the support that was given. Let's see the appreciation. Let's see if and how this is appreciated. I'm going to click on and check. And right now I'm seeing Primordial Thought. Oh, that is Primordial Thought. Primordial Thought is the first one. I thought that was Robert. I may have I'm gonna scroll up a little. Primordial Thought pops up as the first support. So here we go, everybody. The first support of the of this, not of the night, because I see all the rest lower down. I'm gonna mix them up. But the first support of the tip for this particular answer that I'm clicking on is coming from none other than the awesome young man on the screen right now who's trying to read every story possible. Primordial Thoughts trying to figure all this out. What's going on? I need to know all stories. Give me them all. And he sent a wonderful $10 for a tip for the reincarnation build up. Give him a round of applause. Subscribe, $10 tip for the reincarnation build up. Give him a round of applause, please. Thought for that. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very, very much for your support for that. I also want to give a shout out to this brother right here. We're going to give him a round of applause. He actually is a brand new person, and he told me he's in an island or somewhere where the cash apps don't function as efficiently as here, and so he still made it work. I'm sorry, he still made it work, and it's a brand new brother. I want to give him a shout out. How come it's invisible? Hey, what's that? Okay, it's loading. Brand new brother right here. I want to give him his due diligence and respect for his support to the Tehuti Podclass by supporting himself. Like Atef said, support yourself. That's what this is. So he picked up MedNetter Class 1. He's brand new, at least to me in communication. Picked up MedNetter Class 1. He's supporting the Tehuti Podclass, the Houseofatton, and he's supporting himself because he obviously benefits tremendously from this class. So give him a round of applause, please. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to that brother there, Christian. I believe I'm saying his name right, Christian. So shout out to Christian as a brand new person if you are watching right now. And let me go through. I don't see. Shout out to Caleb. Gave a tip for what's this? Oh, this is from the last class. Caleb gave a tip for the last class, which is what's this? Oh, spider class. Spider magic, I'm gonna call it. Spider boron. Shout out to Caleb. We're gonna give him a round of applause. He gave a tip for the boron semity class for the animated spider. Give him a hand clap, please. Spider hourglass animation of abdomen. Yes, give him some clap for that. Animation of abdomen. Shout out to my brother Bijan Fair. I haven't seen you in weeks. I haven't seen support from you or even seen you in the class. I hope that you are okay. I've just not seen you, which is very strange. Shout out to here we go. Here's a big one. Black Alucard. It says check Facebook messages. What's this? Hey, this new screen is good. My eyes are feel normal. Thank you to the Houseofatton for Medu. So I'm gonna go ahead and see what this is about here. Okay, shout out to the brother Black Alucard, who sent this support for he says check Facebook messages. It says Metu classes. Okay. Thanks for the knowledge. Check Facebook messages. Give him a round of applause. Please give him a round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I'm gonna check Facebook messages. I'm gonna see what he's talking about. I have not checked my Facebook messages maybe all day and half of yesterday. I know people have been sending me messages and such. There comes a time when I put so much into the pod class that I have to take. There's days that I can't look at the computer anymore. I just have to shut the phone, shut everything down because my eyes are being destroyed. So shout out to all those sending me messages, but there's just this large. Plus, I'm backed up with messages, but there's a large period of time where I just can't look at the computer. I'm not sitting at the computer all day. All day, I have much things to do. So let me see what the Facebook message is from Black Alucard. He'd be Roy. Where is he? Roy? Somewhere down here. So I got to scroll down. I can't even find him. He's so far down. Jennifer Kepret sent me something. Ansu. Here it is, all the way down here. It says, Henu Saba, hope your networks had a great day. I'm trying to catch up my class. I think I know the ones I missed. Let's start at the two first classes in October. Scribe, if you could help out with that, because I don't have them recorded. I don't have it like that. The two first classes in October.
Okay. Two classes in October. That would be 53 and 54.
Okay, great. 53 and 54 coming right up. Good brother. Black Alucard, 53 and 54. Thank you, Scribe. 53 and 54. We'll get that right out to you as soon as I see them. Shout out to you. You got those, Scribe?
Yes, I'm sending them to you now.
Okay, good. That saves me a lot of time going through these files. Grab has access to just go rip and get it right over. Thank you. Okay, so the next donation support, tipped Rian. The next donation support is coming from who is this? Oh, of course, the one and only, the man who donates, who tips every question. He tips every question, and that's one and only good brother here. His name is Robert Williams. Give him some big noise, please. Make some noise. Robert Williams. Wonderful. Ooh. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. And the next one up is another brother who donates. He supports everything. The very beginning, he actually has never gone. He's been consistent for about almost 3 years now. And that's none other than the wonderful brother, Mr. Calm Man, the Calm Man on the screen. He's not on the screen right now, but he is Mr. Calm Man, and that is my good brother, who is definitely was into seeking incarnation information before he even came across me. Shout out to Oxafek. Give him some big noise. Give him some clap 2027. Appreciate you, good brother. I don't know if you're in the class because I'm not reading the chats, but if you're in there, much respect to you. And shout out to, he's in the chat. Shout out to you. I can't see you because I don't read the chat much. Shout out to you and shout out to any new person that's in the chat that is learning and absorbing. And shout out to all the supporters that are in the chat too. I don't look at it much. I have too many screens to look at and too many things going on, but shout out to all people who are keeping the chat alive, whatever it is you all are saying and talking about. I know Nook is definitely in there doing something. Our shout out to the next the next supporter. Oh, Caleb Stretlow again. For the Ka is any and all things. Henu Saba Tehuti. Give Caleb Stretlow some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. We're gonna give this brother some noise, even though it's not $20. But this brother here is actually, I'm gonna give him some noise today because he's another Mr. Consistent. We got a lot of Mr. Consistents, a lot of Mr. Consistents that have been here for years. Been around for a long time, ever since the Kill Priest podcast. So we're just gonna give this brother a hand clap today for being consistent. That's none other than the good brother, Kamit Eru Hancock. Give him some noise, please. Okay, and Anu and Antu, who may be in the Upest realm right now because they work some interesting hours. They come on very early in the pod class and then fade off after a little bit, but they always give a tip even before the class. Even before I start answering the question, they know that it's going to be good. So I don't know when they gave this tip, but we're going to give some noise to Anu and Antu. This right here. Anu and Antu for the 2-2. It says, to us so much. Tip, Reincarnation, Animal, Afterlife. Give them some noise, please. Noise. Okay, and thank you, Scribe. I got them doubled up. Oh wait. Hold on. Black Alucard. Oh, he has so many names. Here it is. Okay, Black Alucard, you have the classes. Now I'm gonna do a couple more, then we're gonna get into the next question. To Nicholas Noatic, we have problems getting into the on the screen with us. I saw you pop up twice and then disappear. Robert Williams says, to SABA, I support the pod class because you, the Natiru, don't know how much you support me. That is beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Nicholas Noetic, and maybe having some problems. So you pop up a couple times. Love to see your energy in the on the screen. And shout out to Ox Effect. Peace and love to SABA. Peace and love and to you, Nicholas Noetic. Oh wow, we got. Is this the first tip from a sister? Let me see. Hold on. No, for this class, where are the young ladies at? Young ladies, young ladies that are benefiting from the classes. Let me see what this is here. This is none other than. Be nice and quiet. Stay like that, please. Stay like that. Go back. Okay, shout out to the wonderful, supportive young lady on the panel on the screen right now, smiling, doing some kind of magic. She's living off magic. She's literally living in a magical frequency. Shout out to Minty Hotep for what? Minty, I'll get you to read that, please. Go ahead and read that. What is that?
Of course, this is for the Theta Superpositioning Shapeshifter Medu class.
Pizza slice?
The pizza slice.
Oh my goodness. I went back to that chat. I went back and watched that show that you were in. And I found you in there as I was watching. I found you in there. Your name popped up. You were definitely frustrated. It was very, oh my. When I was watching, I was like, oh my goodness, this is the wasp scepter now.
Right. I was very frustrated. So I want to put out a public apology for my actions and acting out of frustration. There's a lot of ISFET, there's a lot of chaos that's being created, so I just wanted to put out a public apology for representing myself as one of your students in that way.
Oh, thank you so much. And like I said before, this goes out to all of my students. If any of you, what's that? Oh, shashat. If any of you are in any other chat, and you may see a teaching that doesn't correspond with mine, or you just may see just craziness, any type of off, anything that's off, incorrect, any kind of ISFET. It is absolutely okay to shout me out and give respect on different platforms. Absolutely, let people know my name. What I want to tell everybody is there's a channel. Let me come back to the screen. Where am I? The channel House of Consciousness, Sonetter TV. Me and Sonetter have a relationship, and it's an interesting relationship. It's a good relationship. He's for those who want to see when I was on there last. Actually, I didn't tell everybody, but I was just on Sonetter. It was called Malika Shabazz court hearing, and it's the video that's an hour and I think an hour and 9 minutes. I was on there for half of the show. Sonetter called me, and I was on there for half of the show. So me and Sonetter have a good, interesting relationship, and when you see people on that channel, always separate the people from Sonetter himself. Sonetter is a host. He's running the channel. He can't influence, but he has no control over a lot of the things. He even puts a disclaimer. A lot of the things that come out of the people's mouth, he just puts a bunch of people together and he tries to control the time they talk. He himself is not on there noticing, teaching anything. He doesn't have any much stance other than he's against the Bible. So when you see something like that, if you are going to speak on the person particularly talking, make sure you say the person that's talking on the screen, because unfortunately, because the Sonetter's name is a part of the show. So when you say Sonetter TV you're actually talking about him because he's the only owner. When you say House of Consciousness and you say something derogatory, it's actually to him, as opposed to if there's a guy named Rob Bunky Hotep and he's spitting a bunch of garbage, then you say Rob Bunky Hotep is speaking nonsense, and they will let you stay on, and it won't associate my students with being against Sonetter, because I'm not against Sonetter. We're not against Sonetter. Sonetter calls me, looks out for me. We talk off of the line, off of what you see on the internet, and I'm actually fine. He's fine. So just know that. Go into the rooms, if you're going to say something, just don't put the House of Consciousness as in your sentence, because then you're speaking about him. So shout out to him.
Tua for that understanding and that guidance, and I apologize to Sonetter for bad mouthing his channel.
Yes, and believe me, if you actually said something about the person when I was watching the show, you would have been in a big crowd, because the whole crowd was almost 80% of the crowd was typing against that person that was talking, making up that thing about the Wasceptor. Everybody was against him anyways. If you put such and such speaking garbage, you would have just been like crowd surfing, because everybody was typing that. We realized that brother is making something up, and it's for his benefit, because in the end he has a product to sell. That's what's actually happening. There's actually a product to sell. So one day me and him will probably be in a room together, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, he has a lot to learn from you. I mean, I just wish that people would put their egos aside and just learn for the knowledge and learn for the people, instead of an ego standpoint. It makes no sense.
I will say this. Yes, true. I will say this. Recently, some things have come from that particular brother where he said things like, before this particular date, where do you have a class against this particular teaching? Or he'll say things like, you don't know the Commentings were so advanced, broke down the 137 fine structure concept. So there's some recent things that are going on. I don't know if I've ever heard the term 137 fine structure constant on the Sonetter channel before. If you all heard it, give me the link and the timestamp where brothers describe. I don't know if you saw them for the last 10 years talking about the 137 fine structure constant, but just recently that exact term has come up now. So shout out to everybody for teaching on the 137 fine structure constant. It seems to be a hot thing now. All right, here we go. Let's go into the next donation support. I'm gonna read a couple more and get into Dr. LaRoche. If you're in the room, let me know, because you're coming up next. Shout out to Shesh Shai Yet 222 for tuition. She already gave a tip for the DEI. I haven't even started yet, but she already gave a tip for DEI, animation, reincarnation. Give her some hand clap, please. She's giving free tips. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And actually, the man himself who asked the question, hold on. Now that I scroll up to the black elder card, the man who, yeah, just climb up and calm down, little one. The man himself who asked the question about the reincarnation animal form has not only sent in support to ask the question, but he also has sent in a tip on top of it. And we're going to go ahead and read this one here. This is the man that's on the screen right now in the red. Also known as Ani Pata Aten Tehuti, also known as Scribe. 2222, perfect number, perfect set of numbers for reincarnation. Full source. Tua. I wish that Tef, where's the Tef? I wish he was here with the sound buttons, but Tef, I hope you're safe out there, so I know you have to give yourself some noise.
Oh, okay. I feel you like a pizza slice. I'm tripping. Huh?
And I will say one thing about that brother though, that you just clipped. He's he is excellent when it comes to black. Komet, he's absolutely the best. He's the best. I would never put that much time into that. He is absolutely the best. And as far as all the brothers that are on Sonnetter, I think he's my favorite rapper. So shout out to that brother right there. I think he's my favorite lyricist. And he was my favorite. He was actually a lyricist I listened to before the Sonnetter show was even on air. So shout out to him. He's actually a real rapper.
Same, me too. I was listening to Casual in the 90s. So when I saw that he was teaching us, I was impressed.
Yes. So shout out to him. I'm gonna read two more and then I'm gonna get into this question. Where's Dr. LaRoche? We got the young lady who's on this. Whoa, what's this? The young lady. Oh wait, where'd it go? I thought I just saw something from. Yes, I did. The young lady who's on the screen right now. Supporting. Consistently. Not only does she support, let me go ahead and save this. What number is this? Not only does she support, but she is in consistent support of me in multiple types of ways, as many ways as she can possibly find. Constantly in contact, constantly checking on me, constantly sending messages, constantly just doing a lot of things to show her appreciation and communication. And that's none other than the young lady who's wearing the hat that I have the shirt of on the screen right now. And she goes by the name of Bella. We're gonna not give just hand claps. We want transformer noises, big noises. $72. Give her some big noise. I want to hear Scooby-Doo, everything in the book.
Humans have asked
Whoa.
to play by their rules.
Yo, let's go.
Whoa. What is what you saying? We do. What?
You are watching a master at work.
They must have been Scribe. No, Scribe that said Scooby-Doo. There's no way he has that already ready. Scribe, you had Scooby-Doo ready, or you yelled out Scooby-Doo? Who yelled out Scooby-Doo? There's no way this is a sample already. Scooby-Doo! How's that? How did that become part of the sound bites already? Scooby-Doo! Scooby-Doo!
That was me, Saba. That was me.
Oh, that was you. Human beatbox.
Hey, respect to you for not snitching on me. Yeah, you just let me tell on myself. Yeah, that was not me. That was me.
Oh my goodness! I don't know if he
put his head down. Shout out to the ventriloquist of the podcast. I didn't see a mouth move. I didn't see lips move. I just heard scribble. I heard nothing. Face didn't change. Scribble.
It was my cat.
Your cat. What about your cat, Minty?
Maybe it was my cat.
I don't know. Minkara said it was him, but I didn't see his mouth move, face move. He did it from his nose. Ventriloquist. Shout out to. Was Mr. Rogers a ventriloquist? No. I don't know. I'm jumping time zone. I don't know what's happening. He's gonna be one. All right. I don't know where. That's not Mr. Oh no. Shout out to the guy that's nothing yet. Mr. Rogers puppet. That's another joke. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the podcast. Your great support. I'm gonna look at the donations again. Shout out to Daryl, Owen Hythe, Johan Billadou, Nook. I see you, Big Vapes, Canada Class 43. We're going to get to that. I see you. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into it, everybody. Here we go. And two with a private. And two has a question. Okay. Man. Shout out to everybody who's had a question in Gmail. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get to them. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're going to get into the next question. Is Dr. Roach in the room? I'm going to go ahead and put the question on the screen. And this is going to be the turn of events. So, shout out to the question that was sent in on DEI, diversity, equality, inclusion. This is going to definitely be in two parts in this podcast. I'm going to definitely have to take a break in between this answer and DEI. So last time I asked the podcast a question, Brother Menkura gave his take. He seemed to be one of the only ones that knew what it was. Primordial thought. Are you familiar with this thing called DEI? Do you know what it is? Are you a part of it or?
No, Saba, not at all. So I'm all ears.
Okay. Bella, are you familiar with DEI? Are you doing DEI classes or do you have anything to do with this?
No, I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Okay. This is going to be a good one. Mincy Hotep, did you acquire any job benefit from DEI? Did you have to go through anything?
No, this was just brought into my consciousness recently, so I'm excited to learn more.
Wonderful. Scribe. They got DEI openings for technicians that can't make it because they're black. I don't know if you want to jump on that, but they let you in and you can get an education and all that. Have you heard about DEI? Do you know much about it?
No, I do not.
Wonderful. I love Scribe's answers. When he doesn't know something, he says it, and then it's just a period at the end. Ask that other brother, the dark-skinned brother with the aorta. What is it? The was? No, I don't. What you have is to the left. My 5-year-old son, he had a chalkboard once. It's just no, I don't. Do you know the answer? Scribe would just say no, I don't. And there's this thing called a period. It's the beautiful thing and ends a sentence when the question is answered. But it's instead of that. See, I don't, but see, what do you know? Do you know what a DEI is? What's DEI to you, huh? So we're gonna get away from the Scribe. I love the way you answer. When Scribe knows something, he says what he knows, and when he doesn't know something, he just leaves it at that. I really admire that about you, Scribe, and as long as you do that, you won't get caught up. You'll be the ultimate chess player. Nobody will be able to ensnare your extra. It's called Gish Gallop. Scribe is anti-Gish Gallop.
It's an antelope.
It's an antelope. That is so. That's my. I'm gonna watch that again. That's my favorite. That show. That's my television. My entertainment. Put antelope as a translation. Classic. There's a big debate over on Sunday about what is the wasp-scepter. Is it an antelope? Classic. It's classic comedy. And there's
The only one who's actually giving sources to the thing is Reggie. But shout out to the comedy. It's I've never heard such stuff in my life. But okay, we're gonna get into the question, everybody. The question that was asked by the brother Dr. LaRoche. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the screen here. Let me see if I have the question here. This is DEI. Let me see if I can look at his question. We're gonna give him some big noise here. We gave it to him last time. We'll give it to him again because he is a consistent. He's become a consistent supporter ever since I spoke to him on Sunday. Ever since I had that talk about mythology, he's every week, once or twice. So we're gonna give him his due respect and shout him out right here because he has this. Oh, where'd it go? Uh-oh. Let me stop that. Hold on. Where did it go? Oh, I see. Let me try it again. We're gonna shout him out right here because he is he's a great supporter that just popped up. He's been around for a little while, but as far as consistency, he just pops up consistent. Give him some big noise. $50 for can you please do a show on DEI issue? Give some big noise. Please give some nice sounds for him. Give some big noise.
Yeah, we're here and we're the best.
You see, that's how it's done.
Shout out to Dr. LaRoche for that question. DEI. Has anybody in the chat heard of this? Is anybody familiar with DEI? Anybody in the chat familiar with this? That smells so good. Smells like a pizza slice. Does anybody in the
altar? You smell that altar, Saba? You smell
What's
that
that?
incense? You smell that incense? That altar? That sweet savor smell.
It smells really good over here. We get Anna to burn some stuff. We have an assortment of fragrances over here, necessary to repel things that cannot be described to the public. But we have multiple. We have a store of any Lysol you can imagine, every incense, every spray, every Glades plug-in, everything you can imagine exists in here for things that will not be disclosed. But they
Saba, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you heard about the new Mandela effect with the Febreze? They took away one of the E's.
That's an interesting question. I've heard about the Febreze Mandela effect, whether it's new or not. That's interesting, but I've heard about the Febreze Mandela effect, and maybe I'll
yeah,
maybe I'll mention it because I have a list of them. What's that?
I was just made aware of this recently, but they took away one of the E's. So instead of it having 3 E's like it used to have, now it only has 2.
Interesting. Yes, I have a list of these different changes. Okay, so yeah, it's very, very interesting. That's one of my favorite topics. All right, everybody, we are here. We are in full effect. Welcome everybody to the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of Natiru. We're going to get into this next question, and that is, can you do a show on the DIE? And let me tell you something about Dr. LaRoche. Before I get step away for just a few seconds, but I'm going to tell you something about Dr. LaRoche is that I clarified to Dr. LaRoche in the pod class, and he, and I think it was in the pod class, and he definitely said he stands corrected, because I said, when you send me a question, I don't do shows. You know, Archie Bunker has a show. I think there's a show called the Mary Tyler Moore Show. A lot of different shows out there, the Martin Lawrence Show, but none of them can do a class. So we keep this as a class because once it turns into a show, we start crisscrossing concepts of entertainment. This is a class that people are in, and people that confuse it for a show, they eventually start becoming disgruntled because they're expecting what they think a show is. You are inside of you are inside of a live class with, not to Dr. LaRoche, but anybody watching, you are inside of a live class with my students. You're walking into a university and you're walking into a class and there's a class going on. And then you can take a seat and you can ask questions, and then there's a recess, you interact, the students interact in the recess. This is a class that's taking place. So when you send in the question, definitely say, I have a question on this. And then Dr. LaRoche said, I stand corrected, and he's going to call it a class. That's one thing I like about Dr. LaRoche, is that when Dr. LaRoche doesn't have any negative ego that blocks him from learning something or advancing. He's always about Unky Mat, always shows his Unk, and peace and love to Dr. LaRoche. Shout out to you, and also to everybody. I want everybody to know that on that show that I was on with Son Netter, no, Tezarak did not come back. Talk to LaRoche, so that's done. Tezarak was going to ask permission one more time and come back on Tuesday. It is now Saturday. There's no word, so it is absolutely official that the ISPUCK, what do they call ISPUK organization, has banned debates with Tehuti. They are not allowed to debate Tehuti. It was under the disguise of debating any Kemetic person, but then he debating anybody on a Kemetic topic. But then he debated 2 Kemetic topics, and then he came on and said, well, they weren't really Kemetic topics per se. They were, was the Bible stolen from Kemet? My exact topic, my topic, my topic. That's the topic from 3 years ago. That's not a Kemet Hebrew topic. Was the Bible stolen from Kemet? What's better for our people, the wisdom writings or the Bible writings? That's not a Kemetic topic. Literally, Shaka discussed only Kemet and some Bible stuff. So basically, they're not allowed to debate me, the ISP UK. And Tezarak has been banned. He was supposed to come back on Tuesday, and I let Sonetter know and everybody know. I said I didn't even say I would choose a Kemetic topic, and I'm going to tell everybody right now that the topic that I have for Tezarak is not going to be a Kemetic topic. The word Kemet is going to be nowhere in the topic, and that's what he's afraid of. So, anyways, what I'm going to do, I'm going to throw something on, do something real quick. I'll be right back. Then I'm going to get into this next question for the Tehuti Podclass. What is DIE? And is there actually a huge hypnotic psyops going on? I'll be right back in just a moment.
Can I say a few things about the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yes, sir, man. Cool. You was the only one from last week that knew exactly what it meant.
Well, it's definitely, it's just chaos, right? Because when we think about our country and we think about capitalism and we think about institutionalized systemic racism, and then you start talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, they're just like, it doesn't match up, right? So how the two can't exist. It's very hard for those two things to exist. And this is the main thing that I wanted to share. So in the city that I live in is the University of Wisconsin College, right? It's ranked as a top college to attend. And so one thing that happened this year is there's an initiative and a program that was started for Native Americans or indigenous people. And they also did, UW is trying to, so what happens here, UW actually got sued because there's such a lack of people from the motherland, or like people, there's such a lack of diversity, I'll say that, of people that look like me at the university. Every year, I think like 50,000 students come to this school, right? From all over the world. And UW got sued because they digitally photoshopped some people that look like me into the crowd of a UW football game who were actually not there. So this one student who was attending the school, they put his picture at a game he was not at, and he sued them. And so the UW has had to make efforts to change that. And so they actually created this thing where students can come to the UW and not have to pay tuition. And people who don't look like me were very angry of the fact that people that look like me would be able to attend this school for free. And so, I mean, kids who were qualified, right, that met all the criteria. And then they also wanted to expand it so that Native American or indigenous people like Ho-Chunk, Oneida, this actually the land that the state that I live in, there's so much history of Native American and indigenous people. And it's been actually the grounds that the UW is on, the campus, they used to occupy that space. And they were moved out of the space. It was been whitewashed. And so they had started a program so Native American students could attend the school, and people that don't look like me have been protesting and are about to sue the university for wanting to do that.
Is this current events?
This is current. This is current. So the DEI stuff is making people that don't look like me very angry because these efforts are being made similar to what the doctor is mentioning.
Interesting. Okay.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Interesting. Okay, we're going to find everybody because I've never been asked this question before. And we're about to get into it. About to get into this. Let me close this window. Do this. See if it's on the screen. No, it's not.
Saba, what's beautiful, Saba, is that we got Dr. LAROCHE breakdown on it. And then we got Mancu's breakdown on it. And now here we go.
Yeah, it sounds like Mancu's on the grounds, on the forefront of it.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is a whole different frequency, Saba, because now we get to hear from your perspective. And what the ancestors say, of course.
Yeah, so Mancu, from what you've heard, I stepped away for just a moment before I start. From what you've heard about the DEI situation that you were describing, would you say that what was happening was a good thing or a bad thing? Was it productive, or was it negative? What was that?
So because the city that I live in, the state that I live in, or let's just say the city that I live in is 79% Caucasian. And so these efforts that are being made to empower and create opportunities, so in an attempt to level the playing field, is a good thing. And so there are people that are resisting and don't want the playing field to be evened out. And so I know what's about to happen. I know exactly what Saba's gonna do, because before DEI can happen, there's another part that's missing. And you all, it'll be very apparent to you the part that's missing. And Saba's probably definitely 1000% is getting ready to give us that.
I hope so. I just heard about this thing. I hope so. I just heard about it. We're gonna see what's going on. DEI. Was it made for our benefit? To help us? Is it helping us? Who's the us? And we're about to find out what this is. So peace and love to Scribe. What's that you're wearing there, Scribe? That's the red one, red shirt of House of Atten?
Yes.
Well, I don't.
House of Atten, red shirt. The Natiru
Is that one of the new
exists.
ones? Is that one of the new ones?
Yeah, with the, you know.
I don't have that one. What's that?
Don't have that one yet.
What's that?
Not yet.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a huge package delivery. All type of stuff.
You got the test run. The test run. That's when it's like when only Elon Musk had the Tesla car. He's the only one driving it. Okay, so peace and love to Annie Patar. We're gonna get into it. Peace and love to Minty Hotep, Manko Ara. We're gonna see if I have some kind of missing piece of the DEI. Peace to Primordial Thought, who's saying his mind, the setup is real. Peace to Bella. Peace and love, everyone. Let's get into this question, everybody. Shout out to everybody who is observing, learning, benefiting, and growing from
Saba Tehuti.
Yes.
Your camera, your internet is super choppy. So when you go to share your screen, it may affect your screen share too, to where it won't. When you're moving, it might not move with you. It may just stick there for a while. So if it does, I'll let you know. But it most likely will affect your screen share.
So right now, does it look like I'm moving in real time, or does it look like I'm choppy?
No, you freeze for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then you move, and then you freeze for another 4 or 5 seconds, then you move. So it's super choppy.
Let me go out and come back in. Let me see if that's what's happening.
Okay. All right. So yes, we'll just wait patiently for the great Saba. We want to make sure that we get his presentations and his classes smooth. So we'll just wait patiently for that. Hope you all are supporting the great Saba Tehuti. The links are pinned to the top of the chat. You'll see House of Atten, and you'll see Support Tehuti. And that's how you do so. So utilize those links, send in your questions, give a hotep to Dr. Daniel LaRoche, MD, glaucoma specialist, for this question, and the great brother Minku Ara for also building and putting real-time events that are occurring to go along with what's happening in the matrix. So definitely looking forward. Everyone continue to support. No, it's still, you're frozen, it's still freezing.
Yeah,
It's real choppy.
Really?
Yes.
What internet provider are you using? I'm gonna use yours. I'm gonna find out what is it. This is the second internet provider that can't seem to withstand the pod class. I'm always choppy, but I need to call Sonetta. Sonetta looks like a movie. It looks perfectly.
He always said, get your Ethernet cord. You need the Ethernet cord.
I haven't heard of that in years. The Ethernet cord? You have that, Scribe? The Ethernet cord?
Yes, I do.
You do? I haven't heard of that. And yeah, I'm gonna get an Ethernet cord then. Is that the secret? The Ethernet cord?
That's the secret.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm still moving choppy?
Yes. You're frozen right now.
Wow. Okay. Shout out to Jeffy. Jeff, you got your dietary plan. Shout out to you. Respect. I know you have questions on it. You've probably seen things. You've definitely seen things you've never seen before. There is one egg I'm going to take off of there, so you can contact me to get some more particulars. Shout out to Jeffy. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and just do what I can. Internet providers are run by atheists. I'm going to do what I can, everybody, and we'll just have to go. Everybody ready? Okay, here we go. Scribe, you go ahead and tell me if the screen share is messed up while I'm going. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're about to put the timer on. We're about to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. See, the data is used up. The data is used up here. Okay. I have to use this. Okay, everybody, here we go. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass +9 if you can hear me. And also on Big Vapes, check your email. You should have the 43 right now. Okay, here we go. We're about to go right now. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass, houseofatton, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netter. Scribe, I'm going to move this back and forth. How's it moving?
Okay, it just popped up. And it's on your paragraph, and now it's one side of it's blurry. And it's stuck there. And now it's starting to move a little bit. Yeah, now it's stuck again.
Very strange. Okay, so I'm gonna have to you know, and you have a hotspot?
If you're not able to change the internet, what you'll probably have to do is just when you're going through your class is whenever you move it, you'll just have to let it sit there for some moments before you move it again. You know, just maybe stick it on one spot for a while and then just move it to the next one and then just keep it there for a while. That's probably how you have to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna disconnect from this and connect somewhere else. Let me see if this works. Hold on.
Okay.
That'd be great. 5G would be awesome. Okay, Scribe, how am I moving now?
A little better.
Okay, I'm going to use this until it runs out. It's giving me a warning that I'm getting low on the data, so it's going to go ahead and go. I like your background too.
I learned it from you.
Did you draw that?
No, that's in Seti One's per head, his temple.
Yes, I teach from this, but mine doesn't look like this. It doesn't look as perfect as this. It looks like this has been outlined. It's like extremely perfect. Very good.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't look that. This is definitely. It looks outlined. It looks too new. It looks nice though. I've never seen it so clear before. It looks perfect.
Yes.
Okay, everybody, here we go. I see Robert Williams pressing a 9, Ox Effect pressing a 9, Nicholas Noatic pressing a 9, Nefer Keperet pressing a 9, Big Vase pressing a 9. Okay, everybody, we're about to go. Here we go. Are you ready? We're about to do this right now. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass, the question answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Netteru, health questions, diet, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, etc. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient
writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debates, debunk, expose, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Mediterranean, the Egyptians are this, attacking everything, everyone, every show, everything as an attack, but never giving you any indigenous spiritual discipline in its place. Okay, the Bible is wrong, this is wrong, that is wrong, this is stolen. What is the spiritual discipline in its place that you actually live inside of your household, that your family can testify that you live by and that you're accountable to? And what are the experiences that come from such? There is nothing, just arguing, never showing you their hand of what they actually believe in, because in truth, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They just have the want to argue, and thus to hide that they cannot answer any of these questions. They make you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of stage for the above inquiries. Thus the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer customized and taught live for you is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? It is on the DEI. And now the good brother Dr. LaRoche sent me this. He sent me this actually with the question, which I'm just showing now. And it is, Murphy introduces bill to ban DEI in medicine. This is just a few days ago. This was fresh when he sent it to me. March 19th, 2024. Press release. Washington, D.C. today, Congressman Greg Murphy, MD, introduces the embracing of anti-discrimination, unbiased curricula and advancing truth in education, educate. Act, which is, so this is an acronym. Embracing anti-discrimination, unbiased curricula, and advancing truth in education is actually the word educate in an acronym. That's the Educate Act to ban race-based mandates at medical schools and accrediting institutions. American medical schools are the best in the world and no place for discrimination, said Congressman Greg Murphy, MD. The Educate Act compels medical schools and accredited agencies to uphold colorblind admission processes and prohibits the coercion of students who hold certain political opinions. Diversity strengthens medicine, but not if it's achieved through exclusionary practices. Medicine is about serving others and doing the best job possible in every circumstance. We cannot afford to sacrifice the excellence and quality of medical education at the hands of prejudice and device ideology. So the question that was asked, or the comment that was asked to elaborate on, is do a class on the DEI issue. So nothing specific about DEI, but do a class on the DEI issue. There is definitely an issue going on, and I want everybody to know that in most cases, people will play either side of the debate. They'll say, well, I'm for DEI because of this. I'm for the banning because of this. And they'll give their reasons and explanations, and the argument will go back and forth. But as you're going to see, those are called illusionary pivotal points. Those are illusionary pivotal points. Hotep to the new people that came in the room, Waterway and Lavina, Hotep, Tehuti, and Loves. Waterway presses 9. Those are illusionary pivotal points. You create illusions of positioning, and then you have the pawns and the sheeple argue over the illusions, going back and forth over the illusion, not seeing the actual plan that was set into place. They're focusing on the minute aspects in the inner problems of the plan, taking positions, causing the controversy to keep the momentum going without looking. The chess pieces
are controlled by 2 players on either side. Chess pieces think there's a fight going on between them. It's actually 2 people on either side controlling the pieces. So that is actually what's taking place, and let's go ahead and get into it, everybody. DEI, where did this terminology, why is it even popularized now? What is it? Where is the root of it? What is it coming from? Let's get into it. This is definitely going to be a 2-part session. And tonight, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And here we go. So what is DEI? DEI is the abbreviation diversity, equity, inclusion. Some people even say equality. Some people say equality. Some people say equity. Some people say equality. There's actually different, you're going to find out that there's different acronyms and different words that fit within the acronyms of DEI, and even completely different acronyms. You're going to find that out. So some people say equity. Some say equality because they believe it has to do with equal rights. We're going to find out. But here we go. Diversity, equity, inclusion. A conceptual framework that promotes the fair treatment and full participation of all people, especially in the workplace, including populations who have historically been underrepresented or subject to discrimination because of their background, identity, and disability. Well, in actuality, this is a new coded name acronym. The actual name goes back to the Executive Order 10925, going back as far as 1961, and was called EEO. So originally this was called EEO. It was not DEI. It actually goes back, DI originally was EEO, and it goes back to Executive Order 10925, and it goes back all the way to 1961 called EEO. And here's the original, here's the Executive Order, and that is equal employment opportunity. That's why in some cases you will see the E will change from equity to equal, because the actual root of where it came from the word equal, which was equal employment opportunity, which is exactly what this right here, DEI, is trying to explain, which is equal opportunity. It literally is stating that that's what the focus of this is. So some say equity. Okay, so here it is, the equal, EEO, the Equal Employment Opportunity Act number 10925 from 1961. This actually set in place. John F. Kennedy, 35 president, 1961-1963. This is Executive Order 10925, establishing the President's Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity, March 6, 1961, whereas discrimination because of race, creed, color, or national origin is contrary to the constitutional principles and policies of the United States, and 13 CFR 1960 sup, whereas it is the plain and positive obligation of the United States government to promote and ensure equal opportunity for all qualified persons without regard to race, creed, color, national origin, employment, and seeking employment with federal government and on government contracts. That's the plain positive obligation. Let me come to the screen, everybody. Make sure that you know that's the plain obligation of the United States government. The positive obligation of the United States government is to ensure equalness with everybody. That's what the United States government is all about, ladies and gentlemen. So when they set up these situations like equal opportunity, EEO and DEI, you should know the United States always had your best concerns in mind, and they wanted equality to be set up with all people, because the United States government believes that all people are equal. All people are the same. Don't you know that by now? Don't you know that from the history of the United States, that that's what their foundation is, to set up that all people are the same and all people should have an equal opportunity. And that is the base of the United States government. And thus we have EEO, and then it expands to DEI, promoted by the United States government, because they have our best interest in mind, as they always have. They have the best interests of the Native Americans,
the best interests of blacks and Latinos, that is the heart of the USA. So now that we know that's the heart of the USA, and that's DEI and EEO is based on that principle, and the United States government has always been about the fair, beautiful treatment of everybody, let us continue. Okay, boom. So here we are. There we are. And then we go scroll over here. And here's Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson, Lockheed Corporation, President Cortland Gross, President John F. Kennedy, Secretary of Labor Arthur Goldberg, Science Plans for Progress and Equal Employment, because we know, ladies and gentlemen, we know that Lockheed, Lyndon B. Johnson, we know that Goldberg and these men, they want to be equal to the Native Americans. They want the Native Americans to be equal to them. They believe that everyone should have an equal right in this country. That's what the country is based on. It's based on equality. When they came over here, they gave the Native Americans equality. When they went over to Africa, we all came over here selling the boat on equality. And the foundation of the American government is based on equality, thus manifesting as a result of DEI, because they want equality amongst everyone in the world. So why is this such a hot topic taking place? Apparently recently, or at least having an explosion in the past 4 years, everybody. That's when DEI exploded in the past 4 years. It's because of the most explosive racial occurrence that has ever taken place post-slavery, and that is what? The George Floyd event. The George Floyd event, which sparked this burst of explosion from here to Spain. Statues were being smashed down in Spain, America. Stores were being raided. America's never seen anything like this. Streets were being mobbed. The actual White House, everything. No, America has never seen anything like this before. And since this explosion, boom, let me take you to the diversity resources itself and see what they say. Here we are in diversity resources. Black Lives Matter, how DEI has and hasn't changed. George Floyd was murdered on May 25th, 2020. Boom, 4 years ago, resulting in an immense response worldwide. The U.S. citizens took to the streets, expressed their anger through protests and giving birth to Black Lives Matter movement. During this period, many businesses made public statements against racism and injustice. Many companies voiced and desired to boost support for diversity, equity, which is also equality, and inclusion in response to the movement. Right? Because it took something like this for all the companies in the government to want equality. It took the George Floyd event to happen. They never heard of equality before this. Never heard of the word. So there it is, the definition of DEI. But of course, as with anything that brings attention, which is really just a distraction, there is always a PSYOPS and a matrix involved. And in order to get into that, we must go into what, everybody? What we must go into? What shall we go into? Let's go into Tehuti Overdrive. Now that you know what DEI is, let's go into Tehuti Overdrive. And now the letters will turn green because now we're going to look at it through the eyes on the other side of the matrix. This is one of the largest PSYOPs of the matrix to ever take place to shift the minds of the people from reparations and self-empowerment to be replaced with what is called false empty gestures of racial reparations PSYOPs. The false empty gestures of racial reparations PSYOP, this was all set in place as a plan of self-control, to self-control several decades earlier, and reaches full reveal through the George Floyd. So this is all a PSYOPs of control that was set into place several decades earlier, and it reached a climax reveal through the George Floyd coded apparent murder
and the coronavirus appearance code through links and associations. So of course, before there was any DEI explosion, before there was any coronavirus wearing, before there was any masks, before there was any, there was the death of George Floyd. There was images of George Floyd circulating with this. An image of George Floyd circulating with this. Okay, this was the pre-programming already set in place. I can't say much more about this, but I'm just going to say that these images were circulating of this man named George Floyd with this. I don't know if you all have this image, but this is the image circulated, and then boom, and then everything happened. Simultaneously, as displaying students falling back based on diversity of race related to the subject matter of DEI, it would show images like this. So there would be an image of George Floyd with the Corona bottle, and then simultaneously together, back to back, you see things like this. Students falling behind in reading. Why? Because they're focusing on the DEI topic. Majority Black schools, 4.9 months behind. Majority Latino schools, 3.6 months behind. Majority White school, 2.3 months behind. So they're showing you what's happening in the so-called education system, but they're separating it by these races. Like these races are the only races that exist in America, but there is something going on, a PSYOPS that is happening where the focus has to be on these races, because this bottom one, this is the race of the conquistador that attacked these people, which were the Native Americans, which brought these people. So it doesn't matter if Chinese are falling back, are Arabs falling back, are Iranians falling back, are Iranians Latino, are Iranians white schools? Is there anybody else? Any Vietnamese? Nope. It's just white schools, Latino and Black, and this is the PSYOPS. And right there at the bottom, talking about schools falling back, you see these flashes of coronavirus pandemic. District of Columbia, 3.6%. New York, 2.61. Jersey, 2.33. Puerto Rico, 2.29. Rhode Island, 2.22. Here, when the show was on, students falling back, this will pop up on the side. This is not a part of the show, but this just pops up on the side of these shows, linking these two together. We're going to find out what actually is taking place on the bigger side, the actual program matrix side. If you think America has always been the foundation of equality of people, if you think America wants everybody to be equal, then more power to you. Wonderful. Keep going. If you think America wants equal rights, only with the job force, though, right? Only with the job force is what America is focused on, the equality. There's no other aspect of culture. Nothing else happens to anybody. Just when it comes to the job force, which of course promotes and supports this whole system of corruption, then that we focus on equality. You will get some more visual programming and neuro-linguistic programming on that topic a little later in class. For now, you will notice the links and associations with the DEI explosion was coupled with programming called Empty Gestures of Reparation Programming. Has anyone heard of the Legislation Act HR 40? The actual Reparations Act that was backed by by Nancy Pelosi. I want you to remember her. She will come up later in this class and be a key instrument in the reparation to DEI, the DEI focus switch. So there was an act called HR 40 that was an actual reparations act. Nancy Pelosi backed it. You're going to see her pop up later in the class because she's going to be a key instrument to the reparations to DEI focus PSYOP switch, where there was a switch from the Act 40, HR 40 Act, to what's happening in DEI, which is why more people right now are talking about DEI than the HR 40 Act. We're going to find out why that is. So here it is, everybody. Danny Glover was involved. A man named Nahisi was involved. This is HR 40, addressing the promise made of the 40 acres and a mule. And this goes back to 1816 to 1885. The fundamental injustice, cruelty, brutality, inhumanity of slavery in the United States of America. 13 American colonists between 1619 and 1865. So this is the Reparations Act that is actually happening at the same time that all this other confusion is exploding. Yes, an actual hearing on black reparations with Danny Glover and others for the issuing of this bill was held to enact the actual possibility, the last people left on earth to receive reparations. I want everybody to go research cultures that receive reparations, and almost every single culture that was abused, enslaved, attacked has received reparations, and an annual reparation of billions of dollars per year. The only people that hadn't were the actual people that were the first to be taken over here. Before anyone else was over here, it was the 13 colonies bringing in over black slaves. Before any other Iranians, any other Europe, any other people were here, it was those people that were abused the harshest, and the blacks were the last to never even receive it. And finally, there's an actual hearing held called the HR 40 hearing with the HR 40 bill. And it was about the very last people on earth that have not received reparations, of how and why and when they should, which are quote unquote African Americans. Those are the last people. If you check the chart of reparations, almost everybody else has. That came after slavery. This will cause, of course, a huge impact and a global change unprecedented to anything in history. Guess when it was held, everybody? When was this held? Anybody remember when this was held? When was it held? On June 19th, 2019. Huh? Huh? Hey? What happened? What? What's that? What'd you say? June 9th, 2019. That's when this happened. Then boom, boom. Something else started happening. 2019. The hearing for actual reparations, true so-called financial equality. Because when somebody gets reparations, regardless of what I think about it, but when you get reparations are supposed to be to repair something. That's the definition of the word. Reparation comes from the word repair. So in other words, this was an act to repair what was wrong. If you repair something, you've just created equality. You've just made it balanced. If you've actually repaired, what happened to dark-skinned people from Africa that would have to be repaired in order for there to be reparations to bring them back to the state that they were equal to before the event even happened? Imagine how much would have to be done for the repairing of that. That would end American economy. That would end American Christianity. That would end everything. But this happened 2019. Any other interesting events pop up in 2019? I don't know. You all go back to 2019 and find out if anything else interesting happened that you all were talking about and a part of, and raise your hand if you all were talking about HR 40, the reparations mandate bill, or were you talking about the other two things? And the other thing that's supposed to bring equality. Equality! Not the actual reparations itself, of course. Here we go. All right, so this is Congress hearing on HR 40 legislation on June 19, 2019. The House of Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution of Civil Rights, Civil Right Liberties held a hearing on HR 40, the commission to study the developed reparation proposal for African Americans Act. The purpose of the hearing was to examine through the open, constructive discourse and legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, its continuing impact on the community, and the path to restore justice. Justice is equality, right? So this was the equality hearing. This was to restore and repair things so that there would be justice on the most harshest events that have taken place. Hold on. Nanny, give me the hook. The most harshest events that have taken place. 2019. Interesting date. Interesting date. Okay. And when was the explosion of DEI? Well, Black Lives Matter. How DEI has and hasn't changed. George Floyd murdered on May 25th, 2020. Resulted in an immense response, thank you, worldwide. Let me move this over here. 2020 caused the explosion of Black Lives Matter and DEI. On the evening of May 25th, 2020, white Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin kills George Floyd, a black man, by kneeling on his neck for almost 10 minutes. The death recorded by bystanders touched off what was possibly the largest protest movement in all of U.S. That's more than the Black Panthers, more than the Nation of Islam, more than anything going on in the 60s. This is the largest protest movement, and it expanded past the U.S. all the way into Spain and all the way into other countries. U.S. history and nationwide reckoning on race. 2020 of May. Boom. Directly after the hearing, with literally the most important government decision that would have ever been made, directed towards the change of black people and their current lack of reparations, which was due since the statement 40 acres and a mule. And what were some of the gestures of reparations that ran rampant worldwide due to the diverse equality or equity inclusion and the Black Lives Matter? What were some of the reparations? Which was to repair? What were some of the changes that were made? Let's take a look at them. Let's look at some of the reparations that were made. What did some of the companies do due to DEI and due to the Black Lives Matter and due to the George Floyd? What was the changes? Aunt Jemima. Aunt Jemima. Wonderful. Look at Aunt Jemima. Aunt Jemima got changed to Pearl Milling Company. Hey, Aunt Jemima got changed to Pearl Milling Company. We want equality. We want reparations. Here it is. Aunt Jemima. Now we're Pearl Milling Company. Yay, reparations. Wait, black people receive no independence, no financial gain, no power from that switch. How much money does Aunt Jemima or Pearl Milling, there's a typo, how much money does Aunt Jemima or Pearl Milling Company make per year still? 350 million. The Aunt Jemima brand has brought in 350 million in sales over the last 12 months. Kioff says, and its syrup and pancake mix has grown 18 to 23% respectively. Wonderful. So, hey, change your logo. Aunt Jemima to Pearl Milling Company. Pearl Milling Company. Yay. Wonderful. While they make 350 million and it's actually going up 18% to 23% respectively. What's some other changes that was made in the empty gestures of reparation? Hey, the coat of arms. Look at the old one. Look at the new one. They took off the word imperial and the Coos ET. Yay! It got changed. Imperial College London decided to remove its motto from the official rendition of its coat of arms to better reflect the college's culture, values, and commitment, supporting a diverse and inclusive community. The motto reads, Scientia Imperii Decus et Tut Amen, which translates as scientific knowledge, crowning glory, and the safeguard of the empire. Hey, they changed it. Yay! Yay! Yay, reparations. Wait, This did nothing for the independent black learning systems. London still has the large empire, and black people have received absolutely nothing to even create a foundational beginning points to create an empire. But hey, London's coat of arms changed. We are free. Slavery, bondage, rape, innocent black men killed and raped with plungers by the police. You are now equalized. Thank you, diverse, equality, inclusion. Thank you for these changes. Yay. Thank you for the changes. Let's get to some other changes because we're going to get to the workforce soon. Okay, another list of empty gestures and DEI goes on and on and on and on. Wow, Tehuti. So the matrix associates the original reparations of 40 acres and a mule with the new replacement of DEI. This was a conscious switch focus? Yes, they openly associated the switch. Let me take you to the American College of Trust and State Council. Some people may say, hold on, Tehuti, you're pushing it. DEI is a separate thing. DEI doesn't have to do with switching the focus. It has nothing to do with reparations. It just has to do with the job force, making everything equal, because America has always been about equality between all races. All the presidents felt that they were equal to the Cherokee. All the Congress and all the Confederates felt that they were definitely equal to the Iroquois and the Eskimo. They were all about equal opportunity. They wanted everybody to be on the same playing field. That's right. They wanted everybody to be on. It was not a focus on reparations. DEI has nothing to do with reparations at all. It's about the explosion of George Floyd, and it's about just getting job opportunities in the workplace. Nothing about reparations. That'll be ridiculous, Tehuti. How could you get reparations by just causing equality on a job force? How could that cause reparations? Okay. Well, let me take you to the American College of Trust and State Council, to the DEI section itself. Here it is. ACTEC. What's ACTEC? The American Council of Trust, Social Council. Call it American College of Trust and State Council. Planning for a diverse, equitable future. Okay. What is this about? How do we plan for a diverse, equitable future? What's the program? Looks good. They're planning for DEI future to make everybody equal through planning. Let me show you the rest of the article. Are you ready? Here's the rest of the article. 40 acres and a mule reparations. 40 acres and a mule reparations and the estate tax, with ACTEC fellow Terrence M. Franklin, Sarah Moore Johnson, and Raymond C. O'Doon. Starts off, 40 acres and a mule refers to the unfulfilled promise made formerly to enslaved African Americans after Civil War, which was intended to provide them with land, resources for economic self-sufficiency. The phrase symbolizes the ongoing struggle for reparations and economic justice for the descendants of slaves in the United States of America. ACTEC fellows, Sarah Johnson and Raymond, begin their collaboration through research to better understand the history of slavery, post-slavery, U.S. history, reparations. Planning for the DEI, diverse, equitable future. 40 acres and a mule, reparations. What does DEI have to do with the 40 acres and a mule reparations? Unless they're connected for a PSYOPS switch. Boom. DEI PSYOPS is openly an empty replacement for the focus of the actual reparations, which started off as an actual PSYOPS mockery itself when William T. Sherman's Special Field Order number 15 issued on January 16th, 1865, 40 acres, the actual mule was not a part of that. The order is only 40 acres. The mule was added in later. So initially, back in William T. Sherman Special Field Order number 15, issued on January 16th, 1865. It was the mockery offer for reparations, for the raping of children's behinds, for the stealing of culture, language, the raping, the stealing of gold, in slavery. Too many things to mention. The way that we, the American government, because America wants all of us to be equal. That is the foundation of America. It's always about equality. So to make up and repair for this, the DEI is studying the 40 acres and the mule reparations. And originally, when Sherman created this in 1865, there was no mule. That was added later. This was a mockery, meaning that in order to equate every heinous crime, men's balls being cut off, women's stomachs being slit, babies stomped on the ground, in order to accommodate for the equity, the equality of all this to reparations, each slave will get 40 acres. 40 acres where? When you get 40 acres, then that will wash our hands clean. If you give all the slaves 40 acres. Let me ask you something in the class. I'm curious. Forget about the 400 years, to this day, 500 years of brutality. Forget about that. Let's just deal with your one child that you have. Any one of them. Your one wife that you have. Your husband that you have. Forget about 400 years of disgusting, undescribable torture. Forget about that. Let's just say, if someone just raped if someone molested your 5-year-old child, just one time, just for 15 minutes, one day, 15 minutes molested and raped your child. If you saw the person and they said, hold on, man, hold on here, hold on. I got 40 acres. What are you talking? 40 acres? Forget it. Don't do nothing to me. It's okay, man. We're going to make this equal. I'm going to give you 40 acres. Anybody in the class that would accept that to repair just your one child. We're not talking about 500 years of brutality. We're not talking about 400 years of disgusting, undescribable terror. We're not discussing that. We're not discussing language stolen, religion stolen, women's stomachs cut open, children being raped. We're not talking about any of that. Just your one child was molested and torn apart for 15 minutes. Could the rapist come up to you and say, we'll make it all right with 40 acres? Wouldn't that be a mockery to you? All those who say, yes, I accept that, just type in the chat, yes, I accept that. That will make things repaired. That will make things better. And I will be cool with that person who did that to my 6-year-old. Just give me 40 acres. If you would say no to that, and that's just one child for 15 minutes, was it not a mockery? Was it a serious thing, or was it not a mockery to give 40 acres for 400 years of your flesh torn off your skin? $40 acres for the rape of all of your sisters for over 300 years, and the brothers. Religion stolen, culture stolen, everything gone, your name taken away, killed if you didn't worship Christ, put on a tree and castrated with your testicles dripping on the ground. It's 40 acres. It's 40 acres, the reparation. If you wouldn't even accept that for your one child being attacked for 15 minutes, then obviously, 40 acres was a mockery reparation for 400 years of there's no word for it in English yet for what happened to Africans that were brought over. There's no word for it yet. So obviously that's a mockery. But don't worry, everybody. DEI Council is studying the 40 acres and a mule because they're associating this with reparations. But it's the same mockery. Just a modern day one. There we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're going to go for a little bit longer. Then I'm going to take a break because there's a lot to cover here. So you can look that up. You can look up Sherman's Special Field Order 15 Sherman's Special Field Order number 15, issued on January 16, 1865. It was just 40 acres. There actually was no mule in it yet. At that time, look at the original one. There's no mule listed in it yet. So 40 acres was not, the mule was not a part of that. So it has 40 acres, and 40 acres make up for over 400 years of rape, bondage, child pedophilia, stripping of culture, male castration, etc. Now replace a job dependent structure of offering job rights within a European corporate structure, which in turn does not even work. Is that reparations? Because that is what this is studying here. This is the Diverse, Equitable Future Council studying 40 acres and a mule reparation. This is a PSYOPS mockery. So I've shown you clearly that the PSYOPS of DEI was a distraction from the accountability of the promise of reparations while simultaneously pumping blacks, Latinos, etc. heavier into the workforce corporate system, which only benefits American corporations whose foundation was built on slavery in the first place. But which else was the hidden agenda? What else does it benefit? What else does it benefit? Imagine this, everybody. Let me come to the screen real quick. Imagine this. Imagine you are a criminal. You kidnap people and you put them in these horrid conditions. And you set up a whole corporation where you and your family are making money, but you need workers in this corporation. So you say to the people that you brutalized, you say to the Native Americans, Latinos, and blacks, hey, listen, I know what will make this equal. We'll give you equal opportunity in our workforce corporations for our companies, and you can work for us and get better jobs in our corporation and make America richer because there'll be more of you and you just keep working, and that's the reparations, because we have DEI councils that are studying the 40 acres and a mule reparations. So are you happy now? Are we equal now? We're equal now, right? This is what makes us equal. Prior to the Matrix, prior to the invasion of Alexander the Great, do you see anybody along the Nile Valley talking about being equal to anybody? Do you see any teachings of equality between the Nile Valley culture when they're speaking about other people? Was Plato, Socrates, Aristotle equal to the scribes they were going to? Is that what blacks were? They were equal? Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Solon came to learn almost everything they said they're indebted to the Nile Valley culture. That doesn't sound like equals. So no, I don't want to be equal. I don't want to be equal. Equal doesn't make me a netter. And equal doesn't make me what was the name of the Greek emperor that was equal to Ramesses in 1200 BC? Just could you type his name for me, please? Type the name of the Greek emperor that was equal to Ramesses in 1200. Wait. Oh, so I'm sorry. Could the Greeks speak in 1200 BC? Wait a minute. What happened? Oh, could you give me a piece of Greek literature from 1200 BC? Just to show that Greeks could read and write books? What's the name of the Greek literature in 1200 BC? I want the Greek mathematical papyrus. So along with the Ebers papyrus and 1800 BC in the medical papyrus that they had along the Nile. In 1800 BC, the Greeks and the Europeans had their medical papyrus too, and had their we were all equal. That's how it was. Alexander the Great did what he did because he thought that Kemet was equal. We didn't start off equal in the first place. That's a PSYOPS. Equal to what? We didn't want to be equal to you in the first place. Being equal doesn't get the attention of Aristotle. Being equal doesn't get the attention of the world. Being equal doesn't make you the first mathematicians in the world. Being equal doesn't make you have the first medical papyrus in the world. Being equal doesn't make you have the first recorded moral values and book on the planet Earth. Being equal doesn't give you the ability to create the Akus, the pyramids, and the civilizations of Kemet. Kemet wasn't equal. They were not equal. So nobody in that land was looking for equality with Greeks. But now, hey, let's make sure we're equal here because we want to be equal to you. And that is the PSYOP, started by JFK, started by Goldman, and all these, I can't even say what they are, but all these people that started this PSYOP. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's be equal. Okay, so who else benefits from this? What if I were to tell you this was an Orwellian diametrics matrix of compounding psychological reverse psychology, where not only does it work, not only does it not work, but it does the actual opposite. It creates the racial tension in the first place. You remember when Menkara came in and described it? Remember when Dr. LaRoche came in? It's actually designed to create the medical the racial tension. That's they need to create the friction. That's what fuels the economy, and this social construct is the actual war and racism. So, what if DEI was actually designed to do the opposite and create higher racial tension? Wow, Tehuti, are you stating, Tehuti? Wow, what are you saying, Tehuti? I'm not saying anything, nothing. I will take you 2016 Harvard Business Review, Behavioral Studies, inform you so the skeptics of my teachings can call Harvard pseudo. Let's see what Harvard Business Review 2016 states about DEI. Let's see how it's working. I'm gonna go to New York Magazine, the Cut section, the Cut, doing the work at work. What are the companies desperate for? What are companies desperate for diversity consultants actually buying? Certainly after Floyd's murder, the business became astronomically larger. The DEI business. The DEI business became astronomically larger than ever. But instead of an industry finally coming into focus, thanks to unprecedented funding and momentum, thanks to unprecedented funding and momentum, thanks to unprecedented funding and momentum, what composes DEI feels even more dizzying, diffuse, and its true beneficiaries remain in question. Who are the true beneficiaries? Boom, DEI programs instituted in the corporations themselves. Guess how much is given towards DEI programs a year, which of course becomes tax write-off and simultaneously profit. Back to this. Marketers everywhere, corporate America spends roughly $8 billion annually on diversity, according to a figure that gets passed around routinely. Through that rough estimate was first cited in 2003, which means the true profitability of the market is uncharted. $8 billion annually. I wonder how many 40 acres that could actually buy. 8 billion. 8 billion, everybody. 8 billion. This is a business. If you think the U.S. is in the game of bringing warm-hearted equality to all the nationalities on the planet. That's the foundation of the White House. That's the foundation of America. We're going to make America great again. It's to bring equality. We're always about everybody being equal. Or has it been from the beginning a corporation? Business profit is what's behind every single thing you can think of that the gov is involved with. Business profitability. And they have the pawns and the sheeple arguing within the profitability, thinking that we're being helped. They love us. We're going to climb harder in the workforce. We're going to get better jobs in the matrix. We're going to do great. This is great. So we can finally become Oprah Winfrey. One day we'll be like Oprah, who's free. Better jobs in the corporation. $8 billion a year. It's from the warmth of their heart, for the helping of us. Latinos, they love you. The government, you don't know that? You don't know they want you? These systems are set up for you to be equal in the work. They want you as powerful in the workforce. In the workforce. The business ownership, the workforce. Worker, they want you the most equal worker possible. You're the equalist worker of all the workers in the workforce. We're equal now. Everything is good. HR 40, undiscussed. Came up in the news. When was the last time you seen HR 40 discussed? How many people came to the pod class discussing HR 40 since 2000? Since 2020, HR 40 or George Floyd? HR 40 or coronavirus? Which one have you heard about the most? Equal. We want to be just like you. Make us like you, please. We want to be equal to you. So we're going to see. I'm going to play something right now. And this is a clip of the business of DEI. Yes, it's a business, everybody. It's a business. Oh, do I even have the clip? Do I have it? Or did it? Something's happening with this computer tonight. This computer is interesting tonight. A very interesting piece. Let me see if this pulls up. Nope. Oh, here it is. Okay. It has pulled up. And here we go. DEI. DEI. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Never fall for the PSYOPs. Never think that it's too late. I think that any of these government-funded programs have anything to do with you, your benefit. Let's go to here we go, everybody.
Diversity and inclusion.
Useless or not, companies continue to pay big money for trainings.
There's a whole industry now designed to cater to companies looking for a quick way to check that box. In the US in 2020, DEI was a $3.4 billion industry.
That was in 2020 for a way to check that box. What box is that? That's the box of love. That's the box that I love you, Latino. I love you, the box of check for love. What box do you think that is, that check is? If you think companies are spending $3.4 billion to $8 billion for the love of you, to make you equal, because America loves you, then keep on living. Keep on living. America loves you. They want you equal. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They love you. This is our chance finally to get good jobs, fair and square. Yes, $1 billion industry that all statistics are saying is not working. and is in actuality doing the opposite, creating disgruntled people and tension. That's a typo. Disgruntled people and tension at the workplace. What is that's working? It's a misdirection psyop. So, mission accomplished. If you could create something in the guise of we want there to be equality in the workplace and everybody to be the same because we love all people, we America, we love everyone. And in actuality, it's a psyops that actually creates tension in the workplace while making billions of dollars. You've succeeded in the same plan of racism in the first place. You've succeeded in the multi-billion-dollar industry to create tension and keep people imbalanced and angry, even though they're in the same workplace, which will lead to exactly the next explosion that they want. Here we go, everybody. Mission accomplished. Here we go. Is that what's actually happening? Yes. One of the psychological and magical psyops of this diametric Orwellian matrix. Let me shrink so y'all can see. Have I shrunk it? Yes. One of the psychological magical psyops of this program is a form of diametric Orwellian matrix, presenting something when it's really its own opposite. The so-called focus is for equality, equity, supposedly, so that the people can feel equal and eliminate racial bias by having people in the workforce that are diverse. The issue is some of the people are actually underqualified and only qualify due to their racial ethnic backgrounds, thus causing people within the same genre or workplace who worked hard, who did qualify, to automatically feel unequal. They start to feel unequal, and they feel an injustice because of the years that they put in to work side by side with others who are accepted because of their ethnic background and not due to the actual qualification. This paradox works in reverse of the appearance of the supposed reason for the program, which will automatically create disgruntled racism and tension buildup that's actually creating more contention under the guise of resolution. And that's statistically proven. Here we go. What if you studied for months? I'm going to ask everybody in the class. What if you studied for months on end, lost sleep, disassociated friends and family, so that you could get to the point to finally pass the admission test to the university or college you dreamed of for years, and you finally passed it? You studied for years to finally become an honorary student. Your family celebrated you finally. You reached your goals of achievement, and imagine someone else comes afterwards, sits in all the classes with you, and receive the benefits, not having to go through any of this. What type of disgruntled animosity would the person harbor for the other person? Well, this is the chaos they're intentionally creating. Are you ready, everyone? So what if you had to study for most people have been to college. What if you had to study for months on end? What we're going to do, we're going to remove the race part from it. We're going to actually remove the racial part from it. So forget if you're black, white, Latino, you're an Eskimo, Native American. Let's just say you're any of them. And you've studied for months on end. You're a Latino person. You studied for months on end, years to be the honor student, to go to pass the court, disassociated with family, friends, lost nights of sleep, up taking ginkgo biloba, ginkgo cola. You're trying to keep your memory up. You have bags under your eyes. You're working an extra job to pay for the school books, and you finally make it. And you pass the exams, you pass all the tests, and you finally made it. And let's say another Latino comes in, and he doesn't have to do any of that. And he just gets to boop, sit in the class with you. We're going to take race out of it. He just goes boop, 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 and sits in the class with you. How would you feel? Not just about the other Latino sitting beside you, but just about the system in general. Just you as a Latino, You as a black, as a Chinese, as a white, whatever you may be a dwarf. I don't know what anybody is watching. You may be an elf. I'm not sure. Whatever you are, but you spend all that time, got bags under your eyes, years sleep missed. You don't talk to your friends anymore. I can't go out. And someone comes in and they look just like you. They're Latino. They're black. They're just like you. We're going to take race out of it. And they sit down in the workplace with you. How do you feel, class? Do you feel disgruntled? You're not even racist. There's nothing to do with race yet. You're just disgruntled at the system itself. It could be a fellow black person. It could be your uncle. But you have to go through all that honorary student class, exam, passing the test, and someone else just comes and sits beside you. They don't have to go through any of that. How would you feel? How would you feel? Mentioseps, I'd feel cheated. Whether it was another black woman or a white woman, right? It's just the natural human, the natural emotion that it doesn't even matter you're not even looking at the person's race yet. You're just looking at, I spent all that time and you're cheated. Now, what if that action was accompanied by a racial look? What if everybody that was coming in that didn't have to go through that looked like a Mexican or a black man or woman? Now the animosities through links and association compounds the racism you already had before the program. So now when you see the Latino or the black coming into the class, before you even get to ask them anything, guess what? You're not allowed to. In the DEI programs, in the DEI courses, you can't. You have to keep it to yourself because you'd be considered a racist. You can't talk to them about that system being unfair. So now you just have to hold it in. Now you're developing another type of dislike for the person that you weren't even racist about before. But you keep seeing these type of looking people coming in and they're like, I didn't do the test. I didn't do the test. What if we take it a step further? What if you didn't have to actually do the test because there was no test? There was no test anymore. What if DEI took away the test? Not only does the test exist, but they remove the test so that anybody after the removal, whether they're black or white, can sit in the class with you. Now it's not even about the race anymore. What if the test itself was removed for everyone, except for everyone that blood, sweat, and tears did it before it was removed? Big Babe says, I'm asking for a raise. They didn't earn it. Absolutely. Would it be crazy if they removed the test? What if it was completely removed? So now even a European could come in afterwards who looks just like you, who doesn't have to do the test. It's not because they're underprivileged or black. What if they just remove the whole test? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's go, everybody. Let's see. Are you ready, everybody? Uh-oh. Colleges and universities drop the admissions test. April 16th, 2022. To increase equity school districts, they eliminate honor classes. The admission test is eliminated. The honor classes are eliminated, both in the name of DEI. So who does that help? Wait a minute. DEI are for the underprivileged, the blacks, the Latinos. But wait, if you drop the test completely, Bill Gates' son could come into college. Rich. Huh? Elon Musk's son can come in for free. Is he underprivileged? Is Elon Musk an underprivileged Latino that his son needs the DEI program because his father can't get him the equal opportunity? What if they eliminated it and now any race benefits? I thought you were studying for the reparations to help the blacks equal. If you remove the test and honors completely, then that means every race benefits from that. Even the slave master's great-grandson can come in for free with Tyrone. He benefits too. This causes an animosity you can't even believe, because now you can't even tell who's coming in. You just know after this date, there's no more exam, there's no more, so everybody gets to come in. You may have been the poor European girl, the poor white girl who was working hard, and you passed the exam. And some millionaire's son comes in, and the exam is cut off, so he gets in for free. You're not even equal to him, and both of you are European. He was above you before, and now he comes in for free. That's reparations for blacks? That has something to do with race now? Now everybody begins to benefit because DEI now spreads and cuts things off for everyone. Doesn't matter your race now. It's not the exam is cut off for blacks and Latinos. What does it say here? Colleges and universities, drop it. There is no more. No more. The honor equity school districts eliminate honor classes for everyone. This creates social, internal animosity and disgruntledness, eternal chaos created by the matrix purposely, slowly brewing within the society to eventually cause an explosion due to the frustration within the society itself. Tragic, dramatic, chaotic events bring in the revenue. That's what brings in the revenue. Here we go, everybody. I'll do a little bit more than I have to take a break, but here we go. Let's keep going. DEI is going to save us. Yay. And simultaneously bringing down the standards of entry. The standards would have to be brought down if the people coming in don't even have to study for the exam. Then, of course, the standards are lowered automatically for every race. Simultaneously bringing down the standards of entry to accommodate for equality. Even the rich white guy can come in. Let me ask the class, what is a bar exam? And what's the importance of a bar exam in law? Let me ask everybody that. What is the importance of a bar exam in law? Is it of any importance to you? How would you have wanted your lawyer to do on his bar exam? Does that matter to you? What is a bar exam, and is a bar exam important? Is it important to have any kind of exam before you become the lawyer? Any exam? You have to practice. Nice. Hey, Big Vapes, would you want your lawyer to pass? When you hire a lawyer, if you have 4 lawyers to hire, if you have 2 lawyers to hire, and one of them say, I didn't even take a bar exam. And one said, I passed my bar exam with flying colors. Just tell me, Big Vapes, which one would you want to be your lawyer? The one that didn't take the bar exam? Or the one that passed the bar exam greatly? Just which one would you hire in your defense case? You're being unjustly charged with rape. You went to a club, went on a date with a girl, and she's telling the cops he raped her. And your life is on the line. And you got 2 lawyers to hire. One's like, I ain't even, what bar exam? We talking about bar exam? I didn't pass it. I didn't even take it, man. I kind of snuck in. I got a rich dad. He kind of paid my way in. Huh? And the other one says, I studied for years. I passed my bar exam with flying colors. I know aspects of the law from that bar exam like the back of my hand. The other's like, I came in through the window, man. Big Vape says, I'm hiring the one. Of course you are. Do you want to see the beauty of DEI, everybody? You want to see DEI? What DEI is doing? Huh? You want to see DEI? Ready? Here we go. Then I'm going to take a break after this. So here's the bar exam. See them studying for it? What is a bar exam? Big Vape and I think Robert Williams answered correctly. Bar exam is like no other test you've taken. Although most exams will test your knowledge of a limited topic, the bar exam covers a wide swath of legal subjects. Let's start again. A bar exam is like no other test you have ever taken. A bar exam is like no other test you've taken. Although most exams will test your knowledge of a limited topic, the bar exam covers a wide swath of legal subjects: business, association, conflict of law, contract, constitutional law, criminal law and procedure, civil procedure, evidence, family law, property, torts, trust, and estates, and secure transactions, and some states even throw in a few other legal subjects for good measure, a good measure. And unlike some of the nicer law professionals you may have had, there are no hints or tips on the bar exam. There's no gimme bar exam questions. There's no funny throwaway options on the multiple choice section. The bar examiners aren't trying to impress you with their wittiness. It's one of the toughest tests ever. You don't even know what you're tested on. Let me ask the class, what if I were to tell you, in the name of DEI, the quality questions of the bar exam was lowered? How would you feel about choosing that lawyer? I already asked you. You'd say you choose a lawyer that was the higher qualified in the bar exam for your life and death situation, or the one that passed the lower quality bar exam to cross-examine the rapist of your child. Would that one be your lawyer of choice? You're going to hire a lawyer that's going to cross-examine the rapist of your child, and one lawyer passed with low-graded bar exam and one passed with high-graded. Which one would you choose? Of course, everybody would choose the high-graded one. Well, what if DI took it a step further? What if not only the grade of the bar exam lessened, but what if I were to tell you Washington Supreme Court rules that bar exam is no longer a requirement to practice law? Cites impacts on marginalized groups. The bar exam being removed due to DEI. How does that help the society? Welcome to the Matrix. I'm going to take a break right there, family. I'm going to take a break right there for a moment. Step away. I shall be back. I'm going to put the link in the room. I just have to break. You know, it's been, Paul Hayru said I talked for 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, this says an hour and 14 minutes. I'm going to stop right there. I teach for an hour plus before I take one break. I'm going to put the link in the room. And team jump in, supporters jump in. You can all speak what you've heard so far. And I'll be right back. That's right, Robert Williams. DEI for the equal. DEI make us equal. So this take away the student enrollment. DEI, thank you. Take away the exam to get into the college. Take away the bar exam. Remove it. Good luck. Good luck getting yourself a Johnny Cochran. So there's the link right there in the room. Jump in. Right. You can become a lawyer. Big Vapes. Hey, go be a lawyer. Big money in that no more bar exam. All in the name of DEI for equal opportunity and reparations for the underprivileged blacks and Latino. Let's take away our exemption. Let's see the quality of crime after that. Hey, Menti, I got a lawyer for you. You didn't pass the exam, though, for your business plan. He's going to be your next lawyer.
Oh my gosh.
Look
Oh
at
my gosh. This is crazy.
Gabrielle had to come in on this. Hold on. Gabriella showed up for this one. She's not playing around. Primordial, shaking his head, rubbing the sweat up. I got a lawyer for you, Gabriella. He's going to help you in Primordial. You guys have any kind of case you want to work out? I got a lawyer. He never did the bar exam. Huh? He's going to help you guys. You'll recover.
What kind of structure and what kind of standards? This is just complete chaos.
I'm going to let you all build for a moment. Come off on mute, both Primordial and Gabriel on mute. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be back, everybody. I'm going to go find myself a lawyer.
Okay, and then the next thing is going to be like the judges don't have to pass their exam. So whoever wants to get up there and be a judge can just go up there. Like, this is insane. Peace, Gabriella. Peace, Primordial. Your mic is not connected, Gabriella.
Yo, as she gets that together, oh my God. This is I've never seen such a spit in the face as worse as this. This has been just what's very interesting is that certain jobs, when you're giving when you're like union or things of that nature, to where you have to be in negotiations, and knowing this, like what Saba's breaking down, knowing that when you are on the quote unquote minority, and you feel within yourself like, we don't need to really ask for too much, or we'll do 5%, 4%. But knowing that that your particular race, just you being an image of a certain business, they're saving millions of dollars. they're saving so much on you, and just you being a representation of a particular business. It's mind-blowing that we will think so low of ourselves, and knowing what they're profiting on just by you being a representation, and thinking lower of yourself. This, I've never, I'm speechless on just right now of what Saba broke down. Just right now. The whole 40 acres and the mule thing, that was already just in general. As you look at that, you think to yourself like, yeah, that's crazy. As many slaves that there were, just to tell each slave that you will get 40 acres. Just how many slaves was in America, just in general, they would have took over the whole United States. So just to even give that false illusion, that false narrative, and tell someone that, and still to this day you don't get it.
It's all a lie, man.
It's worse than a spit in your face. You're almost being urinated on. But I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I always, when
Hotep family, can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I gotta figure it out. I was writing a few things down because I was just so in shock by everything, just all the information, and it's truly disgusting how they use us, against us. Like, I'm speechless. It's upsetting how Primordial said, they use us, and they say, the minority, and just the equality, the what I do for work. I'm looking at it now like, wow, you know, they're pocketing big money off of us, working at certain places, doing certain jobs, and our children going to schools, and how they advertise the events that they do, and things like that. It's mind blowing to me. I don't even know how to process all of it, but it's truly mind blowing, what we just learned right now, and it makes you question, like, who am I really working for? Am I really making a difference in this world, or is it just part of the illusion that they want us to think that we're part of something bigger, that we can be a part of helping the future kids, and it's crazy, like Primordial said, at certain jobs they have unions, and you see certain people in certain unions, and in certain bargaining teams, and you think, wow, like, okay, they've got males, females, I'm just starting to think now, like, in just all the different type of business there are, how they're heavy to, like, equality for women, and we've got a Women's Day, I think, or a Women's Month. I don't know what they call it now. Like, man, like, it's mind blowing seeing all these things just going through my brain, and I'm just like, wow, I'm in overload, and I'm beyond grateful just to receive this wisdom, to be shooken awake is the best way I can put it. That's how I feel that Saba did just today, right now, with this class. Like, he shook me awake. Like, how the kids say, I'm shook. Like, seriously, seriously, it feels like I just got a shock of the Matrix. Like, seeing the classes, and you start just to learn and pick up on things, but this class has been, I want to say, like the second class that just completely makes me question my reality, everything that I do, everything that we have, that we do and consume on a daily basis. It's just targeted to destroy us and to profit from us. And I think that's the most evil and just disgusting thing someone can do. How Saba said, 400 years of just unspeakable things to human beings that did nothing wrong, and they continue to do it in a more modern way that they just go by under the radar, and we don't even see it. So I'm speechless, but welcome, Brother Menku. Marima, I'll let you take over.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for those wonderful words. And Saba taught us that the liar is worse than the thief, right? Because the liar steals your reality. And so when you think about the interesting thing about the consultants that go to these corporations and they have talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion, they're not liberated. They're not like Saba. They're not like cultural icons that could lend some good information on how to actually do diversity, equity, and inclusion. If SABA was a consultant doing DEI trainings, they would invite him back because it's too much truth, right? They wouldn't be able to handle the truth, and he wouldn't get future jobs because they'd be like, he told us that we're the worst kind of people. He wouldn't go in, the real diversity, equity, inclusion people would not go in warm and fuzzy. They would have to tell this kind of information. And so what he's saying is true, is that it's just caused to create more racial friction. And so, I mean, like, Gabriella, you're right. It's like being hit with, is it the EKG when you're dying, you're flatlining, and they hit you, the joke to shake you? That's exactly what this was. And we need it. Like, we need to get out of this PSYOPs. We need to realize where we're at and what we're up against. Like, if we are a stolen people on a stolen land, why, like, what reparations are we really expecting? What diversity, equity, inclusion are we really expecting? We're like fooling ourselves to think that, you know, something that some people have our best interests at heart. So yeah, it is worse than being stood on Primordial Thought 9. This is blatant disrespect. It's the most vicious, malicious kind of a thing. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what happens from here, but it's a lot of truth. You don't want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
Saba, you gotta finish this. You gotta finish this, Saba. This is I've never felt such an awakening.
Wow.
Like in this one. This is this is monumental. This reaches in that root of you, and I've never seen such a breakdown and build up like this. I get the spiritual side, Saba. I do, and I really do, and we need it. That's 100%. That we can never remove that out the place. But right now, what you're breaking down, this is reality changing. 100%, Saba. So you have to finish. You have to finish this one. I hope that you go right back into it, because
I'm gonna tell everybody, but first of all, am I still glitching?
Not at all.
No, you're pretty smooth.
I'm moving smooth again?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. The presentation was phenomenal. No lag.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful. So it's gonna get scary at the end. So the first section was to tell you what DEI is. This next section is getting into the PSYOPs of what the Orwellian diametric matrix is of the opposite agenda working. And then it's going to go into the, of course, the magical side. So,
are you going to put that music on? Music on?
This is gonna be too scary for the music. I don't know. I gotta keep everybody. I gotta keep the hearts. I gotta keep the hearts moving for this one, because it's gonna get scary at the end. It's gonna get interesting. I want to know. So everybody who's watching, 53 people. I don't know if my numbers are right, because it seems to be locked at a certain number for a long time. But for those who have been watching, everybody, I was gonna take a break and go into donations. But if you all want more, I'm gonna go right back into it. But I want to know. Have you all, not you all on the panel, but the people that are watching, this is, I'm an hour and 14 minutes in. Support, please. Support. If you all like this so far, those who are watching,
I could finish. I'm finished the answer. Didn't I answer the question already? I think have I answered primordial, or is there still more? I don't know if I have answered, right? So I could stop right here, but I want everybody to know that this is going to go into the magical side. It's going to go into the in the systematic magical side. So we're going to see how deep this actually goes and how well this is actually planned out. But for those who are watching this, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm just going to quickly check my Gmails to see if anyone has been supporting. I think I see one. Oh, that's from Nicholas Noatic. So that was from before. So there actually has been none. But those who are watching, oh wow, I don't know if you and Primordial and Gabrielle have their hands under the table pressing buttons, but as soon as I refreshed that, I saw both of them appear on my screen. Okay. Gabrielle, you look like the ultimate secretary over there. I don't know what you're doing, but you look like the ultimate secretary. You and Primordial are both. I noticed you both kind of turn a little bit to the side. You a little bit, and Primordial completely. Have you noticed that? You have been around each other a lot, meshing into each other. You're turned like this, and Primordial's like completely like 90 degrees. Very interesting postures. I don't know, but we're gonna get back into this, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna get much more interesting. I'm on an echo on somebody. Somebody mute their mic. It's my voice is coming back to me. So we're gonna get back into this, everybody. I love the effect this is having on Gabriella and Primordial Thought, and like I say, I love the effect it's having on everybody, but those two in particular, because I never know which podcast is going to hit particular people. The podclasses that Primordial Thought says are his favorites, I never would have thought. I never would have thought that. Now this podcast, this answer is, I would say, it's more understandable to the average person than a lot of the other. Let's say the last answer, the transient conscious shift and animal morphing. This is more. Everybody's had a job. Everybody's been in the work. Well, everybody. I mean, almost everybody has been in the workplace, and everybody can relate to something like this. And when you see a psyops going on in a genre that you're maybe a part of, then yes, it hits you harder because everybody has to get up and go to work. And you see, don't ever think the government, don't ever think anybody loves you. They could have shown their love in 70. Don't show me your love now. Show me in 1776. How come you weren't this loving in 1776? Where all the love come from? You got a lot of love for you, baby.
This is also current events too, so it's even more relevant.
Yes. Scribe, I'm gonna let you speak real quick, and you learn about DEI, man. Was it what you heard before I came on, or?
Well, I really didn't hear anything, so this is really my introduction into it. So I get to jump straight to the source again, which is what I love to do. Mm-hmm. So Tua, yes, it is something very important that I noticed that people need to really have this type of teaching from your hand and to really show, because the matrix is so elusive in the way that it speaks and the spells that it casts onto people, that people will assume that things are actually happening because that's what being programmed to them, but nothing is happening at all from the forefront perspective. So this is such an important teaching, and the way that you're laying it out and what you're about to get into from what you just said is just gonna probably, most likely, I will say, put a lot of fire under people to do make some changes. So hinu to you, great Saba Tehuti, for this.
Nini Uk, I'm glad you appreciate it. We're gonna get back into it. I want you to do your best, everybody, to stay up. Gabrielle, to stay up. Primordial, stay up. Menko Ra, I know you're over there probably going to fade away soon, but I want everybody to stay up for this to the end, because when we want you to stay up for this for the end, because I want the same panel and even more to come on. Robert Williams, you can jump on. I want people to jump on. Angela Gates. I mean, people that can relate to this, thinking that something, especially some of the older people that have been around since the affirmative action, or even, you know, a little bit after. But affirmative action has been around for such a long time, but it's never been described as the PSYOPs. Don't ever think that any government bill or act is for the love of your great grandmother, to reinstate you back into your tribal forests. So we're gonna get back. We're gonna get back into it, everybody. Peace and love to Annie Patah, Minty, Hotep, Menkura, and Gabriela Lopez, and Primordial Thought 9. Gabriela, do you call it Primordial Thought 9 at home? She's smiling. I don't know if you can hear me. It's not me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a lag. There's a lag. He's hearing me late. Oh, wait, you're right there? You're right there? Hold on, you're not supposed to be there? Get back to your room. Get back to your room. Hold
Are you going
on.
to use that for, to, you know, use the diversity?
Yeah. Is that your name?
Did he come over and unmute you?
What's that?
Did he walk over and unmute you, Gabriella?
I don't know what happened just now. I saw a man go from one screen to the next and appear in the next person's box. Hold on, man. You're supposed to be at work.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought, like, maybe, I don't know what he was, you know what, me and Primordial are always joking around like that. We're always joking around like that, so I didn't know what he was doing. So when he came over, I was like, I think he's gonna come over here so he can see that we're in the same house.
Oh my
We're
goodness.
just different rooms.
Oh man, this is hilarious. This is fun. Okay, we're having fun. Now we're gonna get back into the scary part. Peace and love, everybody. Jump back into the chat. Stay up, Primordial. Stay up, Minty. Stay up, Menkura. Scribe. Stay up. Nefer Kepret, can you make it? Can you make it? Can you stay up? Stay up with us. Don't go into the Yopesh. I want all of you to jump back on when this is done, and definitely give your thoughts when this is done. Jump back in the chat. Peace and love, everybody. Let's go.
Normally I'd say, let me go get a coffee, but now I'm really thinking about how they do their advertising.
Say it again, Gabrielle. Say it again. Oh, I think it's a lag.
I normally say, okay, I gotta stay up, so let me go get a coffee. But now, you know, with the advertising and everything, I don't. Coffee doesn't sound so appetizing anymore. I think I'm okay. I think they make enough of just of people who look like me and post.
There we go.
On a poster, so I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
People
at
that
coffee.
look like you in the what? It's a lag. There's a lag. What a long lag.
Like
Gabriella?
there's people who look like me that they get to put them in the posters, so they make enough money off of us already.
Yes, they do. Okay, we're about to jump back in, everybody. Here we go, everybody. Jump back in the room, Gabriella. Jump back. I'll see you, and I'll see you. I don't know how long, but I'll see you soon. Back up here to give your thoughts, and everybody give their thoughts on these answers. 1 second. Yes, I didn't like the weather. I was going to tell you to stay home because the weather looks kind of crazy. Keep me updated. Tour. HTP. Okay, everybody, we're going to get back into this. Going to make sure everyone is safe. Boom. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Podclass. Let's get back into it. Back to the share screen. The break was long enough. And now we are back. Welcome to the Matrix. Supreme Court rules that the bar exam is no longer a requirement to practice law. Cites impact on marginalized groups due to What program is this caused? Is this caused by DEI? So what do? They show you these judges are lawyers, and they show you the European. There's like the Mexican. There's like the Hawaiian. There's the black. This is all a psyops, everybody. So now they're going to no bar exam. They're going to rule out the bar exam. Welcome to the Matrix, everybody. Okay, boom. Let me put it back on this. Here we go. Boom. Then the contention is magnified because in the workplace, some are coming from DEI classes where you are told that you have what's called microaggression. That is not knowing if any word you say is offensive to your fellow coworker. Here's an example from Coca-Cola of their DEI classes. Are you ready, everybody? Here's the Coca-Cola DEI classes. Uh-oh. This is directly from Coca-Cola. What does it say? Diversity, equity, inclusion at Coca-Cola. Confronting racism. Understand what it means to be white. Challenging what it means to be racist. Try to be less white. To be less white is to be less oppressive. Be less arrogant. Be less certain. Be less defensive. Be less ignorant. Be more humble. Break with white solidarity. Look at all the pressure that's put on someone in the workplace. Be less certain. Imagine you're certain about something, but as you know something is true. You're taught the DEI class. Be less certain about it. Be less certain about it. Be less oppressive. That's not even describing. The average European doesn't even know, how am I oppressive? What am I doing? They create this society within the job force where now these people are afraid to even speak or say anything, building up the tension on top of seeing people enter in with no bar exam, no college test. You could just enter in, and you're told, be less arrogant, don't be more humble, be less white. You don't even know what white is. You don't even know what that is. You're a 21-year-old guy in the job force, 21-year-old white girl in the job force, and you're being taught to be less white. You don't even know what that even means. Be less certain. This is Coca-Cola DEI, everybody. Be less white. Yay! We're free. We're getting free now. Boom. Thus compounding the disgruntled aspect that you cannot speak out on, because if you do, it would seem like microaggression. And racism, for the same time, one is being taught to be less white, and at the same time you're being taught to be less white, and here she is told he or she's race is the embodiment of racism itself, thus now is afraid to say anything to the co-worker who is Native American, Mexican, or Black, creating a higher tension. This is the Orwellian diametric matrix, now creating a higher racial tension in the workplace because you're taught that you're white, that you're the embodiment of racism. You're not, you do be less certain. The matrix psyops continues now into the acronym psyops. Acronym psyops. Ready, everybody? The acronym psyops. Here we go. Wow, Tehuti, you're saying the psychological scientists know of the subconscious coding of DEI and its other acronyms are not just randomly chosen, and that this is all a part of a mental, psychological, magical hypnosis to guide the people's minds in a particular direction or some type of trick? Well, let me do a test on everyone in the class right now. Everyone finish this sentence for me, please. Dada, mind tricks. Type it in the room, everybody. Finish the sentence for me, please. Blah, blah, mind tricks. What is the word that you see, that you've seen since a child? You've probably used it. Don't work your blank, blank mind tricks on me. What's that word, everybody? I'll give you a few moments. What is that word? Blank, blank, mind tricks. Dada. There's a word that goes before mind tricks. Does anybody know? What is that word? It's a word that immediately ties into mind tricks, where as soon as you think of mind tricks, you think of this word. I'll give you a few moments.
Do you all have it yet? Let me look in the room and see. Oh, wow. Everybody's typing the one word. Isn't that interesting? Jedi mind tricks. 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 Jeffy says Jedi mind tricks. It's also a decent hip hop group. Yes, it is. Vinny Paz. I went to Killer Priest. I went to Amenhotep. He can tell you about the hieroglyphs. Killer Priest telling you about the hieroglyphs. Ding, 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 ding. No. Spider's still there, yeah. Jedi mind tricks. That's right. Jedi mind tricks. So the word Jedi automatically, through links and associations, automatically signifies in your mind, triggers the word that your mind is being tricked. Okay. Who were the Jedis? What is the Jedis? Why would we associate with that? Jedi mind tricks. Beings that could manipulate your mind. They had a higher mental power. Jedi mind tricks. One of the best rap groups of the late 90s. Yep. Vinny Paz. Great. They were great. Jedi mind tricks. Okay. So you all got it right. Ding, 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 ding. Jeffy, Jedi mind tricks. Big Vape, Jedi mind tricks. Robert, Jedi mind tricks. Angela Gates, Jedi mind tricks. Of course, Nicholas knows it. Jedi mind tricks. Minty, Jedi mind tricks. Are you ready? Because now we get into the acronym magic of DEI. Ready, everyone? Where's Dr. LaRoche? Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. To wake up to this one. Jedi mind tricks. There it is. You all got it right. I did a live test on everyone in the class. And everyone finished the sentence from the beginning. Jedi mind tricks. Wonderful, everybody. Very good. And here is Star Wars. Jedi mind tricks. They're the ones that can manipulate your mind, right? Jedi. Don't play those Jedi mind tricks on me. Wonderful. Do you think that this program is only called DEI? Guess what its other name is? I can't wait to see the. I can't wait. I look forward to seeing the reciprocity on this one because that's about to blow. This is about to get scary and different. Let me take you to the Stanford. Should I take you to Stanford Medicine? Uh-oh. Stanford Medicine Project. Respect. Stanford Jedi. Justice, equality, diversity, inclusion. That's the other name for DEI. It's Jedi. Huh? What happened? Become a Jedi Padawan. Microaggressions, and unconscious bias training. The Jedi Padawan course is the first step of the Jedi. Mini fellowship training. The Jedi Padawan training is a self-directed, immersive, and standalone training for learners who want to gain a basic knowledge and an understanding of conscious and unconscious biases, and B, learn how to manifest microaggression. In this training, learners will be engaged immersively with the various types of microaggressions and how they contaminate our professional interactions at the workplace environment through didactic materials, interactive case studies, quizzes, assignments. Learners will gain an initial understanding of how to diagnose biases and microaggression, because you are going to become a Jedi. The other name for DEI. Tehuti made it up. He's pseudo. He made it up. Welcome to the Matrix. You like it being broken? You didn't know DEI's other acronym was Jedi? So you become a Jedi Padawan? You didn't know?
Your first step course in becoming the Jedi? I thought Jedi were the ones that were doing the mind tricks. That's what the class typed. You become a DEI Jedi. Rob Williams says, what the? Sullen Rock puts explosion. Minty puts, oh no. Huh? Snake Eye. Wow. Huh? Ready to become a Jedi? That's the other acronym for DEI. Welcome to the Matrix. It's for the love of the people's equality. Yeah. Become a Jedi Padawan. Jedi Mini Fellowship. Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Training. Stanford Medicine. Huh? Jedi Dojo. Uh-oh. You're the Jedi. Boom! Jedi Mind Tricks. Do you think they don't know about the typo? They don't know about the subconscious programming? Do you think that this is only Tehuti speaking on the subconscious subliminals and that there's a PSYOPS going on? Let's go see what the scientists say. Let's go directly to Scientific American and see if the scientists recognize and understand the subliminal programming of the names of these projects. Jedi. Let's see what they say. Let's go. Oh. What is this here? Scientific American, September 23rd, 2021. Why the term Jedi is problematic for describing programs that promote justice, equity, diversity, inclusion. They're meant to be They're meant to be heroes within Star Wars universe, but the Jedi are inappropriate symbols for justice work. The Jedi are inappropriate mascots for social justice, although they're ostensibly heroes within the Star Wars universe. The Jedi are inappropriate symbols for justice work. They are a religious order of intergalactical police monks prone to white saviorism, toxically masculine approaches to conflict resolution, violent duels with phallic lightsabers. This isn't Tehuti writing this. Scientific American. Phallic symbolism, phallic lightsabers, gaslighting by means of Jedi mind tricks. The Jedi are also an exclusionary cult. Uh-oh, we got another cult. Membership to which is partly predicted on the position of heightening psychic and physical abilities, or force sensitive. Strikingly, force-wielding talents are narratively explained in Star Wars, were not merely in spiritual terms, but also in the abilities of eugenic ones. These supernatural powers are naturalized as biological and hereditary attributes. So it is that force potential is framed as a dynastic property of noble bloodlines. For example, Skywalker Dynasty. This looks like a Tehuti Podclass. Oh no, that is a pseudo. It's pseudo-American. It's Scientific American pseudo. If Tehuti was to say this, it's pseudo. The Scientific America says they know exactly what this symbolizes. This is all symbolism. Calling it Jedi. They know this. Huh? So we should take scientific community. We should take the scientific community and the scientific journals as pseudo as well, right? Absolutely not. They know exactly what the programming is about in the DEI and the Jedi. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass House of ATTON. Question for the class. When you hear words like fellowship, what do you think of? Do you think of school and scientists? Let me come to the class and interact with you. When you hear words like fellowship, what do you think of, everybody? Do you think of scientific classes? Fellowship.
Tell me what you think of. What comes to mind when you think of who's fellowshipping? Church. They're selling rock. Who's quick on the draw. Quick. Church. Exactly. Church fellowship. Religion. Exactly. Huh? Do you think of the Albert Einstein Fellowship? Scientific Fellowship? The Quantum Physicist Fellowship? Church, religion, potluck, SDA, huh? SDAing it up, huh? Potluck, church, religion, you're right. Church gathering, that's right, Angela Gates. Christianity, freestyle fellowship. That's hilarious. Once we have hilarious. Church gathering, Christianity fellowship. Reduced price to earn a degree. Oh my, huh? You see? Look what comes to mind. Religion, church. Potluck, Seventh-day Adventists. Of course, Jehovah's Witness Fellowship. They didn't type that, but that's in all the from fellowship with us. Of course, Christianity, church gatherings. Church, religion, potluck, Christianity. That's right, fellowship. Reduced price to earn a degree. Fellowship. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? You all are answering it right. Absolutely. You see the subconscious thoughts that automatically. JEDI, mind tricks. Fellowship, religion. Jeffy put SDA potluck. Absolutely. Those are my favorite days, huh? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Ready? Nobody types scientists. Nobody types school. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Now, what about terms like knights, fellowshipping, knights? What do you think of? Knights. Knights fellowshipping. What do you think of? What type of knights fellowship? What knights fellowship? When you think of knights, do you think of a group of lawyers, a group of quantum physicists, the group of dentists, the dentist knights? Knights of. What comes to mind when you hear the word knights? Knights. Knights fellowshipping. What type of knights fellowship? There we go, everybody. I'm going to go right to it because time is ticking. Salamar put, I don't know. Honest answer, Masons. There we go. D. Baron DJ has come in. Baron Semity has entered the classroom. Taught on him last week, and Baron Semity representative is here wearing the hat, the orange feathers to the side. Boom! And he's the first to type it right. Masons, absolutely. Knights of Templar. Ku Klux Klan, absolutely. So D. Baron DJ got it right. Big Vapes got it right. Angela Gates got it right. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast, DJ Baron. I don't think I've seen your name before, but much respect to all the new people in the pod class. Get your notepad out. Prepare to get blown away. And please support at the end of this class. Here we go. You ready? Boom. Yes. You think of religion, mainly Christianity. And this is because the original fellows, Christianity, were defenders of the faith. I have typo faith. Defenders of the faith and repopulated indigenous areas through bloodshed and killing. They were called knights. It was the knights that were the Christian fellowship going around doing the killing, the Knights of Templar. I think Big Vapes actually typed in Knights of Templar. Let me see. I think Big Vapes typed in Knights of Templar. Somebody types in Knights of Templar. Yep, Big Vapes, Knights of Templar. Boom. You're welcome, DJ Baron. D. Baron DJ. Sorry I said your name wrong. So here we go. Sorry I said your name wrong. D. Baron DJ. There he is. You're very welcome. All right, you said it right. Knights of Templar. Wait, clicked in. Knights of Templar. There we go, Minty. Knights of Columbus. The Crusaders. Absolutely.
Knights of Columbus, Knights of Templar, Crusaders. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Boom. There it is. The Knights Templar. Were these people of equal opportunity for America? Masons, history, Knights Templar. Poor fellow soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon. That was the fellowship of Christ and the Knights. Freemasonic, Knights of Templar and the fellow soldier, Knights Templar of America. KTOA. We are part of a worldwide organization for the fellowship and networking of like-minded individuals. You see? The fellowship. Our order is organized internationally under the Ordre Souverain et Militaire du Temple de Jerusalem, OSMTJ, which is found at osmtj.net. They're the fellowship, organizing for the fellowship, the Knights of Templar. That was the poor fellow soldier. That's the Knights, and that's the fellowship. Okay? Yes, these were the fighters and the defenders of the Catholic PSYOPS version of Justice of Christ to force a world view on Native Indigenous people through murder and trickery. Oh, guess what you're called when you complete the Stanford program of DEI, also called JEDI. Guess what you're called, everybody? Here we go. Stanford JEDI Justice Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Training. Those who successfully complete the JEDI Padawan training will have an opportunity to advance into the JEDI Mini Fellowship, which focuses on skills and behavior of the JEDI way. JEDI Mind Fellowship. Complete this training and become a JEDI Knight. Huh? A DEI Jedi Knight? The DEI program, Stanford. Join it and become a Jedi. Become a Knight. And join this fellowship. Become a Jedi Knight. Because that is for the love that America has for the disdained Black and Latinos. They set up programs for you to become a Jedi Knight. For the love of the people. Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Jedi Mini Fellowship. Complete this training and become a Jedi Knight. Huh? Want to be a DEI Knight? Boom. Yes, they know exactly what they are doing. Yes, it is all coded. What became the universal position when we get into represent the diversity inclusion apparently started with Colin Kaepernick all the way to London. This became a universal position. So what is it that became the universal position that started with Colin Kaepernick? Type it in the room, everybody. What is that position that became a universal position that supposedly started with Colin Kaepernick? But you'll notice it exploded after George Floyd. After George Floyd is when it exploded. They say it started with Colin Kaepernick, but after George Floyd, it literally was the position to get into that represented Black Lives Matter and DEI. What was that position? On one knee. Nothing going on here. Move on. That's right. One knee. That's right. Roderick put German. So one knee. Take a knee. Take a knee. Huh? Take a knee. You literally have never said that term in your life. How many times have your grandmother got on her knee and prayed? How many times were you taught? Stand in front of the bed, get on two knees or one knee and pray to God. You never called it take a knee. Take a knee. Everybody's saying this now. Take a knee. Take a knee. What does that even mean? What are you taking? You're taking a knee?
You never even said that term before. Now you got the whole world taking in this term, taking a knee, and associating it with the George Floyd DEI, Black Lives Matter, Equality, Justice program, taking a knee. Kneeling and raising a fist. That's right, kneeling, raising a fist. Even in football punts, yeah, touchback, football punts, touchback, take a knee, right? Here we go, everybody. You ready? Ooh, this is a big class tonight. This is what an answer. I look forward to seeing the support after this. Support everybody who is watching this, because it's going to get deeper and deeper and deeper into this matrix. That's the AI monitor, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. This is all that I do. The support is what keeps this going. If there's another channel like this on YouTube, feel free to put the link in the room, and I'll go in there and send this question. I'll just forward the $50 to them and send it to them. Send me a link in the room where I can send in what is DEI, and you get all of this. And we'll go ahead and forward the funds there. If not, show appreciation and reciprocity and support the class that you're watching for now. 1 hour and 40 minutes. The class is going on for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Here we go, everybody. I look forward to seeing when everybody comes on again. So, it apparently started with Colin Kaepernick all the way to London. We have people in London. We have West Yorkshire Chief Constable getting on one knee. What does this do for you? Huh? What does this do for you? Does that something for anybody? And now, back to the empty gestures of apology. Guess how Pulaski, that's a typo, Pulaski was dressed. Anybody heard of Nancy Pelosi? Was dressed when she had gotten on one knee for exactly 8 minutes and 46 seconds. How was she dressed? Here she is, fist up. How was she dressed when she got on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds? How was she dressed? Would you like to see? No problem. Would you like to see your empty gestures of reparation and apology to make everyone equal, equality? Would you like to see it? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and show you the ritual. 846 ritual. Here we go, everybody. Oh, I'm jumping ahead. I didn't even get to the ritual yet, but let me go ahead and show you the. Let me show you the empty gestures of reparation. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here is Nancy Pelosi, and she's gonna get on one knee for you. One knee for you. She's gonna get on one knee because she loves. It's all about the equality. Here it is, everybody.
We gather in honor of those Americans and so many others. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Terrence Croucher, Jordan Davis, Oscar Grant, Philando Castile, Freddie Gray, Walter Scott, Tamir Rice, Michael Brown, Eric Garner, Trayvon Martin. Any other names? Members wish?
Sean Bell, Jordan Davis, Freddie Gray.
For those who wish to, we will now kneel for our moment of silence.
Yeah, we're free. There it is, everybody. Huh? We're equal now. We got Shabaka. We made Shabaka Heru jump in the chat. Hold on. Shabaka Heru has jumped in the chat. All of them had it on African gear. We got Baron Semity. We got Shabaka Heru jumping in the chat. We got what is
Huh? This is what's happening. This is your freedom. DEI, come become a Jedi Knight. Come become one of the Jedi Padawan. And now they put on the kente cloth and they get down on one knee. Because, of course, America wants equality. That's why the government programs are set up, because Peluski wants to be equal to Oshun. She wants equality because she loves us. She loves you. Look at the love. There it is. 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Boom. Fist up, man. Come on. That's right. Power. Power. There we go. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Let's get back into the matrix again. West African kente cloth as an empty gesture of apology ritual coupled with the one knee pose. Why were all the supporters of DEI publicly getting on one knee, and for that specific amount of time, even to the point that not just the politicians get on their one knee that exact amount of time, they actually chose that time of day to complete the ritual, and the other that did this, the other one who became popularized did this, his last name just happens to be, what's the last name? Oh, Ronald Mason. Hey Mason, how you doing, Mr. Mason? At 8:46 p.m. Ronald Mason Jr. experienced how long 8 minutes and 46 seconds really is as he took a knee. Members of the BD trustees will do it for 9 nights. Huh? Start at 8:46, do it for 8 minutes and 46 seconds for 9 nights, because that brings us freedom. Because of course, you know, if you get on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, you will experience what it's like to be killed. Didn't you all know that? You know, you must have known that. That's why they're doing it, right? Because it says they're getting on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds to see how long 8 minutes and 46 seconds is. 8 minutes and 46 seconds of what? 8 minutes and 46 seconds of sex? That may be kind of quick to some people. 8 minutes and 46 seconds of watching a movie? 8 minutes and 46 seconds of what? 8 minutes and 46 seconds of watching your favorite TV show? That's kind of quick. 8 minutes and 46 seconds of playing basketball? You may say, man, that's not long enough. You're experiencing 8 minutes and 46 seconds of what? What did the man supposedly experience? Wasn't it being killed? Wasn't it being killed? With a knee on the neck? So if you get down for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, you now know how it feels. How what feels? 8 minutes and 46 seconds at the strip club? Or 8 minutes and 46 seconds of being killed? You know how that feels because you get on your knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds? Because this ritual has nothing to do with that. The 8:46 ritual. Okay, let's go. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. We are here to break the matrix. Strictly guidance and knowledge. Here it is. Here it is, everybody. Here it is. Why were so many officers, high-ranking officials, politicians, committee members, government members so eager to do this position that is actually a position of many of them were already doing? It's a symbol of the architect, a symbol of the architect on the square. What was the position of the square in Duncan's ritual, Freemasonic? The square, the ability to design your surroundings. It was the ability to control and design your surroundings. Why was that? Because when you got down on one knee, it formed a 90-degree angle. It formed a 90-degree angle. It formed an angle that represented a compass,
It represented angles and geometry, the ability to design and create your reality. In Duncan's ritual book, take a knee. Let's go, everybody. Let's go and see what's happening. And let's see what's really going on behind all of this with the PSYOPs. The PSYOPs. Huh? With the PSYOPs. You already remember 4T. Remember that? That was a Solomon's Temple. The 4T. Remember that, everybody? Remember the class I did on 4T and the significance of it to Freemasonry? And the number 40 and 4 T's on Shakespeare's monument at the end. T, 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 T. And Solomon's Temple symbol is a symbol of 3 T's, the triad of T's with the hidden 4T in it. Remember that? Remember what happened? 17-4T. Remember all of that? Do you remember all of that? I don't know if people saw the class. You may remember all of that. You may not. And you'll see why this comes into significance. 4T. Let's go, everybody. We may get to that soon. Here we go. Let's jump right into it. Boom, boom, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. Ready, everyone? Why were they doing this? In Duncan's ritual book, the ability to design your surroundings. There it is, everybody. There's the position, the take a knee position. There it is right there. Master altar candidate. Right? Forming, as it says right here, the square and the compass. The square and the compass. That's the position right there. We move on to the next ritual. Kneeling around the grave of Hiram Abiff. It was the position that one would get into around a significant dead person when this person died. This person was Hiram Abiff. So the ritual is to get on one knee to represent the death of Hiram Abiff. And so you take a knee to represent the person who's been killed in Freemasonry. One of the most important high rankings, Hiram Abiff. So you take a knee to form the compass in the square to represent a person who was put in their grave. We're taking a knee for George Floyd because he got killed. That's why we take a knee, so we could experience what it's like to be murdered for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. If we take a knee, we'll know exactly what it's like to feel what George Floyd felt. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? Does it make any sense to you at all? The entire world, politicians, Nancy Pelosi, Mr. Mason, all of them started at the time 8:46, got down for 8:46 minutes so they could feel what it's like that George Floyd felt. That's how you feel what it's like? You just get on one knee? Now you know the pain of death? Or is it the one knee position you were already getting into in private because it represented the death of Hiram Abiff? The take a knee position of Freemasonry that form the ability to design your surroundings, because the bent knee was the angle of the compass in the square. Tehuti, you made it up. You wrote Duncan's ritual. You did it. Nope. You did it.
And you're continuing to do it by supporting these PSYOPs programs, taking a knee. Look at it. Boom. You know not what you do. And you all did this. Bringing right back into DEI, full effect. Black Lives Matter. Everyone taking a knee. No one knowing why. What does this position do for freedom? What does this position change at all any reality in your environment? But who did this? Who did this? Boom. That's who did it. How did this start? How did this get in full effect? How did this explosion erupt? With a man on one knee, in his hands, in his pocket, for exactly 8 minutes and 46 seconds, which is their coded 18, casually sitting there. Does this man look like he's killing somebody? Does this man look like does this look like a fight is going on? Are you all used to in your neighborhood seeing police officers with their knee on the neck of a person and their hands in their pocket, and they're just looking around? Have you ever seen a police officer do an arrest with their hands in their pocket? Press A6 press A6 for how many police officers do arrests with hands in their pockets. That's what happens in your hood? Huh? Can you send me a video to the Tehuti Podclass of the police officers? Let me do it. With their hands in their pocket, doing the police brutality with their hands in their pocket. That's a common police stance. And that position erupted into everyone doing it. A very relaxed position, very calm, hands in pocket. A lot of police brutality movies, a lot of shows on cops with cops killing black men with their hands in their pocket and one knee down. Huh? Welcome to the Matrix. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. We're going because this is I don't know if your teacher's teaching you this. If so, just put the link and timestamp in the room. If not, appreciate what you're seeing for the first time. How did this all start? With a man on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, which is 18 casual stands with no sign of police aggression, just posing for the show. Hands relaxed in pockets, posing for the stage. What was the last dramatic event that shook all of America? National security, and as people say, it changed the world forever. Let me come back into the class. What was the last dramatic event shook national security, world security, American security, and it shook America and the world forever? What was the last massive event that happened in America that questioned American security and caused all type of ricochet of chaos? What was that, everybody? You're fast. Carmona put 911. Jeffy 911. There we good. 911. You're exactly right. That was the last thing that happened. And that's the only thing comparable to the George Floyd event. Do you know that? The Corona event, George Floyd, and 911, nothing else happened in America that escalated to the climax of those three things. And when it came to riots and chaos, George Floyd and 9/11. Are you ready to see the magic? Are you ready to see the PSYOPs and how deep this DEI, Jedi mind trick, George Floyd PSYOP, this whole thing? You ready? There we go, everybody. You know. 9/11, there it is, everybody. There it is. Boom. 9/11, boom. You know, there was a movie that was based on the world-changing event of 9/11. Some of you may have seen it. Guess what the movie's called?
Some of you may have seen this. You know, there's a 9/11 movie that came out. It actually wasn't one of the highest popular ones. I think Michael Moore one was one of the highest, Fahrenheit 9/11. But there was another one that came out. Kind of went a little bit under the radar. It wasn't as popular as Fahrenheit 9/11. It was the other one. Guess what the movie was called, everybody? Guess what the movie was called? Anybody know? What's the 9/11 movie called? Anybody remember? You may have seen it. You may not even heard of it. It was a little under the radar because Michael Moore's was such an explosive one. Guess what it was called? There's one. Loose Change. You're good. You're very good. Loose Change was a great one. Remember that? You got it. Ding, 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 ding. Loose Change. So there was Fahrenheit 9/11. Loose Change. There we go. That's fact. Put Loose Change. Zeitgeist. Yeah. Okay. Zeitgeist. Right? These are some of the ones that was hidden. Haha. Now you're hidden in plain sight. Hidden in plain sight. Excellent one. Excellent one. Absolutely excellent one. That's the PSYOPs. Hidden in plain sight. You're absolutely right. That's good. Hidden in plain sight. Guess what the other movie was called? When I put this, everybody, I want everybody, please support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal Rocky SV. This may get a little bit scary. This may get a little bit strange. I want everybody to support. We're not even done yet. I want you to. I want to show you the systematic PSYOPs that is taking place in plain sight. Okay, go rest there. You may want to see this last part before you go. You ready, Baron? You ready? Are you ready? It's already scary. Are you ready? You ready, Baron? D. Baron? And you may want to throw some support before you leave for this one. Are you ready? Are you ready? What's the other 9/11 movie called? 846. Huh? What happened? The last great event movie was called 846. 846. A glimpse into the lives of an ensemble of the characters leading up to the moment that changed the world. 846 a.m. The movie 846. If I take you back to the beginning of class, to the origin of what started this whole DEI, I made note that two events took place that shook the world back to back: the Corona and the George Floyd. And there was a picture that was circulating of George Floyd, the man, the event that started the 846 ritual before the event. Remember what it looks like? Huh? Let me shrink it down a little bit. Let me shrink this whole thing down a little bit. Oh, I didn't read this part. Oh no. Wait a minute. I skipped a part. Well, there's the George Floyd. There it is. Remember this? George Floyd, the Corona. Remember what started everything? The George Floyd. I actually skipped a part, ladies and gentlemen. I skipped a section. Let me go back here. Directly after the hearing. Did I skip a part? Yes, I skipped this part. Just this small section right here. After the 40 acres and a mule. I think I missed this part right here. There it is. Why diversity programs fail black men, Hispanic management, the share of black women actually decreased off DEI by 9%. But we're past that. Yes, of course, in the guise of minority groups escalating in the workforce, we've already passed that. But 846, everybody, that's the name of the movie. Huh? The last largest event to ever hit America, the name of the movie, 846. Huh? 846. Huh? Eight, 4, 6. That's the magic that's taking place. Huh? Get on your knee for 846. World Trade Center. 846. Ready, everybody? $846, which is the code for 18. That's what 846 equals. Let's continue, everybody. Here we go. Definitely a man who is supposed to be held down by one knee. The coronavirus down, deadly virus. Are you ready? The deadly virus. Are you ready? 6, 24, 36, 24, 72, 150. A deadly virus. ATTEA, DLYVIR. US 24, 36, 24, 72, 151, 32, 54, 108.
Hotep, everyone. Yeah, his internet most likely disconnected, so we'll just give him time to reboot and catch back up. So Hotep. Everyone, be sure that you are supporting the Tehuti Podclass and this wonderful information. Hey, there he is, Hotep.
Can I be heard and seen, Hotep?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Annie, for coming in. Everybody, we're at 2 hours. I answered the question an hour and a half ago. I still have more to go. Something's happening over here, and I hope you all just support what it is that I'm doing over here. You see the support at the bottom, because I'm gonna have to get protective equipment or something for these systems, because one of these times I'm not gonna come back. One of these times, for what's going on over here, it's not. One of these times it won't let me come back. I already know it, so I have to get some type of. I have to get something over here. I know what I have to get, but I have to get something. I hope you all support this, because if not, you all can go to the other channels and hopefully they will provide you with these type of answers. If not, because one of these times it's not going to let me back. I already see what's happening. So it's knocked out one thing and it's stopping this other thing. So I'm going to try to go ahead and try to finish this. I hope you all support the Tehuti Podclass. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. If you believe that this information that I'm dropping is worth more than a bag of popcorn that you bought for $8, Cash App and support. If you believe that you can walk your house, if you can leave your house with $20 in your hand and throw it somewhere and receive this, let me know so I can go there with you. If not, understand that what you're getting here, this does not want to come out. That's why you've never heard of this before. But let me try to go ahead and finish this. Let me try. Before I end up with a knee on my neck. Here we go, everybody. You all can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Okay, I'll check you out. Solon Rock, I will check you out. We'll go down the donation. Thank you, Nicholas. I want you all to know that I live the life of the superheroes that you read about. The Peter Parker, Clark Kent. I live that life. So hope you all really appreciate this, because I don't know how long this is gonna be. I don't know how long this is gonna be. I don't even know if this show is gonna post. Who knows? Grab it while you can. Enjoy it. For those who couldn't make the podcast, hope I see you again. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. A deadly virus, 846. Those are the 3 highest events. I know, it's the best I can do. It's not. 3 highest events, 846. Okay? Remember, In order for this immense DEI JEDI 846 wave to explode, there has to be police officers that take a knee. They take one knee. Police officers take a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. While the crowd yells out, they killed him. I don't know if you all remember the George Floyd situation. They killed him. All of this in the spirit of Black Lives Matter, DEI, George Floyd, the explosion. DEI made $8 billion after this situation, 3.4 billion, then jumped up to 8 billion. The crowd is yelling out, "They killed him! Y'all killed him!" I don't know if you all remember this. You want to go back to the old videos. In order for this to even happen, there has to be police officers that take a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds while the crowd yells, "They killed him." Right? Here's your police officers. 96, 90, 72, 54, 18, 30, 90, 36, 36, 54, 18, 30, 108, 114, 846. That's what was needed, which equals 18. That's what was needed for this event to take place, right at the time of the deadly virus. For the two events to match 846, which happens to be the exact same time that the first plane hit the tower. They killed him. 846. They killed him. They killed him. They killed him. 120, 48, 30, 150, 66, 54, 72, 72, 30, 24, 48, 54, 78. 846. $18. After killing him with one knee, the entire world took that ritualistic position. The entire world started taking this position. One knee, which is the 18, which is what 846 equals. One knee, 1, 2, 5, 5, 5, 18. That's the one knee position, which is 18, which is the same as the 846. They killed him, the police officers, the deadly virus, 846, 18. Everything, all of it goes back. One knee, 18, the ritual. Then DEI took a life across the world as never seen before. You started seeing DEI take a new life. DEI, 459, 18. The same numbers as the one knee, which equals the 846. DEI. Well, yes, then of course, if we have Nancy Pelosi on one knee with the government wearing kente cloth, kente cloth, it looks like something that was arranged, which matches the whole theme of the DEI PSYOPS and the George Floyd. It looks like something, this looks staged. They don't live like this. They don't wear these garments. This position does nothing, by the way. It is a staged event of empty gestures, of reparation ritual, going back to the 846. Well, by the way, remember in the spirit of George Floyd, of the DEI and the 846 George Floyd, they had the whole world and Congress doing this. Oh, wait. I don't remember George Floyd in this position. Do you ever remember George Floyd in this position? Does anybody remember George Floyd in this position? This was done for George Floyd, but the world got into this position. This is the position
of the killer. That's not the position of George Floyd. That's the position of the man that killed him, according to the story. That's the position of the Hiram Abiff. That's the one knee position of the Hiram Abiff. It represents death in the grave. And Hiram Abiff, the Freemasonic Duncan's ritual position. It was a position of someone killed. That's the killer's position. That's not the position George Floyd was in. If you were doing it because you were commemorating, trying to feel what 8 minutes and 46 seconds is like, wouldn't the proper ritual be Nancy Pelosi laying down on her stomach and the other congressmen getting on her neck and holding it down for 8 minutes and 46 seconds? Wouldn't that relate to the feeling of George Floyd? George Floyd was never on his knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. The killer was. Diametric Orwellian matrix. You think something is happening, but it's actually the reverse. In plain sight. You thought getting on one knee represented George Floyd, didn't you? You thought George Floyd was on a knee, didn't you? No. The knee was on him. The police officer was the one on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So if you ever got on one knee, or watching the politicians and the people get on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, they're echoing the action of the killer, not the one who was killed. It's the killer who was on one knee. Getting on one knee for 846 lets you know how Derek Chauvin felt, not George Floyd. We're getting on one knee so we can know how 8 minutes and 46 seconds feel. Not the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that Floyd went through. He was being killed, according to the story. The one who was on his knee, that knows what it feels to be on one knee for that time, is the killer. So when you get on that position, you're not doing it to represent George Floyd, you're doing it to represent the PSYOPs, the 846, the 18. That's the position of the killer. Staged events. 19, 20, 17, 5, 4, 30, 132, 30, 84, 120, 114. Staged events. 846. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciate this more than the waiter that you have tipped, more than the bag of popcorn that you have bought and learned, or if this had any impact, any type of impact, and has advanced you in any way or advanced past your current understanding of the subject matter, send in your tip of reciprocity. You can call it DEI PSYOPs or anything creative you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. That was, I stopped it there. That was 2.5 hours. I want to see who jumps on the panel. Supporters jump on. I'm going to check the chat to see what you all felt. And then we're going to check the Gmail for the Cash App and the PayPal to see if that 2.5 hours was equal to you than the waiter that brought you shrimp. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you have seen this type of answer before, if you could walk into any forum, if you could walk into any platform and just ask the question, could you break down the DIE issue? If you've gotten anything like this, send the link. If not, then it only exists here and only here at the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, here to break the matrix. There's Gabriella. Gabriella has arrived.
Hello, Saba.
Hey, greetings. Minty Hotep has joined.
How are you?
846. 846. Huh?
It's all code.
This is all, so
You can get this or a pizza slice. I don't know what they want more.
Yeah, it's all coded. Saba, the way that you expose these codes, it's all right there in our face. Hotep, brother Atef.
Is that a Tef? I can't see any.
Yeah, Atef just stepped in. I was thinking about him during the presentation. I was like, where's brother Atef, man? This is so good.
Oh, Tap, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I think brother Atef has 4 families.
Oh man, it seemed like it's Saba. I gotta count y'all too, so I definitely got it.
3 households to take care of or something.
What's up, great sisters? How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Saba,
Once that scary music popped on, that's when the Matrix just started glitching. I think that's when you lost your signal.
That's what I said. I said, is that scary movie? Because I was laying down and I'm listening and I'm looking at it out the corner of my eye. I'm like, that's the attack? That's the snake sound, the snake music in the background.
Yeah, that's the snake sound.
Jedi mind tricks, huh? Oh man, Saba. 2 out for that, man. That's it's you know, if you wasn't such a great teacher, I think the revolution would have been started already. Because I think that the information that you give us is very upsetting, and it can push you off the deep end if you're one of those people. Very easy to find yourself susceptible to making a bad decision based on the information, because it's very it's upsetting, man, the way they play with us with this knowledge. It's very upsetting the way they play with us in our face, and they have us performing these rituals and we don't know what we're doing, and we thinking that we're cheering on or participating in something else, and we're really not. And they know that, and they're just sitting back laughing at us. So 2 out for your teaching and for breaking us out this matrix, because it is very, very, very deep. And I noticed as you were teaching and some of the things that you've said in the past about the George Floyd and about certain instances, and I remember back on the Killer Priest show, the very first time when I heard you speaking about the Matrix, you were talking about that when the Matrix actually glitched live on air. I was like, what just happened? And I wasn't looking at my phone, I was listening. And then I picked up my phone, I reset it, and you really glitched out. And I was like, did I just see what I thought I saw? Like, the Matrix is real. So this is thank you for breaking us out this Matrix and giving us this information, because there's no way for us to get it without you. There's absolutely no way for us to see it and recognize it unless you show it to us. So 2 out for that, great Saba.
Nini Ook, I'm glad you appreciated that. I see Menkora biting his nails or something. I'm not sure if he. Menkora, what were you saying about DEI again?
I thought I knew something, Saba. I thought I knew some stuff. I thought, yo, Saba, you caught them red-handed. Guilty on every charge. You caught them red-handed. Because I had been receiving information that the justice piece was the missing piece. Because how can you have equity, diversity, and inclusion when we know who they are? And so I always was like, the justice piece is missing. And then you just put the kaput on that too. So you caught them red-handed. So Inu Kesta you, Saba, you dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. You knocked it out of the park. You see the magic. You see all their deceptive ways of finessing us with this stuff. And so, to you caught them red-handed.
Yes, thank you, brother. It was the missing piece. It's a death ritual, death number. We'll do a whole class on that. The 846 and the why they tell us 666 is bad. They made that up. They made that up and then empowered it. And it was all about the death of Hiram Biff. Death of Hiram Biff and getting on one knee. And the one knee is the 18. The DEI is 18. And type in DEI, I may spell correct you. May turn into the word that it actually is.
I bet you there's more though. I bet this is just the tip of the iceberg that Saba tapped into. I don't think anybody's ever asked him a 9/11 question.
I put that together and when did 9/11? I put that together maybe a year.
One.
I was gonna say I put that together in '99, but no, I couldn't have.
Those are in different files. Those are in the FF files.
Yeah. So yeah, when you you know how many times I incorrectly spelled when I put the class together, incorrectly spelled D.E.I. All right, how you doing there, Primordial? How you doing, brother? Told me to finish it up, right?
So, number one, if this is light for you, I can only imagine what is deep for you. And this is by far and I never thought I would ever say this, and I wrote this in the chat. This is by far the best class I've ever even experienced. You've said things that to us being the viewers watching this, that we think that just this is deep, and you're talking about this as if it's whatever that is. You're talking as if it's light, and as if it has no weight to it, and that's what expands my consciousness. That's what is it makes me look at you and it's like, yo, he's talking about this as if it's very light, and you're doing this live on YouTube. You're doing this live on YouTube. This is not a private thing like you said, like, you know, certain things are private for this, but right now you broke down things that's just mesmerizing and completely just expanding to me, that I gave a second tip even to this breakdown, and I've never done that. And Saba, this is if this don't wake up people, I don't know what will. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else would bring people to be like, oh, all right, let me know a little more. Because this right here is.
Thank you, brother. This is somebody's about to come in the room, smile. Let me see how VRI is going to come in. Let me see. Hey, VRI.
Hello, Saba.
The constable up there is taking a knee.
Wow.
I'm light about this because I have to go through the emotion of what this really is before I teach the class. So by the time you all get the class, if you teach this with the true impact of what this actually is, you would not be able to teach it. So I have to do certain I have to do certain things before the class in order to teach this, because all of these classes, almost every one of the classes is reality shifting. So when I do the class, I imagine what it feels to hear it, and actually go through certain emotional states to do the class, and then I'm able to do it and smile and laugh, because I already desensitized myself to, if I teach it with what it really is, with the emotion that this really is, everybody would be too scared. It would be too scary. But I keep myself sane with the teaching, because I know that everything that they're doing, we are actually more powerful than that. They just remembered how to do the little bit they got from the Greek philosophers and the Masons. They're just doing a little bit. It's a little bit. We were doing this times 1,000 in along the Nile Valley. It was all with immortality. They're doing it a little bit. So I have to go through certain things before I teach the class, and then I have to go through another mind shift before I teach, because when I go through the emotion of when I get this information to go through the emotion, I always think, what kind of podcast reciprocity is this going to be? And then I have to block that out of my mind, because I wonder what I would give or do to get this if I didn't have it. If I could rub a genie bottle, what would I pay for that bottle to get this? And so I have to go through a whole set of emotional states. I come out of the shower before I get dressed and go right to the rattlesnakes, and so it's a whole my neters are like, here, I get some clothes on you. You got the vipers, you have no clothes on. I was like, I know, they can bite through the clothes, so why not just hold them naked and risk it all, or just go to that shift? Because any of these classes are like, if people don't get this, they're going to die. So that's my certain ritual that I go through, is bring myself close to death almost before every pod class. I almost died. Watch the movie The Prestige. Watch the movie The Prestige one day. I almost died before every pod class, purposely, because I have to pretend that this is the last class I'm ever going to teach. When I get shut down, I say I may not come back. It's because I'm actually preparing for that this may be the last pod class. I don't know what's going to happen. When my daughter gets to the airport, and the guys with the wires are asking, saying, "Is this your father?" So anyways, hope everything is good, but that is what I have to go through so that it comes off this light, because I don't know when my last day is, so therefore I have to teach as if this is it. The podcast is gonna get this, and this is it. Let me put my whole life into it. I never said the word DIE before the question was asked. I never said that word before. Before the brother asked me the question, I never said the word DEI in my life. I never said those acronyms. Never taught on it. Never spoke on it. And then as I got what I received, I said, this is gonna scare everybody. So let me let's go play with some snakes naked. So here we go. Anyways, enough of the strange stuff and the weirdness of Tehuti's life. How you doing? Neferkep Red. I'm looking up. I see the blue. Neferkep Red is here. Okay. How you doing, Neferkep Red? You okay?
Yes, I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. For asking, Saba. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm alive. I'm alive, and I every morning when I wake up, I praise the ancestors that I'm alive, and I thank my Naturs, and I am so happy to be taking breaths, and then I feel great again. So I am alive, and I am well, because I don't have to be alive. So I feel great. I don't have to be alive. I literally could look like a 70-year-old man right now, but I'm happy. Thanks for asking.
Great. Ninika.
What's that? Ninika. Okay. Will you teach you that part? I like that. Ninika. Okay. Nice. All right, everybody. Nicholas. Every time I look up, I see a new face. Nicholas Noatic is here. How you doing, brother? You okay?
What's up, Saba? Yeah, this was mind blowing. So I'm actually I gotta ground all that. That was a hard one. So yes, but yeah, I needed to come in and say Hotep and Marie. I appreciate you so much, and I needed to verbally express it. So yeah, Hotep.
Thank you, my brother. I love seeing you on the screen. Your energy is great. Whether you're financially good or not, I just like seeing you on the screen, because you bring a certain seriousness that you particularly bring. It's a certain energy that I just like to see, and it motivates me to keep going. Your particular vibe. So thank you for coming.
Ninika.
Okay, Ninika. We got the Ninikas going. Ninikas going. Okay.
Saba, can I please ask a question?
I don't know. I'll let the snake answer. You can. You know how you know you can?
Because I just did.
That's right.
May
I ask you a question? No, and take that one back.
In all seriousness, what Atef said, like, we all are projecting that we are okay. Are we so desensitized that we should not be okay after hearing this information?
No, we should not be okay.
I mean, speak for yourself, Brother Manku, but I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. I'm
Me
not
neither.
okay. We are. This, my point is, we are extremely desensitized, and there's a reason for that. And what Saba taught is proof that we're desensitized, and we aren't okay. We're acting like we're okay, but we're not okay.
That's right. So we're not okay. We just have to be sane enough to fight the sickness, but we're not we're not okay. And to be okay with it is actually to be not okay, because it's such a disgusting thing happening. But you have to center yourself and say, what can we do now? Let's reach the people. What are we gonna do? And that's where you have to be sane, because when you're a soldier and you're at war, you may see somebody get gutted in front of you. It's not okay. I used to ask men in turrets years ago, if your mother is on the other side of a fence, can you shoot her in the head? So what does that mean? And I said, well, what if the movie 28 Days Later was real? And she had that virus and she was coming through the fence. She was now a zombie. Could you shoot her? And now we're becoming desensitized, where we actually like watching killing, but we don't know how to fight or kill for the right reasons. We're not fighting or killing to defend ourselves. We're fighting and killing in Call of Duty. When at any time, I never feel everything is okay. I always think that I'm going to die. That's what keeps me at this height. I think like this. Snake always thinks that it's going to die. So it's not okay, and that's why I have to teach it, because this is absolutely not okay. But it will spark you to be the netter that you're supposed to be, because we can do the same thing on the positive side, and that's what's so powerful. There's no reason. All the men that are doing this, all the PSYOPs, are people with 2 hands, legs, and feet just like us. They're just putting their minds together, but they're below us, trying to make us equal. But you're not equal, you're actually superior. So it's not okay at all. And it's not okay that we don't teach the youths who are running around and have no idea. Your family members have no idea all this is going on. They're getting on one knee and DEIing it up and all this foolishness. They don't know. They don't know. And I expect anybody in the Matrix to do anything to me at any time. Just like the Matrix movie, the old lady that's pushing the shopping cart, she can transform into an agent. Anything could happen at any time. If you're not living in the frequency of Ma'at, I don't trust anything at any time, because you could always shape shift your consciousness. And that to me is more frightening than any of these classes. The people around you, the people who are doing it know that they're doing it. The people around you don't know that they're doing it. So they're actually more scary, because they could flip on you at any time. They could turn and join the Matrix at any time, and they don't even know that they're doing it. That's what makes that scary. So when you get into the out-of-body experiences and different rituals, you may see, just like the movie that the brother there, Primordial Thought, got me to break down and build up, Talk to Me. That woman, that wasn't her mother. That woman that was the dead woman, that wasn't her mother. She should have killed her again. When you get into that realm, you'll see beings that are posing as your family members, posing as different things, and they're not that. But anyways, that's a whole nother class. But no, it's not okay, and we're not okay. We're actually becoming as demented as the people doing it to us. So everybody, support what you see, if this means anything to you, because I don't know what will happen if something happens to me prematurely, or if something happens to the movement. I mean, I know what will happen. Everybody will strive as hard as they can to just study, but it won't be this. So keep things going, please. Keep supporting, keep things going. The movement is having an event coming. I look forward to seeing everybody. And when I see everybody, I can talk. When we're in a closed environment, I can talk a little better than this. I don't know who's listening. I'm teaching at risk, but I'm still secluded. I don't know who's listening to this. when I see you in person, we'll talk more about your answer to your question. So,
Saba,
yes.
do you know the movie that you broke down with that you just mentioned? The same actor in that movie. Guess what name of the movie they made? It's called Portable Door. And it's basically all about what you explained in the first movie, but just yeah, so I just had to mention that because I had to go and watch and see, and I went into the actress, and she had this movie called Portable Door at the same time almost. The movies came out at the same time, so it was all about blue. Everything, the whole movie was blue, so it was cool. I had to say that.
Did you see the full answer on that question? Did you ever go watch that question?
What?
Did you ever go watch the whole class from beginning to end on the Talk to Me movie?
Yes, Talk to Me movie. Yes, that's what the name was. Yeah, I actually saw the movie, and I've seen I saw the whole class as well. So when I saw the portable, they also had the movie named Portable Door. It was just crazy how they just made the whole thing into more visual, like I don't know. It was crazy that they have a movie called Portable Door, and it's all like a blue door, and everything is just blue in the whole movie. So
and this is why I do multiple classes and do things over and over again. Because
repetition, consistency.
Because I give you so much information that just like a hard drive, your mind can only do so much. So go watch that class again, and you'll see my whole section on Portable Door movie.
Oh, you have it in there as well. I didn't see that. Okay.
I think that was.
All right.
So even though someone may say, yes, I watched the whole class, this is why I teach sometimes things in repetitive, because you may collect so much information that your mind actually blocked that out, that there was a section on that with the name of the actress and everything inside of that breakdown. So go watch it again. You're going to surprise yourself and say, oh my goodness, how did I miss this? How did I miss it? And then I found it. What would make me find it? And it was in the class. I was never looking for Portable Door. And then you're going to find out that that was in your mind. So that was already in your
amazing.
Mind.
That's amazing. Tua.
Nini, okay, what I'm going to do, everybody, is you okay, VRI?
I'm good. Just taking it all in. There's been a lot of stuff going on recently, and this has just added to it immensely. But peace and love, everyone.
Oh my goodness. Okay, what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. I know that I'm blurry. I know you're lucky you can even see me, but because it's trying to cut me off completely. But I'm going to take a break for a few minutes, come back. It's late. We're going to do the donations. We're already at 9 hours and 32 minutes. I'll let you all build for a while, and then we'll come back and do the donations of the people that appreciated this this answer. I will be back. Hotep and love. I'll be right back. Support the Tehuti Podclass, please.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Hotep, peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Hotep.
It really I don't want to say pisses me off, but it really gets me upset. It really gets me upset, man, when I get these types of classes, these false flag classes or whatever, because it just shows you how deep this matrix is, man, and how ignorant we are, and how unimportant they think that we are, and how they treat us. They treat us like I always knew that it was like I used to say like things like it's deeper than rap, because it's like it has to be more to it. Like it can't just be they want us dead, you know, or they just want to take from us. Like they make the money. The thing that we celebrate as money is just paper that they print, that they make. So it's not that they don't want us to have the money, because they make it. It's their money. So they can control who they want to have and who they don't. So it can't be that. It can't be that they want you to be broke, that they want you to be you know, to not be in the best financial situation. That could be it. However, the thing that we're calling being in the best financial situation is using their resources, or what they're calling money, or whatever they're deciding that we should use. So are we really truly not in the best financial situation if it's that they create that we're using to say, oh, I have money, or I'm in a great financial situation? You know, it's just questions that I ask. I'm like, it just has to be more to it. Because if I make the money, if it's my money, it's my people's faces on it, it's my ancestors, it's my money, and I don't want you to have it, I just won't give it to you. I'll just share it amongst my family and friends, and we'll just X you out. So it can't be about the money. And then when it comes to like death, it's like we're already at the bottom, the lower end of the totem pole, so to speak. I'm just gonna speak freely. You know, we're already on the bottom. We're already on the low end of the totem pole. So it's like, why are they at us? Like, what is it about us that they know that we don't know? It's just a question that I had. Like, what is it about us? Like, what's really going on with us that they come at us from every single angle? When you look at somebody, like, just using myself as an example, I'm not a hater, and I'm not like a jealous type person. So, like, if I saw somebody like a derelict person or a homeless person at the bus stop, they wouldn't be able to upset me. You know, it's nothing that they could say to upset me. You know, because it's like people don't hate up, they hate. People don't hate down, they hate up. So you're not gonna look at someone that you would deem less than, so like a homeless person or something, and then become jealous of them, right? So I would never look at a homeless person and be jealous of them. Like, so then what is it about us that these people despise or attack and hate about us so much? If we're less than, if we're the worst on the spectrum, if we're the lowest on the totem pole, what is it truly about us? It has to be something, you know? And then those questions begin to answer themselves when I read when I was 14 that the black man was God and stuff like that. You know, I read that, and I had a very elementary understanding of it, of those types of concepts, to where I couldn't even fathom that. But then as you get older and you mature and you live your life, and then you find out what a netter is, and then you realize that, oh, I could just be the best version of myself. Like, I don't have to be nothing else. I could just do me and just be the best at that. And then that will get me the results that I need, the results that I desire. Just be the best version of yourself. Just be the best you, as opposed to trying to measure up to their standards or comparing yourself to what they say is greatness, or, you know, the things that they say is financially good or beneficial for us. When we're the standard, we don't have to lie to ourselves. We can just acknowledge ourselves. You know, we can just acknowledge what the truth is and then begin to build on that, because there's no way that we could be the lowest on the totem pole and be less than and be targeted and be the target of every single type of oppression, everything you name it that has to do with any type of anything negative, and you can attribute that to, or what they would call a melanated person. So it makes you, say to yourself, well, what is it? What is it about us, And then you say, well, am I a netter? Am I really that powerful? Or am I less than? It's just a question. These are questions that you can ask yourself. Am I not gonna be nothing and amount to nothing? Y'all know, you ain't gonna never be S, and you ain't gonna amount to S, and you don't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of. All of those things are true if you allow them to be true. If you acknowledge your true destiny and who you truly are, then you can truly be a netter. You can rise to the occasion. You don't have to hate on nobody, and you don't have to use the enemy as the standard too. That's a whole nother thing. We don't have to use the oppressor as the standard, because they learned from us. So it's not about it's not about taking the anger. So for me, I was very long-winded with this, but for me, this is about taking the anger that I feel when I get these types of teachings and using it to fight the enemy within myself. It's about me challenging me. It's about me being the best version of me. Before I challenge the Isfet outside of my body, I have to challenge myself. So I have to look at myself and say to myself, well, why am I in a position or a situation where I'm able to be taken advantage of? Have we ever asked that? Have we ever asked, what is it about us that allows them to take advantage of us? Right? Because no one would willingly allow someone to take advantage of you unless you're mentally ill. And as Saba so beautifully pointed out, that we're desensitized. So in a way, we are a little bit mentally ill because we're not fighting. We're not against what we should be against, meaning fighting what we should fight. And we're fighting what we shouldn't be fighting. And we're taking what's not beneficial as beneficial, completely upside down, inside out. So it's just important for us to take this teaching and take this information and use it for good. Don't allow it to make you angry to the point where you use it where it becomes detrimental. Allow this knowledge and this information and our great teacher to empower us and to motivate us the way that he wants to, and the way that it should be, because together we're very strong. And as Saba pointed out, we're not equal. Isfet can never be equal to Ma'at. So that's the most beautiful thing about this. Why I don't get as angry as I could is because I know that Ma'at is going to be victorious. So I just try to focus my energy on the right frequency and do what I need to do. So for me, it's staying close to my family, staying close to you all, definitely holding tight to our great Saba and acknowledging him and appreciating what's being given to us. Because the thing about it is that, man, listen, no one is giving us this information like this. No one is teaching us this information. But we know who went to jail. We know who's fighting who. We know who's cheating on who. We know the real housewives of whatever, So I just think that we just need to appreciate our Saba, appreciate this information and what's being given to us, and rise to the occasion and be the netter that we're supposed to be. So Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to everybody in the chat. Peace and love to you great brothers and sisters on the panel. Yeah, this information is very upsetting, man, if you allow it to upset you, but allow it to motivate you and drive you and motivate you. So to our Hotep.
What's up, great brother? It's great to have you back. I'm glad to see you back on screen. I hope the family is good, and it's just a beautiful vibration that we have here. You know, I'm looking at my TV and I'm looking at drama going on in the chat. You know, this is our community, and this is where we hold space for each other. This is where we allow each other to grow and express and say the things that are on our eve without judgment. And it doesn't matter how long somebody takes to do that. This is the space that we provide where that's allowed, however much time or whatever you need to take. We have patience with each other. And I think that's what's lacking in a lot of other platforms and a lot of other communities, is that, you know, the great sister Sherry Kaw had brought up a couple of times, the microwave mentality where people just want things quick, fast, and hurry. And we don't do that here at the House of Atten. We take our time, we examine, we stand on Ma'at, and that's what it's all about. So I just wanted to take that time to express that and hopefully silence whatever that is going on in the chat, because it's unnecessary.
It's good to see it though, so you can measure. It's good to measure.
It is.
You know, these are very, very good things to see, because you know, in these other platforms and chats, it's just a lot of ISFET going on, and just like Saba said, we've become accustomed to it and desensitized to it. So this is what people want. They want the arguing and fighting, and you know, they don't even understand what the definition of Ma'at is. So, you know, to me, it's good to see it. It's good to it's good to observe it. So
there's duality in everything, and that's the beauty about it.
Yeah. He said, what did he say? He said, wise words are few in number. I got one for you, Big Matt. Elephants don't swat no flies. There you go.
Yeah.
That's a new one. That's a new one. I'm gonna put that on the next presentation.
Welcome back.
That's a new one.
There you go, Primordial. Elephants don't swat no flies.
Yeah.
Presentation, by the way, good brother. I wasn't able to check it out in its entirety, but I was in and out, and I'm glad to have another teacher on the panel. It's good to see what our great Saba is producing in all of you and all of us. It was good to see you and the good brother Anu up there. Looking forward to seeing this brother in the chat, Big Mad. Look like he got a lot to share, so he can come to House of Atten on Sunday. Come up on the panel. We'll welcome him with open arms.
Saba, you can't just change the frequency like that. You see the new music, he just changes it every time. As if we supposed to forget what you just finished breaking down.
Supposed to be happy now.
You can't just switch to happiness.
Yeah, we're gonna up the pace up and up the pace up. But I'm glad you all take this extremely serious. You know, no matter what the music is, but I'm glad you all do take this extremely serious, and I'm glad this is your favorite. How many classes are your favorite pod classes? You have like 4. This is my favorite.
I got like 3 or 4.
I'm glad you all take this extremely serious, because it is very. We're going to go into the support. It's 12 o'clock here. I think only 4 of us here are in California, so it's still late but early. But I can't imagine it's probably 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know where I don't know what part of the country he's in. It could be anywhere. It could be in the mountains. What time is it where you are, Tev?
3 o'clock in the morning, but I'm still jet lagged. I'm still tired from.
Okay, I'm gonna read. You said you're still tired? There's a lot of lag. What'd you say?
I say I'm still tired from traveling, but I'm good though. I'm here. It's 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at.
Okay, we're gonna go over the donations, everybody. We're gonna pick up the pace, go over the support, because I'm sure a lot of people have sent support, especially for this class. and we're gonna go over the appreciation for this class and see what's going on. And let me see. Gabriel Lopez, Amun Ra. Hey, Amun Ra. Okay, here we go, everybody. So we're gonna go into we've got Annie. I'm gonna go back and forth from the top to the bottom. The one's gonna be gonna go for the tip for this answer, then down to the original donation that we're given earlier today, then back to the tip. So this one, of course, is from Annie. Glad to have you back, Atef, because we need to share the sound noises. And you got, but we're gonna go ahead and put this donation here. This is the support, everybody, and I greatly appreciate it. And there it is. Annie Pata 10 Tehuti for a 10. A 10 and Nefer. Okay, a 10 and Nefer Keperet. Grateful for your teachings. Give them some noise. We're going to go way back to the bottom. And then at the bottom we have Neil Campbell. Wonderful little trending. Yeah. This would be $20 if it was in multiples of 9. So I'm still going to give him a copy because he has this thing about the multiples of 9, and I really like that. So what he can give is a multiple of 9 equals 18. So I appreciate that, and give him some hand clap here. Shout out to the good brother. Hey Missy, look at Nicholas's icon thing. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's pretty.
What's going on there?
It draws you in like a kaleidoscope.
Yeah, that's incredible. Give some noise, Nito Campbell. Give him some noise. Peace, everyone. He says, peace, everyone. VRI, are you in the room, VRI?
Yes. Hello.
I gotta from you. It says 3 middle classes and tip.
Yes.
But there's no. Somebody mute, please. Okay. But I don't see what. Was there a PayPal? What's supposed to go right with that?
Yes, there should be a PayPal for $72.
When did you send it? Time. I think it didn't.
During the podcast, so like the last answer.
Oh, you know what? One second. Let me check something. My PayPal's we have to do manually. Reading, my dear, check the PayPal's, please. There's some that I don't see. Okay, that should be coming to me. I see your email, but I see the PayPal, so it'll come, don't worry. So we have Commit Haver Hancock. He's hanging in there for the classes, tip for teaching. Here he is right here. We're going to give him a hand clap. Primordial, did you say you... One second. Tip. Let me see if I'm getting all of these in.
What you say, Sova?
Shut to Did you give a tip and then a tip again? Did you give?
Yes,
that what you were
for
saying?
sure. Yeah, most definitely.
What did you?
This is one of my favorite classes.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna scroll down. I'll see it. I saw the one, but I'm gonna scroll down. I'll see. Shout out to the good brother. Where'd he go? Who is this? Kimaheru Hancock. $5. Give him a hand clap, please. Hancock, hand clap. Thank you. Thank you, Pablo's on the panel. Live clapping too. I see that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me see. I got a message. Let me see. Uh-oh. It's giving me a warning. Let me see what I'm on. It's giving me a warning. Let me see something. Hold on. Don't kick me off yet. I'm on. Yep. The data is done on that device. Okay. Okay, shout out to oh, here he is, Primordial Thought. Gotcha. I see you, Primordial Thought. You are?
I'm right here, Saba.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying I see you on the I see your tip now. I see it now. 17. I see it now. Okay, we're gonna give a hand clap to the good brother Primordial. Coming up, let me see if I can get him on the screen. There we go. Stop screen share. Let's get Hancock, and now we're into Primordial. Nicholas, what time is it up there in the is it Norway? What time is it there in Norway?
It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you got it good. Okay.
Yeah.
Your day's just started.
Yeah, I've been an all-nighter.
Oh, you've been here since the early part of the talk class till now?
Yeah.
Oh,
It starts around 11 at night or something. And then it lasts.
That is a serious trooper right there. His podcast starts at 11. My. Okay, we're gonna give a shout out to Primordial Thought, who says another tip for 846 build up, shaking my head. Actually, you read it, Primordial, and tell me what those symbols are.
So that was everything. Mind blowing. I don't know what else you want me to say. This is definitely my favorite class. You've said some things that, at least for me, I think is on a very deep level, and what celebrities will say that it would get them canceled. So I think most definitely you have opened my eyes, as well as my wonderful mate, Gabriela Lopez. We are just in awe at this breakdown and build up. I can only imagine what you would call as deep. That's all I can say, so.
Wonderful. Thank you, Primordial. Appreciate that. Good question, Good question. Could we describe what it could be something simple, but it's just this class was deep to me. I just can't react to it while I'm teaching. I react off camera and then present it a certain way. But this class was I knew this class was extremely deep for the people, and it's unbelievable. This D.E.I. one is unbelievable. unbelievable. And I just decided to stop because I knew it was already over 2 hours. I don't want to. It's like, okay, how much more?
He said I decided to stop.
Yeah. I didn't. Gosh, don't
Saba, do we gotta ask for a part 2? You can't say that. You can't say things like that.
Oh my goodness.
I knew this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, that's not even fair.
No, it's definitely not the tip. No. There's more, but this is not a. Because there's not a tip. There's just some more, because this was extremely a lot, and this is extremely deep. Believe me, this is there's just more. There's federal cases. There was plagiarized DEI cases. There's all different things. The magic goes on with the 846. There's so much. But this is definitely, yes, Minty. There's another entire class to do. I'll probably give in 2000. What's the date? Maybe, who knows? Maybe 2029. Okay, somebody gave a tip for you, Primordial. Somebody gave a tip for you, and I'm gonna see if I understand this. I'm gonna shout out to this monster tip that came in. This is 2 of our Primordial Thought 9 Legacy. Question 25 plus 52.77 equals 777. What? Maybe there's another. I don't know. What's the legacy question, Primordial? What's that?
I don't know, Saba. We just had a class on Friday, so you are the reason of my consciousness expanding. So to you, Saba. I take no credit in what you have been doing to me.
Okay, well, shout out to Sherry Cutts' Primordial Thought 9 Legacy question. So you must ask a question that pertains to legacy. Whatever that was, Sherry Cutts saw and gave an extra tip. 25 plus. So there must be another one for 25. Give us some big noise, attempt. Big noise, please. My brother Christian got the man in the class 1. Says he got goosebumps, butterflies in his stomach once he received the email. You got, man. What experience? What experience is it? Okay, we're gonna go up to some of the tips. I got a big one from I see Nancy Hotep. Okay. Oh. Yes, big no. Wait. What is this? Okay. Okay. Minty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Saba.
Could you give where's the screen? Well, first of all, hold on. Did we give some big noise to Chika already?
No, we didn't do the noise. We're figuring out the class that she's talking about.
Okay. So Atef or Annie, can you give Sherika some big noise for this? Thank you.
So it could be part of the that question that I asked you that you probably would do next week about I asked you about the when Ra was told your shrine would be vacant.
Was that in the literature?
Yeah, that was when Heru and Set was going through their battle. One of the Netters told Ra, because he wasn't judging according to their liking, said your shrine would be vacant.
Shrine will be vacant. Yeah, that was like
Yeah, and then Ra, yeah, then Ra fell on his back and he was in some sadness for a long time. And I asked Saba about that breakdown. So yeah, Saba, it's on you.
Imagine hearing now what he's saying. Oh yeah, Ra the sun. That's it, Ra the sun. So the sun was told that his shrine would be vacant, and the sun got sad and laid on his back. The sun's shrine was vacant. Okay, shout out to read that for me. There. Oh, Vinci, I was gonna ask you, did you give 2 tips tonight or this one?
Yes, I gave this one as a tip, and then the last one I gave for a recording of the Medu class.
So, I didn't read that one, did I?
Yeah, I read that one. That was the Tata, the pizza slice. That was the Tata Medu class for the shape shifting and yeah, that was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I read that. I thought that was a tip for. I thought that was a tip for this class because I talked about Tata, but you want the Meta class.
The Meta Netter class, because I believe in that same sentence you had mentioned get the Meta Netter class if you want to know more about this.
Okay, and I'll put a note beside you. So let's give her some round of applause. There's 2 donations to support for the night. Give Minty some claps, please.
Hey Saba.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, when do you think Sheena will be ready to mate?
In about 8 months to a year.
8 months to a year? Okay.
Yeah, she's coming out of babyhood still. Okay, Minty, I think this is the class 56. Well, Tua, Scribe organized that.
Yeah, so that was for the Tata superpositioning shape-shifting class.
Okay, you want that, right? That's what you want.
Yes,
that.
please. Yeah, that was what the donation previous to this was for.
Okay, good. You have it right now. It's in your email.
Tua.
Nini, thank you, Scribe, for speeding that process up. Okay, so we're going to Kiki Jones. Kiki Jones gave a tip, take a knee. Give a clap to Kiki Jones. Oh wait, it's not up yet, but okay. Okay, let me put it up. It didn't show up yet. Let me stop them all manually. Okay. Jones, $8.46, and it's a tip. It says for taking knee. Give him a hand clap, please.
And now shaking the room. Hold on. This is flawless. Shaking the room, coming in. Shaking the building. This color purple, and it's not Oprah Winfrey. Shaking the building with a tip of $60. Gabriela Lopez, breaking the matrix tour for helping us be free with a purple heart. Give her some big noise, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, man. He's clapping for you, clapping a leg for you. Oh, Gabrielle, I'm sorry. Go ahead and read that for me. I like when the person reads it. Read that for me. You're right there.
It says, for breaking the matrix, Tua for helping us be free. Purple heart.
Purple heart. There we go. Thank you. There it is. Shout out to Gabriella with the appreciation. VRI, I think you've aged like 12 years in this class, man. Vinci, look at VRI. Does he look the same? Some looks. It looks like
he got a haircut and he got some facial hair.
He looks like an old Asian wise man now.
He does. He's like a cartoon, like me.
He needs the big hat with the cane. Oh man, he looks.
You need some circle glasses too.
I don't know. He's aged, man. He
Your
looks
mustache.
like Lionel Richie now. Is that the guy that says hello? Is that it? Hello? Okay. We're gonna okay, next. Is it me you're looking for? Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to the next donation. Support is coming from I see Bella with the Bella's coming up with the shake in the room. Is Bella still in the building? I know I have 100 messages. I stayed off my phone today, but is Bella in the building? Because you're gonna come up right after. You're gonna come up soon. Shout out to who is it? Big Vapes. DEI tip. Shout out to Big Vapes. Give him a hand clap. He came in with $5 and a tip from the DEI breakdown building. Shout out to you. Give him a hand clap, please. Angela Gates, I hope you're okay out there. Shout out to you. I think I did see you in the room earlier. If you're listening, shout out to you. If you're resting, rest well. The next support is coming from none other than her, which is the one and only. Straight out the gate is Miss Angela Gates. Give her some big noise, please. Peace and love, Saba. Thank you. Oh, Kiko Jones. Is Kiko Jones? Is Jeffeef? I have to get all these names. So I got from Jeffy. It says proton mail. Okay, I'll come across it. Shout out to Jafif, who gives $11.29 as email for Jafif proton mail. Okay, shout out to Jafif. I don't know if you sent me. If that was a question you sent from proton, I'll find it. Oh, you did. Oh. Oh, this is a question. Okay, just wanted to know about it's $11. We put up question. From man. Out to the thief, and then 23 question. So Jafif asked the question, can you break down carbon dating and other dating methods? Are they reliable? Can you trust the people putting out dates found? Okay. Wonderful. So that means you go in the answer of another question, discussing data from. Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams again. This may be his second alert of the night. And we're gonna get I'm gonna rest my eyes now. Let me get let me see, Gabriella read one. How about how about a YouTube? Shout out to give some noise to the answers you can only do to give him some hand clapping noise. Thank you. The next one I'm gonna get VRI to read. Shout out to this brother here. I really like this name. There's two brothers with this long name, and very, very powerful name. And he's a consistent supporter. This is Amun Ra Atun. Go ahead, VR. What does that say?
For knowledge. 18.
For knowledge. Okay. Give him a hand clap for that. You see the urgency. He gets multiple donations for that. Wonderful. Everybody that's watching this is this. Oh, here we go. Anu and then Bella Shroom. Shout out 20. Wait. Shout out to the powerful couple who support multiple times every podcast. $22. Gabrielle, can you read that for me, please?
Yes, it says for tip for DEI to a Hotep Mary forever or Natur Tehuti.
Thank you. Okay, give a hand clap for that. Thank you, Gabrielle. Give them a hand clap. Getting the dancers. And now shaking the building. shaking the building as usual. Always coming in as either the, or really it's the, as far as what is here. We are one of the top donators consistent of the whole Tehuti Podclass, and that is none other than, she's probably asleep right now. She may be messaging me, I'm not sure, but she's I don't see her in the room. But regardless, she will hear about it, that it was announced. Shout out to Bella, get some Transformer, all kind of noise, $100.72. Every noise a Tef, any if you're there. Shout out to Bella for the major support consistently, highest, constant. She is if you're listening, Bella, truly hate you, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I don't know that's playing. I don't know what's happening. Shout out to was Lionel Richie just playing? I don't know. Oh, okay. Did you hear? I don't know. Shout out to Bella. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for all your great great support.
Wait, does he know who Lionel Richie is?
I don't even think he's as old as Lionel Richie's son. I'm not sure if he's Lionel Richie's son's older than him, I think. I don't know if he was Lionel Richie playing?
I'm just teasing.
Minty, did you hear Lionel Richie playing?
I didn't hear any Lionel Richie playing.
Oh, okay, good, okay. You heard Lionel Richie playing? Yeah. I don't know what's
Sunday
going on.
morning?
Yeah, Lionel Richie is in the house tonight. Then I heard it playing. I don't know what's going on. He's. What'd you say?
I said no. You know, it's Sunday morning. No.
Oh man, nothing sounds like that today. No music today sounds like that, and they truly destroyed everything.
What time is it over where you're at, VRI?
It is 8:35 in the morning at the moment, but I woke up early to attend the podcast instead of trying to power through all the way like Nicholas. But I have done that before, but it leaves me completely out for the next day.
Oh my goodness! Shout out to Primordial Thought coming through again. Shout out to Primordial Thought coming through again, and let me put it up on the share screen. Give some noise to Primordial Thought there. It says tip, nice and big, I can read it. Tip the DEI, brown fist, black heart, yellow sun, and 2 yellow faces exploding and steam coming out of noise.
Appreciate you, Saba. That was the one I gave you before before you took your first break on that one.
Oh,
that was I already knew just enough that you gave us there was just phenomenal. So Peace and love, Saba. Appreciate you.
Wonderful. Peace and love to you. Nicholas Noetic sent to Hoa accidentally. Okay. Shout out to Nicholas Noetic. This donation, and I'll clear this up. Right now. I'll clear this up. Let me clear this up. Is Nicholas still in the room with us?
No, he dropped off.
Okay, peace and love to Nicholas Noetic. This happened a couple of times, and I've corrected when it happens. So shout out to Nicholas Noetic. First of all, let's give some big noise. Since House of Attend sent you, support from Nicholas Noetic sent to House HOA accidentally. Okay, go ahead and give him some big noise. Thank you, Nicholas Noetic. Appreciate the support. And for those in the future, so there's multiple Cash Apps and PayPal. The Cash App TT Moon PayPal at RockSV is directly for the appreciation of the pod class and support for what takes place in the pod class. Then there's the House of Attend, and that is usually advertised on the Sunday class and on the website. So if you're donating directly to the pod class and to Tehuti, use the PayPal and Cash App at the bottom. If you go to the Sunday class or on the website, the House of Attend, that goes somewhere else. Just for clarity, it's happened a couple of times. Not a problem. Scribe clears it up, and this is he did now. So thank you, Scribe, for clearing that up, and thank you, Nicholas Noetic, for the donation. And Scribe, if you're listening, why not? Well, Scribe's not here. Scribe? Scribe's not even here. Okay. Okay, next up, what's on the screen right now, Menti? Is anything screen sharing?
No, it's just just us, just squares.
Just us? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so shout out to the next supporter up, Mr. Owen. Hi. Oh. Okay, get some big noise. Right, 2772 said, Nicholas, go ahead and read that for me, please.
For Tehuti, mental and spiritual liberator, 2772.
I meant to say VRI. Did somebody read that? My screen froze.
Yeah,
Did anyone read it?
I read it for you, Saba.
Oh, thank you. I said Nicholas. I meant to say. What's that? Your audio is pretty bad. Say that again, Atef.
I said I read it for you. Nicholas isn't on the screen.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hear you clear now. Much better. Thank you so much. Okay, next one is Johan Billadou. Okay, that's on next. Shout out to the good brother Johan Billadou. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the good brother Johan Billadou. He gave, what did it say here? $20. Oh, men under class 14. Okay, give him a clap. There's Nicholas. Okay, give him a clap. And then men under class 49. Class 49. Okay. Move over to you as soon as possible, good brother. Next forgiven is coming from our holders. Oh, there's a top. Okay.
I'm so happy the MetaNetter class that I got tonight is the class that I was talking about yesterday in our Discord meeting.
You're so magical. That's what that is.
So happy. Yes.
Who would have known? That's very magical. Very, very magical. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Well, shout out to, there should be a test. No, it's Johan again. One moment, my brother Atef. I was just looking at a support from you. Okay, we redo it again.
Nicholas just came back for a second, but then he went back out.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna give a shout out to the good brother Atef Rem Kema'at. We're gonna give some noise, which I guess is Atef Rem Kema'at giving noise to himself because I don't need any anymore. So shout out to Atef Rem Kema'at, $20.72 support. Give yourself some noise. And shout out again to the good brother, have friend Kema coming up again. Let me take this off. That's the first one. And it's friend Kema again. Yeah, there it is. And 1, 2, and 3. There it is. Shout out to Atefrem Kema. Gabriella, could you go ahead and read that for us? Be all right. She didn't have it. You go ahead and you had enough men in her class. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
Do you want me to actually give it a go? I can try.
Yeah. Give it a go.
I'll read it from left to right. Hotep. Is something W cat something and then the little partition that signifies it's a shoulder and then the T I believe and then or W or and then a cat I don't know and then I'm not sure that's yeah that's me that's done.
Okay man. Atef, are you there, good brother?
Hotep Ma'at to edition.
There we go. There we go. And give a clap for that one too. Give a clap for that one too. Hey, my good brother Obi is back. Good brother Obi has returned. Long time no see. Young brother. Long time no see. This is a brother who was he's been around for a long time. He used to come a little more often. And actually the largest Facebook group I've ever seen. He has two of them. The brother's name is Obi. I can't remember the name of the Facebook group, but there's a brother that runs it. It's Obi. He says, "This is Obi. Great work. I am thankful." Shout out to you, Obi. Long time no see. Peace to you. If that's the Obi that runs the channel. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to you. I haven't seen the name in a long time, and there's I believe that's the Obi that runs the channel. Thank you, Obi. Or maybe he came in because the Jedi mind trick. Maybe it's Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm not sure, but shout out. That Obi-Wan Kenobi came in for the Jedi.
Summoned him.
Okay. Shout out to Obi. Obi-Wan Kenobi arrived in. Okay, shout out to the good brother Daryl. Okay, I think we're winding down, everybody. Is there any more donations coming in? I'm going to reset the page and see what else is coming in. I'm looking for VIs. Okay, Daryl, $5.08 for the podcast. Thank you, Daryl, with his consistent $5.08. Okay. Hey. Oh my goodness. Guys. Okay, we got a couple more, and I think there's some PayPal, but it wasn't meant. It has to be manually sent to me. So, Big Babes, you should have class. Shout out to Big Vapes here. He's got he sent for class. Class 43, which you should have it already. You should have it now. Actually, I believe I sent it to you before I read this. Shout out to Big Vapes. Give him some noise. $2. 43rd Amendment class. I believe you should have this already. Give him some hand clap. Good brother, Solon Rock, Rashu. Solon Rock, Rashu. Nicholas Noetic is back. Nicholas is back. Okay, Solon Rock, Rashu. Get up. Oh, reciprocity. Thank you, Sunrock Rashu. Appreciate you. Popped in the room, came in, gave a donation, stayed for a little bit, and said some very positive things while the class is going on. Okay, we're winding down, everybody. I know I have some. One moment. Let me. I know that people like maybe Johan, not Johan, Vegan Leisure and others that have given PayPal. Right now, I'm not getting PayPal's in. It has to be sent in manually, so I don't see VRIs yet. Hopefully, it'll come in manually before this class ends. But until then, shout out to the good brother Nook, who says, Nicholas, could you read that for me, please? $9.99. Give him a clap because he's given multiple donations. Give him a clap for this. Thank you. Nicholas, read that for me. Nicholas, read that for me.
Is that for SABA Netter Tehuti? I rock with you, not them is fit, no cap, and the axe.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Now we have Sincere Austin. And Sincere Austin is a very okay, big noise. There we go. Sincere Austin is Bijan Farrell. Give him some big noise, please. Okay, everybody, I think that is it. I'm gonna wait. Wait, what's that? Oh. Oh. Hey, VRI, can you hear me, my good brother? Oh, there's quite a few. Oh, there they are. I see you, VRI. I see you. I see the one for the DI plan. What's this one? Shout out to VRI who That's a VRI who sent the diet plan. Here's the diet plan VRI sent for. This is not really for the pod class, but I will show it because I want to show people that you can but we cover diet plans as well. So this is VRI for the diet plan. $100. Give some big noise to VRI, please.
Woo!
Okay, VRI, I just got your information now about what you're allergic to. Your height, all the information I need, and I see I see the pictures the after. This isn't you, is it? No. Oh, okay. Okay, one moment. Let me do this. Oh, you want to look at the after picture of this? I got you. I see it. I see what's going on. Okay, VRI, I'm going to save this. Save this as the after picture. And BRI. Okay, thank you, BRI. We're going to go into the next monster donation. I'm going to stay for just a moment. I'm going to give a couple minutes to see if those other PayPals are coming in. Here is the monster donation, the highest donation of the night thus far, coming in from the wonderful couple who just donates consistently every podcast. We have some big noise transformers, all kind of noise to Anu and Antu, $155. Then I'm gonna get Minty if you could read that afterwards. Give some big noise.
Never unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, scroll through and see.
You want me to read it, Saba?
Oh yeah, please, thank you. Did it come off the screen?
Yeah, I was just waiting for the noise.
Thank you. Go ahead and read it, and then I have to step away for just. Oh no, not that one. Not that one. Hold on, let me get that off here. You know, to get a world premiere of VRI. Yeah. You're about to get the exclusive VRI model shot. Okay. Okay, let me go back to that. And where did it go?
Saba, did you hear that me and Brother Ani were requesting the throwbacks for the music, the podcast music?
The throwbacks. Oh, some of the background music I used to play in the earlier classes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. I'm going to show this one, then I have to step away for just a moment. Okay, here we go. Go ahead and read that for me. Wonderful. Minty, thank you so much.
Sure.
Oh, wait.
Okay, so this is from Anu and Antu. It says, for Tehuti rising like gold, illuminating the two lands. Nefer.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm right back. Just a minute.
Enjoy your break.
Yes, it'll be like 2 minutes. I'm back.
All right, Hotep, so are you excited about your diet plan, VRI?
Most definitely. I think it would be good to actually have a basis of what I should be eating rather than just going to the cupboard and eating a packet of crisps and chocolate. And because I just eat I don't know, I eat barely during the day, and I'll have like one meal, but then around the day I'll just have snacks or just like anything to just get that little sugar boost, and then I don't have to eat the whole day. But it's bad. I would just like to know what to put in my body, which is nice. I don't know anything about health or fitness. I just do the bare minimum. So it would be nice to have a foundation to actually improve upon.
Yeah, that's great. What I noticed when I started tracking what I eat is how many times I open the refrigerator in a day for no reason. Go over to the refrigerator, open it up, see what's going on in there, and then you know, grab something or not, or just like out of boredom or just like out of repetition, just going to the refrigerator for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, and it's things like those, it's so trivial to us to realise, and then, but as Saba's shown us, the foods aren't quite as nice as they make it out to be in the packaging and the colours, obviously, and yeah, it's and they taste so good, but it's so I have to dispel that matrix, and then obviously, you know, your body's a temple, as they say, and that's one of the core things that I have to really change about myself, because I've never really been into like the whole sport, diet, health, physical health thing. I was always told as a kid I've got asthma, so that I always use that as an excuse not to run or do anything, and so it's like only now in this part of my life where I'm actually starting to think about my health at all, even.
Sure. What I really like about what SABA teaches about diet and eating is that, you know, some days we're taught to have like a variety. Like some days you eat this, some days you eat that, but it's really good for your. I think it's good for your metabolism. I think it's good to have a structure of like eating the same things. And getting out of the mindset of, oh, this is boring, I had this yesterday. Like, you know, having a consistent diet. I make a lot of soups, and usually when I make a pot of soup, I'll eat off of that soup for like maybe 2 or 3 days to a week, just depending on. But it's the same thing, you know. I have pretty much the same breakfast, and I got into thinking of like, oh, this is boring because I'm eating the same thing every day. But it's like, no, that's how you're actually able to, your body's able to function. You gotta give your body time to process.
I think that's one of the teachings that got me to invest in a diet plan. It was the zebras and the example that they all look the same and you can't tell what age they are, but something clicked in my brain where it's when Saba said they eat the same thing every day, so like something lit up. I was like, oh wow, like that, of course that's the answer, just to maintain like what you eat every day instead of just eating. I just eat anything that's available. I'll just have it.
Just send them manually.
Get that Ma'at diet.
Yes, definitely.
The Ma'at diet. Listen to that, man. You're talking to a man that does push-ups standing on his hands with his legs in the air. He does push-ups. He does handstand. I don't know what to call it. This man is Spider-Man.
But I've been taking the diet plan as well because I've been struggling to put on weight, and every time I try, I get eczema because I eat too much of something and my body can't handle it. So I need to like create a diet plan. So I might have to do that as well.
That's interesting. Yeah, we'll talk about that, because if you're getting eczema as a reaction to food consumption, that's
yeah, I think basically when it's like not natural sugars and much of too much grain. Like I quit bread, it helped a lot, but yeah, like that. I think I react a lot because I try to eat a lot to put on weight, and after like a month or something, I start getting rashes, and so I think there's something.
You start getting what? What do you get in a month?
I get like rashes, you know, eczema rashes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You might be allergic to something that you're consuming.
Yeah, I'm just that. For example, sweets and sodas, for example. Once I drink that, the day after I have rashes. Alcohol or any beverages, rashes straight away. So I think it's the stomach or something inside that needs to be cleansed or healed or be put on the right food.
Okay.
We'll stress, so it needs. I put my body through a lot of stress, so it needs to heal and now it needs to get the nutrients properly. And
Absolutely.
I think, yeah.
Okay, we'll discuss it. Okay, we go. Definitely, Nicholas. We'll discuss that to see what we can pinpoint the rash part. So you said it's when you have sugars. Is it sugars that make you have the rash?
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah. Sugars.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna give. Okay, shout out to Cheshire 2222. Give us a big noise, please. Okay, and oh, she actually changed her question. Where's her question? She changed it to what is this? If you can, I would like to know about organ energy. Oh my goodness. All right, Sheshaya. It's a question about organ energy. Here we go. Nice. That would be nice. $22, plus she sent another 22 is for organ energy. Question. Okay, Shashat, we'll get to that definitely in accordance. And I think, Robert Williams, I think that is it. That unless I have PayPal that I'm not seeing, which I know I'm not seeing VRIs, and probably VGet Leisures. I haven't skipped that anyway. There's also Robert Williams and something. Where is he? All right, so Williams. Robert Williams. Here we go. Shout out to the good Robert Williams. This is actually from last week. For last week in April. It's for April 14, 2023. Whoa. Oh, the Earth Day chin. Okay. Thank you, Robert Williams. Robert Williams is going back to old classes like Gabrielle and some others do, and tipping for older classes. The rest it does that too. Tip chin strap with the chin. Okay, shout out to Robert E. Williams. I think this is it for the night. I have to reset. I think this is it for the night. I have to rest. So this will be it for the night. All the PayPal that came in. VRI, when did you? Oh, first of all, shout out to Robert Williams, 2872, and says Podclass 041423 Tehuti Earth Day. Kid strap. Get some big noise, please. Get some hand clap, please. Wonderful, wonderful. Anyone who sent in a donation through PayPal, I may have to read it in the next podcast because I'm not seeing my PayPal after a certain time. They're sent in manually, and they just weren't able to be sent in to me yet. Let me scroll down again. VRI, when did you send the PayPal? Was it tonight, the same time as I read your other part?
It was around 3 hours ago.
Okay. Okay, the anonymous brother sent me as requested. I could not find a map reference for commit. Some of our senior additional scholars often refer to upper now. Indeed, you are correct. Most south map referring to a video gift online, which prompted me to ask you the previous question. Perhaps I should redirect that question as per attached glyphs. Instead, will you please elaborate on the southern eye of Ra? Okay, so let me ask you. One moment, everyone. 45. Okay, shout out to everybody that attended the class. I think this is it. I can't seem to get to my my other PayPals, but when I do, I'm going to have to shout them out the next next pod class. Let me scroll down and see. No, it's ELECTROMAGNETIC. TT who sends the PayPals is not available at the moment, so
Oh, Saba, I just wanted to give you a gentle reminder that next month is April, and hopefully we can resume the MetaNetter Magic classes.
yeah, once these pod classes go to 9 hours, yes. I really want them at 9 hours. I definitely I need to do 8 hours of pod class and 3 hours of MetaNetter class. That will give me 8, 9, 10, 11. That'll give me 11 hours through the week. So as soon as these pod classes can go to 9 hours, and I can put 3 hours there. Right now, like all 11 hours are going here.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I'll be unfunctional. All right. 2 B. Okay, everybody, let me go ahead and you said the friendly reminder. Yes, I do remember. I definitely remember this. Yeah, friendly reminder. You said you start later in April. Thank you, Minty, for the reminder. Okay, that's
it's like
it
the
for
kids
now.
asking you. It's like the kids asking, like, you remember you said you're gonna take us to the park?
And exactly, I may have been one of them. Remember, I'm supposed to go to the swamp? Go on. Okay, so I think that's it, everybody. VRI, I will find you once I hear from my great secretary. She will update that, and I will definitely put them. Was it just for support, or was it what did it say on it?
It said for 3 Medu classes and then tip for today's class, so it came to around $72 in total. And I think I need to clarify and send a list of the ones that I've already got, just so you could send me another random free, because the classes that I get truly they truly are life-changing, and they are so precious and priceless, and I hope to have permission to pass it down to my children, if I ever have children, to sit them in front of the screen and we're gonna watch this together.
That'd be so beautiful. Let me know when that happens. Okay, everybody, we're gonna close it up. It's 11 hours and 4 minutes. Minty hung in there. Gabriel Lopez hung in there. VRI almost pulled the all-nighter. Nicholas Nomadic hasn't slept since the beginning of March. I don't know what happened to him. He's frozen now. Primordial Thought is in the... I don't know where he... Primordial Thought, where is he? Is he beside you, Gabriel? Is he out? Where is he? There he is.
We right here, Saba. We right here.
Okay. He's waiting to pop back up. Tefrem Kem Ma'at. He's doing the gangster. You know, you have the Cadillac lean. He's doing the lean. He's definitely like, what is it, 4 in the morning now? That's amazing.
Yeah, 4 in the morning, Saba. I'm exhausted.
What's that?
I say it's 4 in the morning. I'm exhausted.
I will say this about a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Sometimes on the weekends, I guess weekend is like a lot of your family time. Is that what it is?
Yep, family time, and it was spring break, so the kids was here all week, so we was out of town. It's a lot.
Okay, so I'll say this about the good brother Tefrem Kem Ma'at is that he may not show up in the beginning, but when he comes, he's here till the wee hours of the morning. He stays up the whole time until he says the affirmation. Much respect for that, because to be up till 4 in the morning, you must absolutely 100% love this. Yeah, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna be a log. So shout out to you for your dedication and love. And we're gonna go ahead and close it up. Beautiful, wonderful, awesome people. What's that you're eating there, Primordial Thought? That's on the diet plan? I see you.
So I'm not eating nothing. I'm not eating nothing. It's too late. It's a 1 in the morning.
Maybe I'm getting tired. I saw a mouth moving. I don't know. Maybe I saw something.
Nothing. It's too late right now.
He put his hands up. I didn't do it. I got nothing, Saba. I got nothing. Oh my goodness. Before he lifted this hand, the chocolate bar fell. It's on his lap right now, waiting for the podcast to close. How's your body coming, Primordial? Is it coming good? Actually, no. Gabrielle, how's Primordial's body coming? Is it coming? Yeah, I need to ask the person who is the true judge. Is it coming good? Thank you. There we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm trying to build a new man for you, building from scratch to, make this new Primordial. Wonderful. Primordial hard body. All right, everybody, we're gonna close it up. I'm getting deliriously tired here, everybody. It's turning into a laughing session. I'm breaking down, but it's a good time. We're having a great time. Shout out to everyone that came to the Tehuti Podclass. We're gonna go ahead and just give a couple words of closing, starting from Gabrielle to Minty, Hotep to VRI to Primordial to Tefrem, and then Tefrem will do the affirmation, and then we'll close it up.
Thank you. 2X to everybody, and I'm really glad I stayed up and I watched the class to the end, because it was really life-changing. And lately it feels like a lot of the pod classes that you've been teaching and just a lot of your past pod classes, they've taught me so much. Even the ones that I didn't even expect to get all the information that I did, it's just been life-changing. And thank you Tua for just shaking Primordial and I awake, and helping us see the matrix and what they really are for and what they're about, and that we need to wake up and start changing. It starts with us, and of course, you're the reason we're here. So kudos for that. Very grateful.
Nini Uk, wonderful, wonderful Nini Uk, and thank you for making such an extreme change from the time I saw you at the event. Something just burst in you. I thought it was primordial. I don't know what was happening. I didn't know what was going on, but I was like, how did she change so quickly and so rapidly? This is absolutely amazing. You are the fastest switch in the entire podcast.
Thank you. Like I said, your classes inspired me, and they definitely make me question my day-to-day, what I do for work, what I do on my spare time, and what I sign myself up for. And I'm really reevaluating my life and thinking that I need to go in a completely different direction than where I'm at, towards something that matters, towards something that's going to make a difference in my life. And yeah, I'm excited for it. Do it for you.
Wonderful, wonderful. And remember, I told you to, for all those who've been Primordial 1 to one-on-one, sitting on the floor, and what's the brother's name? Black Alucard was supposed to come over here. And as far as the personal one-on-ones or anyone coming over here that were supposed to come here, of course, I'm still in the transition situation. I'm not moved over back to the original place yet. So this place is too packed. So everybody's on hold. But Primordial thought I did tell Gabriella that I do have an opening for you on a Sunday. And just contact me, give me a friendly reminder, and I'll just say, okay, this Sunday will be, and both of you, and you all should be the next one-on-one. Okay, so whenever you just contact me, we'll set that up. Not on the floor, but we'll set it up on the stream there. Primordial Fuzz, he's so dedicated, man. So dedicated. Beautiful, though. I'm so happy for you, Primordial, and you, Gabrielle. I'm really, really happy. I love it when there's two people that back each other up that are in a relationship. It's real. Oh, here we are. Hey, VR, I think I'm getting them now. I love to see that. It's really, really a beautiful thing because it's a painful feeling when you're into something and you're living with someone and that other person just can't even relate to where you are, and you're going through this beautiful experience, and it just causes a divide. But when the female and the male are together on the same path, it is the most beautiful thing. You all can share information you got tossed back, quiz each other, just share with the children together, and the children love to see that. If there's children there, they see you all talking about knowledge, not about daddy's trial, or talking about talking about some uplifting things, and so that's so beautiful. I'm so happy for you too. Thank you. Okay, and on to beautiful, wonderful, consistent, focused bucket of rat bringing Minty. Minty
Rat brains.
Rat brain distributor. Okay, go ahead, Minty. Give me some words.
Hotep Henu, Mary Keth, Saba Tehuti. This class was life-changing once again. The codes keep on pouring in, and Tua for teaching and guiding us how to see and read them. The energy of this class has been great. It's been fun. Gabriella, I love having you up here on the panel, and it's really refreshing to see. Yes, it's really refreshing to see you and Brother Primordial supporting each other, just like SABA Tehuti said. I think it's very beautiful, and the more the merrier. Merry, 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 merry Kes. This is wonderful. This is the House of ATTON. This is what we represent. We represent love, harmony, and unity. I love everything about it, and I wouldn't change it for anything. So, Henu SABA Tehuti, and I look forward to our next time that we see each other, our next class, or if you need anything, you know where to find me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I will say that you look like something's been lifted. So you look great. You look something's happened. Something. I'm very glad at whatever is happening with you, because you're a little magician. That's what I have to say about you. You shouldn't. A regular person may not survive right now in a certain situation. So you're living off of you're doing a certain frequency, and you don't have some big team behind you. And it's really it's you, and you're really using the guidance that I have in the podcast to really just motivate you and fuel you throughout the day. And thank you for constantly contacting me on different days in the morning. And peace and love to you.
To us, SABA Tehuti. Yes, I think it's very important to stay connected. Once you find a frequency that generates positivity, growth, and all these wonderful things, it's very important to stay connected at all costs to that frequency. And it is very, very magical. We are the builders of our worlds, and we're the architects of our worlds, and this is what I want. So this is what I dedicate my life to.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And on to VRI, who left at 21 and came back 43. I don't know what time portal he went through. He came back a wise man. You should have a scroll in your hand. And what do you got to say, young man?
I hope you're doing well, SABA, and thank you for everything that you've done for me.
I'm sorry. One thing, VRI. One thing. Start over again, VRI. To the echo.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it would be my microphone picking it up from the speakers. My bad. But to SABA, thank you for everything that you've done for me. You've changed my life in many ways, and I'm so thankful for all the knowledge that you've bestowed upon me. Because before there was no answers to any of this, and I had so many questions, and I found the Tehuti Podclass, and all of the answers were there. So I'm just so thankful, because without you I wouldn't have these answers at this age, and I'd probably still be 30, 40, 50 looking for Ptolemies. So thank you.
30, 40, 50 looking for Ptolemies. That's classic. You're welcome, good brother. Glad you appreciate me, and I'm glad you appreciate this whole experience. This is your family, and I'm glad you found this, because wouldn't want you to be out there just searching for who knows what. There's so much misguidedness, and you wouldn't even know the decipherment of truth. And it's easy to, with all the mayhem going on out there, you can end up following any Isfetian person and end up on the path of destruction. Good choice to tune in the podcast and to continue with it. Thank you for being around. I also have I also got the PayPal's in, a couple of PayPals. So after you and after Primordial and Atef, I'm gonna go ahead and your PayPal is there and some others, and then we're gonna close out. So thank you, brother. We're gonna go to Primordial
Thought 9. His favorite class. Go ahead.
Most definitely. To a SABA. I would have never thought I would say this, but yeah, my favorite class. This was monumental. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate your consistency that has made you to who you are today. And I appreciate your Terts for most definitely supporting your JEDI and being that crown that has the 2 cobras on the sides, the RE, that supports whatever that you lack. And I appreciate you, SABA. Thank you so much for what you have even done to my mate, Gabriella. And just know that I give all that credit to you. This is, I just try to be consistent in what you have taught me. And I try to echo that to my household. So, Tua to you. And I appreciate everything that what you stand for. So may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who rise and shine forevermore, Ma'at. Hotel.
Up to you. Thank you very much. What do you say, Nana? Nana said beautiful. Thank you for the wonderful words, and thank you for being the pillar that came forward. Excuse me. Thank you for being the pillar that came forward that Gabriella could even have, because if you never came forward, she may not have ever found this. So you're definitely the pillar that came forth and created. You're the reflection that helped create new life within her. So that's a beautiful thing. She didn't have anybody that was interested in that could shift her like that. So you played a huge role, and you just were an example. So you're incredible. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Primordial. And we're going to move on to the father of fathers. He's probably my father. I'm going to be on one of those family trips with him and one day. That's from Kim. Give us some closing words, good brother.
Hotel Great SABA, this was a great class. It's my favorite class too, but all of them are my favorite. All of them are my favorite classes, SABA. I like them all. I don't choose. I don't make no distinction. They all are groundbreaking, earth-shattering, mind-blowing. 2 off of that, 2 off of everything that you bring forth. Definitely 2 out to you and the church for supporting you and the JED, as the great brother said. We so appreciate you, and definitely, as Minty said, looking forward to Monday classes starting back up. Definitely appreciate that frequency. And 2 out to you, great brother Primordial and Gabrielle, for being an example. My mate as well is definitely on track, and getting there. She coming around. Everybody come around at their own pace, but it's a beautiful thing because
don't act like she ain't won that competition. Don't forget, she won the competition.
Hey,
dropping the knowledge on Menku's quiz for Komet. So we know she ain't slacking at all.
Let me tell y'all something, right? And so this is where the whole sneak learning came from, okay?
Yes.
Because I would be in here learning and studying and talking, and then she would act like she is not paying me no attention, right? And then a week later, I hear her talking to somebody, and she'll be repeating everything that I say, word for word, line for line, but saying it in a way that makes sense, not just like repeating it verbatim, but like saying it in a way that makes sense. So I'm like, oh, you sneak learning. Oh, you listening for real. Okay, I see what's going on here. And then she asked to come to the class. I didn't invite her to Monday class. I'm like, you just want to go jump straight into college? You want to go to the hardest class? Like, but thank you for for being an example as well, because we're on this path together. But it's a beautiful thing when we have an example alongside us in another couple, as Saba says. So it is beautiful to see. It's actually really good to see, and it's good to be a part of. So two-out to all of you, and two-out to you, Great Saba. Hold up.
Nini, good to you, good brother. Thank you for all of that you said, and thank you for being, again, the pillar for Shantae to start off sneak learning and then jumping into class. And none of that could happen if you were. None of that would have happened if you stayed as Jazz. So you made some great decisions in life, and in the beginning you didn't even know you were making them. You didn't even know what you were looking for. You ended up right here. So that's excellent. Thank you, brother, for that. That's a beautiful story. And tell Jade, tell your whole family I said peace. I'm not familiar with the other one because she doesn't really come much, but I just remember Jade. But tell them all I said, as far as by name, but tell them all I said peace, your whole family.
I will, Great Saba. Tua.
Okay. And on to Nicholas No Attic, who somehow is sitting on his own lap. I don't know what's going on, but shout out to Nick. He's sitting on his own.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
cool. Yeah, my phone battery died, so I had to go on the computer. But I want to thank you Tua so much for this class, and also for showing your consistency. It's truly motivating, and I'm going through a lot, so it's very, very helpful to have this SABA, to have this door and opportunity to learn and grow with so much beautiful people, and it's truly great. I'm so grateful. My words can't really say what I really feel, but so much Marie and love to everybody, and you, Saba.
Thank you, good brother. Thank you, all the way from Norway. And you made the proper decisions to end up connected with something that had nothing to do with Norway, like across the world. How did you find this? So that's incredible. And here you are. So I'm glad. I'm also glad you're into fitness, because you're showing that you like all aspects of your body. You want to be spiritual, mentally, and physically at your tip-top shape. So that's a man who cares about himself. So that's awesome. So you're doing great, and keep going. Ups and downs in life, and when the ups are there, you're gonna look back at the downs. You're gonna laugh and say, "Well, I remember those days." And as long as you're alive, that's the key thing. So you stay strong, brother, and stay focused all the way in Norway.
Thank you so much.
And keep representing hip hop.
For sure.
Be ready to hip hop, man. Okay, family. I was gonna close, but we got a couple more PayPals to read, and then I can finally close down, and everybody can get their beautiful sleep. And so we're gonna go for custom-made tees for Men Enter Class number 4. It says, Men Enter Class number 4, please. Tonight was a great class. Saba, Tua. I am Kuzani. Pound consistency. Give him a hand clap for that. Oh, nice. What's that?
I think
there's a text on here.
Who's playing the sound bowl?
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay.
Tef, are
I
you still here,
thought the
good brother?
claps was coming in, but then yeah.
You thought what?
I thought the claps were coming in, so I was just doing it in the background, but they didn't come. So
Okay, and did the Tef fall off? Let me come back to the screen because I can't see anybody. Let me come back.
Yeah, Tough is not here.
Okay, all right. Let me get him custom made tees. Holy, oh wow, it's 11:30. Custom made tees. Shout out to you and thank you for your support. Let me give you a hand clap for you. Thank you so much, Custom made tees. Appreciate you. There's gentleman is back. Thank you so much, Custom made tees. Appreciate you. There's gentleman is back. Thank you so much, Custom made tees. Appreciate you. There's gentleman is back. Thank you so much, Custom made tees. Oh, what's going on here? There's gentleman is back. Thank you so much, Custom made tees. What's going on here?
so what's going on right now?
There's gentleman is back. Thank you so much, Custom made tees. Is that you, Tef? Who's?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know, my internet went out for a second, but I'm back, Saba.
It was looping.
Yeah, somebody's sampling me and playing it over and over again. I played like 5 times.
Waves are collapsing.
What? What's collapsing?
It said waves
The
are
wave.
collapsing.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna give another shout out. That was custom made tees, and now we're gonna have another shout out to it looks like custom made tees. Hey, what? Wait, what's happening? Oh, cancel. Custom made tees again. We're gonna give him a hand clap at that. This is his second donation. This was a tip for what's this for? It's nice and big. I can read it. Deciphering 846 Saya and Ritual Tuition. I am Kazani. Give him a hand clap for that. Good. Thank you. And yeah. Okay, and one for VRIs. This must be it. We have located VRI. And I'm gonna make a note. 3 3-minute classes. 40 3-minute classes, but I don't know what classes they are. So VRI is going to send me a list of the classes he has, so I know what they'll send. So shout out to VRI. Let's give some big noise coming up to VRI, who sent $72 for 3. Go ahead and read that, VRI, please.
To SABA Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, 3 Medu classes plus tip.
Some big noise and stuff, big noise. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Let me go back. Oh. I think that is it. And shout out to what's this? Oh, the same person, TS. TS sent $1. Thank you, TS.
Is there anything else? That's it, I think. Let me scroll down. Vancouver Raw. No. Born Again. And two. That's Rocky. Articles about the jab. That's it, everybody. That is it. Wonderful. That is it. We're gonna go ahead and close out with affirmation and call it a night. Atef Remkem Ma'at. I'll put the affirmation up on the screen. Glad you all enjoyed the class. I'm not even gonna go long close out. Just glad you all enjoyed the class. Watch this class and support if you appreciate it. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. It's scrolling at the bottom. So I'm going to put the affirmation up on the screen. Atef, you can close this out. Then everybody can jump in their bed and sleep. This class was diversity, equality, inclusion, matrix, reincarnation, animal forms. And we definitely broke the matrix with that. The matrix was not broken. This was considered a lot of people's. This was considered a lot of people, a few people's favorite classes. So support the Tehuti Podclass and live questions with reciprocity. All right, Atef, I'm going to put on the. I'm going to move the ticker off and put on the affirmation. We can call this the night. Go ahead, Mr. Atef.
Okay, on the count of 3.
Oh, your voice is really low. Something's going on with your sound.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at. Un and S. Mentat or Sat Ema'at. Men Hapapat Ema'at. Her and Hugh Kiwi. Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. Rest well, Gabriela Lopez. Rest well, Gabriela Lopez. Rest well, Minty Hotep. Well, 10 in the morning. Nick's day. Just have a good day. Good morning, Nicholas. Good morning, VRI. Rest well, Primordial Thought. Rest well, it's Ephraim Kemaat. I'm going to go big screen and just close this out. Peace and love. See you all tomorrow in the Sunday class. Who's doing tomorrow? Is that you tomorrow for Sunday?
Yes, I'm reading tomorrow, Saba.
Tomorrow's a read, and that's just the read?
Yep.
Okay. Are you still doing do you still do presentations, or you just do the read now?
I just do the reads for now. I wasn't trying to get the channel shut down. You know, I was getting us flagged with my videos and still learning, so.
Oh no, okay. You stick to the safe reading. And just don't start off with Once Upon a Time. Were you there for that part, Tefram?
I never read that, Saba.
What's that?
I say, nah, I ain't read that part.
Were you there for that part of the class tonight where I broke down Once Upon a Time?
Yep,
Okay,
I was.
Okay, good. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, everybody, I'm going to go big screening it up, and I'm going to close out. Peace and love to everyone. I need to dive into the rest.
Peace, everybody.
This is the rest. Rest, right? There's the bathroom called the restroom. I'm going to dive in. I'm in the restroom, and I'm going to rest in my restroom. Peace and love, everyone. I'm in the bedroom and get you great sleep. Peace, Gabriella. Peace, Primordial. Peace, everyone. Again, see you all later. I'm going to go big screen. Wonderful, beautiful podcast. Peace and love, everyone. 11 hours and 38 minutes. There's not much to say. Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. I hope you all greatly appreciated it. Those who liked it, watch it over and over again. Share it. Get this out. You are definitely here at the one and only House of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Neteru. The only place where you're actually receiving anything of this magnitude, source to our ancestors, source to the truth. Peace and love, everyone. You all are beautiful and wonderful. Rest well, Nefru Pesh.